Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to choose Mtebe TV, your favorite TV station with your favorite open forum political discussion show. I'm happy that you are out there and excited about tonight. There is a lot on the political front that I would love to hear what you think about the same. Well, Livondo was at the DCI, and what he spells from there sends shivers to those that may be implicated in any of his claims. And then, of course, DP Ruto and the Kenya Kwanza Alliance are still at the mountain, promising to lower the cost of living by lowering the cost of seeds and fertilizer. Then Baba and team are in Kwale. I mean, we're at the coast region, and Kwale reassuring of his support base. And so things are running very fast, and we want to hear what you think about the same. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. Apologies for starting a bit late, but we are in it, and we are here to stay. So keep it up. Let's keep talking and ensure that we do the right thing at the right moment to help Kenya become a better place. And so I want us to start with, I think, that video by Livondo, even as you get set to get into the show. And I begin to shout out some of you that are on the wherever on the comment section. I just want us to dive into this head on so that nobody's left out.
Na yeye magari zao number plates zote, where they hide, how they move, how they convey the messages to him, na vile wao wana implement zile mission zao, everything nimepeana, ambapo itakuwa neutralized from any hour from today. Mtasikia watu wanaokotwa one by one ambao wakikuwa wamefanya vitendo ya kumaliza witness.
Sorry about that. We had a technical hitch, but I believe you're back. Thank you very much for your patience, and look forward to having a great show tonight. Let's try to get that video again, just for us to start out this conversation from the.
Na yeye magari zao number plates zote, where they hide, how they move, how they convey the messages to him, na vile wao wana implement zile mission zao, everything nimepeana, ambapo itakuwa neutralized from any hour from today. Mtasikia watu wanaokotwa one by one ambao wakikuwa wamefanya vitendo ya kumaliza witnesses, ya kumaliza nini, ya kufanya hiyo mjama, na wale mercenaries ambao wako huko ni vizuri, nimepeana majina ambao wako ready hata wenyewe kuongea. So kila kitu nimepeana, ambapo sasa tunangojea DCI afanye investigation yake na Wakenya wajue na maisha ya rais wetu ikuwe salama.
Well, thank you so much. That is the starting point, and we would love to hear your views on the same and many other political developments around the country. Thank you for those of you that are joining fast and furious. We look forward to having a great time together, even as we get down to the discussion. Well, you seem to be too fast for me, but I'm sure that you're going to pull through all this. Before we get to the panelists on the screen, I want us to salute those that made it as in the comment section very early. Kuna Salome Mbone, asante sana. Kuna Samuel Ochieng, karibu kwa show. Kuna Alum huyo mwenyeji wetu, asante sana. Evans Maragia, karibu kwa show. Oyagi TV, thank you so much. Isaac Mchoki, tunakushukuru. Kengo Omwangu, we are glad that you're watching and following. Please make sure you invite somebody to follow the proceedings. We are in for a great treat tonight, even as we dive into this Livondo saga. And now there is the DP lowering the cost of living by lowering the cost of fertilizer and the rest of the proposals. And then, of course, Baba in Kwale getting the assurance that he will get the whole basket of votes. And of course, Azimio is doing parallel campaigns around the country. So there is much more for us to discuss. Well, let's get to Sir Jack to start us out in the conversation. How are you today?
Thank you, Bernard. I'm fine. I hope your day was good.
We are great. Karibu kabisa.
Sante. Salimu wote, my fellow panelists. Hope you are good. So nitaanza na history ya Livondo. Livondo, it started like a rumor, but now I think it has become a serious thing because today Livondo was called by DCI and he was able to give the statement, even from the conversation that he had with the press. Alisema amepeana mpaka evidence. So for us, it's just to wait for the DCI to do the investigation, and if indeed was those planning for what he was saying, those people who are planning, they will be taken care of. So for us, just keep an eye on that and wait for the DCI and other investigation agents to do their work. Okay? But the way Livondo was talking, the guy was very confident. Even I watching.
So, according to you, he
Press
knows what
were
he's
trying
talking
to ask
about.
him, why are you viewing? But Livondo was conscious and said that. So he said that he has given the information and is ready even when ataitwa baadaye and ataenda. So even he go later and say he will return to the DCI on Thursday to continue with that. So you are just waiting. Secondly, I want to talk about the public debt yenye imekuwa ikiongelewa sana na hii hashtag inaendelea ya reduce food prices. First of all, Mudavadi should not speak. Ruto is doing Mudavadi, even making Mudavadi look worse than what he was in NASA. The guy has just called a press conference talking about how the government have borrowed, how the public debt have reached 11 trillion, and he doesn't have even, and he's not even embarrassed. Anaongea na serikali yenyewe iko hapo nyuma yake tu anacheka. Mudavadi, sijui Mudavadi anahitaji maombi. Even he could be ask, even Ruto angekuwa kwa hiyo press conference, at least ingekuwa ina sense kitu ako serious. So between Ruto and Raila Odinga, who is more in government? Raila Odinga does not have any position in government. Even when you look at these public holidays, when they introduce the government, kulingana na protocol, wanaanza na president, deputy president Ruto, speaker of the two national assembly. Baba Wanga jina yake hata ikuji, wanarukanga mpaka wanaenda kwa mabalozi nini. So the people who should be answering about the public then, kwanza inafaa mtu wa kwanza ni Ruto, anafaa tuambie hiyo mambo ilifikaje hapo. Mtu kama Kimani Ichung'wah hata hafai kuongea. Yeye ndiye amekuwa chairman of the mambo na budget kutoka 2013 mpaka juzi venye ametolewa. So, Aden Duale yeye ndiye alikuwa majority kwa National Assembly kutoka 2013. Most of these proposals za kuomba loans, yeye ndiye alikuwa na hiyo wakati alikuwa akipitisha zote. So wakati mambo imeharibika, wamekanyaga gia. Sasa hivi wanaonekana tu wanataka hao ndio wanatetea wananchi. Yeye akasema the government is project zenye haisaidii wananchi, yani project zingine kama SGR waliboro kulingana na ile pesa ilikuwa inafaa kutumika kwa SGR, walifanya ikakuwa more than 50 times ile walikuwa wamepanga na Kibaki ilikuwa itumie not more than 100 billion, but kulingana na Ruto SGR ika cost more than 300 and something billion. So most of the project walikuwa na hizi overpriced. Unapata zile budget ilikuwa inafaa itumike wameifanya kama mara tano.
So yes, Bwana Jack, ni kama network yake inaleta shida kama tafadhali.
Imeenda juu press hapa wananchi mwenyewe. Wacha nimalize. Tumeona baba akiwa akikampeni pale Coast wakiwa na Sanjo. Upande ya Coast then kama baba ana shida yote, hata wakati hiyo ingine wakati Jubilee ilikuwa very strong, most of the coastal votes baba alikuwa akipata around 70% from Taita Taveta, Kwale, Mombasa up to Lamu. So I don't think now even because Ruto ameingia then kama kuna tishio sana hapo Coast. So ndachangia baadaye. Thanks.
Okay, thank you Sir Jack and the rest. We appreciate all of you that are joining us. We are glad for your submissions and thoughts. It's important that we get talking as Kenyans to be able to understand where we are so that we chart the way forward. This country needs help. This help may just come by what you speak on this particular platform. So let us all get serious, especially when we get here, because we are speaking to those that are concerned with what makes Kenya rock. So I want to appeal to everybody, especially on the comment section. Let's be serious, respect one another, do what is required, because this is the moment we've been waiting for. A historical elections that can make or break this country. So let's approach it with all the seriousness it deserves. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Tito. Tito, namna gani? Unmute alafu useme, umekuwa wapi?
Leo nimekuwahi, umenicheza mara mingi, nikijaribu kuingia, yani mliniwekea kisingiti. Nimefaulu leo. Nimekuwa wa pili.
Jiunge na stetemeshwa ngwingwi.
So, I greet you all. Let me just speak about the life of Kenyans. You are doing great, you people. Sasa mkikula Kenya, mnatuambia vile mmeikula, bali mmeifikisha, mnaitafuna kabisa. I appreciate. Hiyo kazi ni mzuri, but wale watu wanasaliwa wako na shida. So, let me just speak about Ruto na timu yake. Ndio wako na haki ya kuongea about Kenya kwa sababu ni nchi yao na lazima wafanye hivyo. So the only thing that ile wanaenda astray kutupatia proposal sila ambapo tunaona asitafanyika, na kutuambia bei itarudi chini, itafanya nini. Hiyo vitu walikuwa na chance ya kutuambia hiyo wakati ile nyingine ishapita. Hiyo vitu imesha cost watu, imeshafikisha watu kwa ukuta, ndio wanataka kuongelea saa hii. Sasa hizi Kenya imeenda astray. Pesa itatoka wapi kuja irikabe hivi vitu wanasema? Kwa sababu wanasema na mdomo na pesa wameweka. Unaona? Wataka wafanye nayo campaign, wakinunua watu, wakifanya nini. But hiyo sio kusaidia. Hiyo ni handout tu. So in real sense, baba wanamlaumu ako kwa serikali, deni imekuwa kubwa, ambapo saizi baba nafaa aingie kwa serikali, waanze kumlaumu kama deni iko kubwa na wao ndio walichukua, si yeye ndiye amechukua. But baba anaenda apige kiraka, atengeneze mambo yakuwe sawa, kwa sababu yeye ako na marafiki. Ule muda analia Kenya iko na deni kubwa, alikuwa anaitinisha hiyo deni ichukuliwe, akiwa hapo kama deputy, akiwa kama advisor, kwa sababu advisor akiwa mbaya mnaingia kwa shimo mkiwa wao. But anataka kwanza kuruka, unaona, yeye anaruka ngambo ile nyingine. So ameenda ameafektiwa Mudavadi. Mudavadi anachimbiwa kabisa shimo, yeye anachimbiwa, anaingia mwenyewe, na hata kuja kulaumu mtu, yeye atakufa na Atuoli. Najua atakufa na Atuoli, atasema Atuoli ndiye alifanya afike pale anaelekea. But hata Atuoli hajamlaani, alisema waje niongee tu kuhusu huyu Mudavadi, but hakumlaani. Alikuwa analaani watu wengine wadogo, but yeye akamwacha kando. But shimo anaendelea kuichimba kabisa, ameng'ang'ana, anataka shimo ionekane, Wakenya muone shimo yake, ile anataka kuingia. Yeye ako sawa, hiyo njia amefuata itamsaidia baadaye. Akiingia peke yake, sitopaki juu tukimwangalia akiwa chini. So Kenya is doing greater. Siasa imepamba moto, tunafurahia. Kwa sababu ya nini? Hii malumbano inafanya tunajua vitu mingi, kwa sababu vitu vingine hatukuwa tunajua, but tunaanza kujua kwa sababu ya kulumbana. APC iko ndani ya government, fulani ndiye amefanya hii, fulani ndiye ako na hii. It's greater. Tukishasikia vitu kama hizo, tunajua ni wapi tunaingilia, na wapi yenye mnakipisha, ni wapi yenye mtakuza, vitu fulani zimeingia wapi. So according to siasa, baba amekuwa Kwale, anajaribu kunawiri na analainisha tu, but tuko na, sijui alikuwa mrembo kani alikuwa hapo hivi, akasema tuko na stronghold zile zenye zinafaa baba waachane nazo, wang'ang'ane na pale penye hatuna kura na pale penye kura inafaa kutafutwa. Kama Mombasa, waachie mababi wa Mombasa wang'ang'ane kutingize kwa strong. Kisumu ilisemekana hata huko wasishukulike. Kisumu hiyo ni pact iko. Sasa ile kura inasumbua watu ni ile ya Western na Mount Kenya. Vita iko hapo. Kila wakati ukiona watu wakikimbia, wanakimbia Western Mount Kenya, Western Mount Kenya. Hii ndio makura sana swing. Alafu kidogo na Ukambani. Ukambani pia iko kilia sana. Sasa hiyo ndio inafanya kila mtu anafaa akimbie hii sehemu tatu. Ndio levelizing ya ground. Sasa ukifaulu kuingia mlima, utakuwa at least umesonga mahali. Ukifaulu kuingia Western, utakuwa umesonga mahali. Ukifaulu kuingia Ukambani, utakuwa at least umelevelize ground yako. So tuko na ground tatu zinafaa kushughulikiwa, kupikiwa. Alafu baba ako na upper hand upande wa wale Maoria, mnasemanga ni wapi Wachi, sijui wapi, hizo line zote at least baba anakuanga na watu huko wako strong. Pia wanampikia kampeni nzuri sana. Sasa kampeni iko sawa, haina ubaya, wacha wang'ang'ane, tuone outcome vile itakuwa ikifika tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, tuone kama tutapata president. But I'm sure baba ndiye atakuwa president, na kuja at least anyoroshe inji hii. Si wengine tukipatikana tupatange at least wametuachia makoko ile wamekula wamepakisha, tujue tunaanzia wapi tunaenda wapi. But sasa hizi mkiacha tu mtakosa kujua Kenya inaenda wapi natoka wapi. So about Livondo akona hint. Livondo hawezi kuongea na confidence hivyo kama ajui kitu yote. So hatuwezi sema ameongea, alikuwa amekunywa, alikuwa amefanya, na hapana. Anaongea kwa sopa. Ameenda kwa TCI, ameongea, amewapatia information na akarudi, which means akona confidence, akona kitu akonayo, ameiona mahali ameikalia. Sasa which means wakimuuliza mzuri atatoa information yote. Kenya iko na vitu mingi sana zinafanyika. I've been in Kenya for some times. I've been working with the security. I've been in some field. Sasa yenye unasapata information kiasi. So Livondo ako mahali ameshikilia, iko kitu ameishikilia. Na atapatia Wakenya wajue. Livondo ako rahisi sana kupatiana kitu Wakenya wajue. Ile kitu namhofia security yake. Mnasangojea atoe information, yeye ataangulie kuenda kabla information atoe. Unajua Kenya tuko na watu wako smart. Wana serious hiyo information, wanaisiri kabisa, na kusiri wanasiri yeye. Si ati wanasiri kitu kingine, yeye ndiye anakuwa sealed. So thank you so much. Nisichukulie time. Nimefaulu kuingia, at least nimewasalimia, nimesikia, nimeongea Kiswahili, at least niko poa. Sisi huku tuko poa, tuko sambamba.
Asante Tito, asante sana. Tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako katika mjadala wetu. And
nashukuru.
Order please, who is speaking?
Tito ndiye amesema nashukuru.
Okay, thank you. Keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. I wanted us to break the flow by listening to Mama Selina first. She's the only lady on the screen. She should be given priority. Then from there, we continue from TY. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Penat, salama sana.
Asante, karibu.
Sorry. Nilikuwa asante. Yes. Naona leo mambo ni sasa sijui tunasema nini, every day, every night tukiamuka tuna mambo mapya inatoka. So naona kulikuwa na mambo ya Livondo, alafu mambo ya baba akiwa Kwale. Alafu pia naona Mount Kenya vile watu wanachipanga. Western nikaona Azimio bado zinaendelea. Tukienda kwa mambo ya Livondo, niliona hata watu ya makaseti wakimuuliza hauchashikwa, akasema amepeana information. So tunajaribu kungoja tuone hiyo mambo amepeana juu ako na confidence ya kwamba watu watashikwa, watu wataitwa. Ukweli ya kwamba Kenyans wanataka kujua nini inaendelea. Ile kitu tunaomba ni amani, hata kama wanaendelea kufichua ile mambo sisi wa Kenya hatujui. Lakini pia Livondo ni mtu amekuwa kwa upande wa Kibaki, alikuwa upande hiyo ya serikali, so si mtu ametoka maybe ODM ama wanasema ametoka Azimio, no. Yeye ni mtu ya amekuwa kwa hiyo site ya serikali Jubilee, ama ilikuwa inaitwa PNU samani. So hiyo ni mambo. Alafu tukienda pale Kwale, hiyo mkutano, na unaona watu wanaendelea kudefect. Hiyo ndiye kitu naona sasa Mombasa, usipoongea mambo ya ODM ama na Azimio hauna chako. Na nikaona mama moja alisimama akamwambia baba, vita ya wamama muachie sisi wamama tupigane nayo, ya kwamba hiyo ni ukweli. Kama kuna wamama mnasemanga ndume mbili, lakini sasa hapa tutasema kuna lioness wanaamuka. Tuko na lioness kwa siasa ya Azimio, kwa upande ya baba tuko na malioness wengi, na huyo mama aliongea kwa niaba ya watu ya Kwale, alisema mambo mazuri na hiyo ni ukweli. But na nikaona pia wale watu wanashindana, lakini baba anaitwa baba, aliwapatia nafasi wakashautiana wafuasi. Dakika ya mwisho akawaita wote mbele, akawashika mkono. Sasa kutoka hapo ule mtu anajua ana watu yake watajaribu kufanya kazi pamoja. Na ile mtu ananifurahisha kila siku ni Babu Owino. This young gentleman anashika rada ya vijana. He is a young boy, na kuna kijana moja pia aliongea leo, hakukuwa lakini vijana walitaka yeye aongee, lakini wakati aliongea niliona ni mtu ako sense, ni kijana kiongozi, aliweza ambia baba mambo yote, na watu niliona walisikia. Those are the young leaders we want, ya kuonyesha vijana wengine njia, si kwa sababu amenunuliwa, lakini alisema mambo ya ukweli. So na nikaona mambo ya Coast in general wanaheshimu Hassan Joho, na wanaheshimu baba kwa sababu wanasema baba amekuwa na hawa, kwa sababu kulikuwa na mambo ya machimbo na ndio ukatusi imekuja, na watu wengi yenye serikali ikukuwa inawasaidia, ukatusi imeweza kufanya kazi mingi chenye ikifika sasa hiyo wakati ingine baba akichukua atatimiza. Mimi nina hakika ya kwamba hiyo 35% alikuwa anasema zinaenda counties, na akiendelea kupatiwa ingine another 5 years, naona kama counties watafika karibu 65, but tunaambia Mungu ndiye anajua. Nikirudi mambo ya Huda ama KKA, wamekuwa na mkutano moja, wanajaribu kukalia pale Meru, lakini jameni, ile kitu hata mimi inanishangaza. Naona Ichungwa anasema hataki kutusi baba, lakini anamuita mchawi, anamuita kitendawili. So I don't know hizo china mbili, moja ni Raila Odinga ama ingine anaitwa nani, because kama unaweza ambia Wakenya uwezi tusi mtu ya kitendawili, mchawi, hiyo ni kutuambia nini? Those nataka Temba tujue kama hizo ni majina ya baba, ndio tujue hajatusiwa, lakini still nataka kuambia Ichungwa na Tindi Nyoro, Samani Central, ungetaka kupata kura ulikuwa unatusi Raila. Ulikuwa unamuita hiyo machina yote na watu ya Central wangekubali. But for today, wamejua hiyo yote ilikuwa ni siasa. So sione faida ya nini wanajaribu kuongea hiyo China. Wanasema baba ndiye amefanya serikali ianguke. Wanasema baba ndiye anajua mahali pesa zimeenda. Na nikafurahia mwenye alisema wakati national government ama wakati sherehe ama wakati Uhuru Kenyatta anaita ministers, sijaiona baba akiketi pale kama deputy president ama akiketi pale kama nani, kwa sababu serikali wakati wanapoongea mambo yao, nina hakika prime minister aliyekuwa prime minister tukimuita na heshima na tukimuita baba achaingia kwa hizo mkutano. Lakini Wakenya vile mnatuambia Wakenya si wachinga, najua Wakenya wanajua mtu ya kwanza kwa serikali ni Uhuru Kenyatta, mtu wa pili ni deputy yake Ruto, na katiba ya Kenya ilituambiwa hata Uhuru hana uwezo ya kumtimua ama kumfuta. Kwa hivyo chochote vizuri inapatikana kwa serikali ya Jubilee, deputy president ako ndani. Chochote mbaya inapatikana kwa serikali ya Jubilee, deputy president ako ndani. Sasa Temba ama Penat, kuna mama wawili walikuwa nang'ang'ania mtoto, na sasa wakapeleka mtoto mbele ya mfalme, na wakasema basi huyu mama mwingine anasema huyu mtoto ni wangu. Mwenye aliua yake usiku alipeleka kwa mwenzake. Sasa mama ya mtoto, wakati sasa imefika kisu imeletwe, inawekwa hapo chini, mama msasi ya mtoto akasema hapana, wacha mimi nikae, patia huyo mama huyo mtoto amulee, nitaona akiwa uhai. Ule mwenye aliua yake akasema no, tuue huyu mtoto, wacha akufe, mimi na ule tuende hasara. Sasa mimi nataka kumuuliza Tibute, huyo mtoto munaua ni yako na Uhuru, baba ni mtu wako kando, na sasa mfalme anasema mwenye mtoto wewe umeua yako na unataka mwenzako auwe yake. So nataka Wakenya wajue hiyo ya kwamba kati ya hii mtoto wanang'ang'ania kati ya rais na Tibute, kwa sababu walichaguliwa pamoja, ni nani hasa ameua mtoto yake na anataka mwenzake mtoto yake auliwe. Ni sisi wa Kenya tuamue. Kwa hii mambo yote tunapatiwa, wewe kama Mkenya utaamua huyu mtoto ni wa nani. Kwa hii watu wawili wasituambie Raila, wasituambie nini machina wamemuita, kwa sababu wenyewe wabebe mtoto yao, na sisi wa Kenya tunajua mahali shida iko. Na sasa hii miaka 9 umeketi kwa serikali na hakuna project. Wacha Kenya. Mimi natoka Rift Valley. Nataka kujua project yenye tumekataa kufanyia wa Kenya lakini tumefanya kwetu Rift Valley. At least tukue na kitu ya kusema. Hata mkitufukuza tunajua kama Rift Valley tumefaitika. Itakuwa ni uchungu sana. Wakenya wanatufukuza na hata huko nyumbani hatukubeba chumvi. Penat, heri kama mtoto ya nyumba ingine analia na wako wameshipa. Nashangaa sana kama mtoto ya tirani analia, yako ya nyumbani analia. Jameni wa Kenya, tuko wapi? Kama hujaweza lisha kwako, mahindi ndio hiyo. Fertilizer mnatuambia si mungetupatia hata hiyo fertilizer na 2500, alafu Wakenya wakipigana pita na si tuseme no, at least masiwa yetu na mbolea tuko nayo. Sasa Wakenya, Rift Valley tunalia pile wengine wanalia. Hata kama wapendi kusema, tunaambiwa panya akiwa mbaya ni yako, lakini saa zingine panya ikikula manguo yote kwa nyumba, unatembea na unakuwa na firaka, itapiti unakataa hiyo panya kukaa karibu na wewe, utafute chenye utaweza kutengeneza nyumba. So at least ni 6 months tunataka ukweli. Huyu baba akiwa prime minister alitufanyia nini kama Wakenya? Hakukuwa president, but hiyo wakati kidogo lazima kuna kitu amefanya. Wewe nyinyi wenye mliandikwa, nyinyi wenye mlikuwa na serikali ya Raila kidogo, na sasa mkakuja mkaunda serikali na Uhuru. Aisru, President Uhuru alikuwa huko juu, na wewe hata kiti kidogo, hiyo kiti moto ulipatiwa. Hiyo watu ya Central wanapika mdomo na kuita majina. Situambie ukiti yenye apart from wheelbarrow, apart from hiyo pesa ya marambe, sidhani kama kuna kitu kingine hawa watu wametuambia. Mudavadi hata msiongee kuhusu yeye. Tunapoteza wakati kwa sababu Western walifunga mambo yao, hataki kurudi kupeleka tribute Western, anapeleka Central. Afanye nini? Kama saa hii baba, watu ya Coast wako na viongozi yao uko Western, naona Wamalwa, Wamunyinyi na Obaranya wanaongea, wanashika hata na Wamalwa. Ninaona kila mahali watu wanafanya siasa kupoteza wakati Central. Wewe Mudavadi ni kingpin ya Western. Chukua mtoto yetu, peleka Western, tupate hiyo kura yote ya Western, ndio tujue wewe Mudavadi unauliza ati unapepwa. Wewe ndio ulipepwa na Raila, si ati Raila anyway, nani anapepa nani? Wewe ndio ulipepwa, umekuwa msiko kwa baba, unaanguka, anakurudisha. Sasa hii unaenda Central, unawadanganya. Hata hii watu ya Central, simuulize Mudavadi, tukiwapa kura zetu na nyinyi mko na ngapi? Watu wanapepwa tu. Anyway, hiyo ni mzuri. Kama mimi nafikiria hiyo ni mambo ni mzuri, lakini we need to reject uongo. Kuja peana sera za kutosha. Wewe Mudavadi, wewe umesomea economy, na sasa direct hiyo mambo mahali inatakikana. But I am so happy unaongea mambo ya serikali, tribute president akiketi chini, ukitusi Uhuru, umetusi Ruto, kwa sababu wote walichakuliwa kwa tikiti moja, the same time, the same day, watatoka siku moja. Sasa kati ya Ruto na Mudavadi sijui nani anadanganya nani. Kuna mtu wako na warembo wawili, analala na huyu, akipenduka anaambia huyu sijafanya kitu, na huyu mwingine akimuuliza ni kama uko pale, anasema lakini hapana. Wacha niwaachie hapo, wacha nisikie maoni ya Wakenya, lakini tunaomba amani, tupike kura ya salama, tupeleke wanaume nyumbani. Asante, kwa sababu hiyo timu sijaona wamama sana. Kwa hivyo timasalas wenye hawana mabibi ama hawana maboma ndio wanatumwa nyumbani, lakini wamama mchunge, msipelekwe na wanaume hawana watoto, alafu Kenya itakuwa ngumu. So wamama yote simameni Azimio, ndio tuchunge mapoma na mchunge Kenya, kwa sababu Kenya bila mama hakuna. So hii team Asolas wamesema hawajaoa, hawana watoto, wanataka tu kukula peke yao. na wale kamwiste sao wanapotea. Sioni kamwiste kama batu wako wengi, so nafikiri ile room ilikuwa 3 something. Unajua wanaume wakienda raundi moja hataki kurudia hapo, so kamwiste nafikiri kasi yao imeisha.
Thank you Mama Selina, nashukuru kwa maoni yako, mchango wako. Wewe ni mama wa nguvu. Tunakushukuru sana kwa kuendelea kujumuika nasi katika maongezi. Naamini tunapokea mambo mazuri ambayo tunafaa kuiangalia kwa kina. Haswa ile suala la Mudavadi anampeleka David President kwa mlima kivipi? Si anapaswa kumpeleka Mululu, awarai watu wa Mululu wamfuate nini, tena ampeleke hapo chini, tena hapo Shamahoho, aambie watu wa Shamahoho ni huyu ndiye nimepata, ni mzuri, naomba tumpokee, ateremke pale na Baholo awaambie. Sasa yeye anapanda huko kwa mlima, akienda huko kwani akona inheritance huko. Very powerful point. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele, na kabla nimlete TY, watu wa comments tafadhali hakikisha kwamba una heshima inadumu. Heshimu watu. Kuna haja ya kutusi mtu. Mtu akiamini vingine na vile unavyoamini, yeye ana haki ya kuamini vile anavyoamini, na wewe una haki vile unavyoamini. Lakini ikifika siasa ya Kenya ama maendeleo ya Kenya, ni muhimu kila mmoja aangalie ukweli. Usifuate uongo kwa sababu unaamini uongo. Imani ambayo ni potovu haiwezi kuwa bora kwa sababu unaiamini. Kama ni potovu itakupotosha tu, uiamini usiamini. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu kudadisi mambo na kuangalia kwa kina kama ni ya kweli ama sio ya kweli. Licha hiyo, vuta sehemu yako, mwamba ngoma uvuta kwake, okay? Pull your direction but with facts, not with insults and disrespect. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tukirejea kwa huo mkururo 3 to 5 minutes tafadhali, so that people don't stay on the queue for long. TY, karibu.
Habari yako Bernard?
Fiti kabisa, namna gani?
Niko mzuri. Ninataka kusema kwamba hii kitu tunaona saa hii kuhusu cost of living is just something to muddy the waters. Ni wanajua sagana inaenda kufanyika, so what they are doing, they are just muddying the waters. Wanajaribu ku create talking, ni kama vile sasa serikali kitu kifanyika wanafanya ku divert attention sasa. So that is what they are doing. So there is no mileage watapata hapo. Watu wanajua they are the ones who contributed to that. So what they want, wanataka tu watu wafikirie hiyo maneno. Alafu ukikuja uangalie hii maneno kuhusu maneno ya kuwekelea Raila amefanya hii amefanya, niliwauliza jana waniambie alinominate nani kwa cabinet secretary, alinominate nani akakuwa majority leader mwenye anapeleka issues za serikali kwa parliament. Hakuna. Raila anasign hiyo budget, hayuko hapo. Sasa unaona hiyo ni uongo mtupu. Lakini hii maneno ya Livondo ukiangalia vizuri, anaongea kulingana, ni kama ako na baki, ni kama the state is with him. Unaona, huku Kenya tunasema wale wenye Kenya wako na yeye. Juu huwezi sema vitu kama hizo kama hauna proof. Na pia 2007 alitumika na wenye Kenya bado. Alikuwa anajaribu kuzuia Raila kukua MP Lang'ata. So alitumika tu na wenye Kenya. Sasa ukisikia, alafu hii maneno ya Livondo inaweza kuonesha Moses Kuria ako wapi. Haizi kusema ako wapi kwa sababu unajua huko kwao wakisema hivyo anaweza lose popularity, lakini inakuonesha kwa sababu Moses Kuria aliinsist lazima huyu mtu aongee. So hiyo inaweza kukuonesha tu vizuri Moses Kuria ako wapi, ingawa hatasema, lakini hapo ndio yuko. Haya, sasa tukishaangalia hiyo maneno tunakuja kuangalia kuhusu huku Central. Ukiangalia Kabando who's a very respectable leader wa Mount Kenya, amesema kitu ya ukweli kusema Ruto ako na 70% Mount Kenya, which is true. Sasa kitu yenye Azimio anafanya ni kusimamisha Muturi. Muturi anasimamishwa pale kukula ile voti ya Embu, ya Meru na ya Tharaka Nithi. Hiyo ndo Muturi anasimama hapa. Sasa ukisikia hata akitusi rais akifanya nini, anajua nini anafai kufanya ndio akule ile kura. Ni vile vile walisimamisha Mudavadi 2013. Sasa lazima wamejua Mount Kenya East itakuwa ngumu, sasa waje wasimamishe Muturi pale. Muturi ataenda mpaka kwa debe. na ataenda huko hata labda atapata even 700,000 votes, hiyo ujue amechukua kwa Ruto, juu Ruto ndo angepata hizo kura. So ukikuja huku kwingine, hata Raila anaweza kung'ang'ana apate 25-30, lakini hatujui. Lakini kwa sababu tunangoja hiyo maneno ya Sagana, though sioni kama ita make effect. Watu huko washakasirishwa sana, wameambiwa rais amefanya hivi, so most of the people they are going to vote against Uhuru, you see, and they are not going to vote against Uhuru. Their issue is just that how can you work with Raila? That is their issue. They don't like that man. They have been sold all kinds of lies, all kinds of hate against him. A few will vote with Uhuru, like a million might listen to Uhuru, but majority. And then still the issue of voter apathy. I think that will be really a big hindrance for Tangatanga, because I think around 15% may not come out to vote the way they normally come out to vote. So you can find the voter turnout is around 80, is around, and that will be very bad for Tangatanga. So he needs around 99%. The way they used to do, they even going for people in the hospital, they're bringing them. Now it will be only a few people will go out, so it will still be damage to him. And then I can ask the Azimio team to try and talk to Kalonzo. You know, he's the one who controls the Kamba vote. The three governors do not control the vote. He's the one who had the vote. A lot of Kambas listen to him. So yeah, that is all I can say. And we wait to see more revelations from Livondo. And the issue about high cost of living, you know, these things we've been challenging. They've been there. Sisi watu wa nini tulisema hizi vitu 2017, tukaimba, tukaambiwa sisi tusiwaambie kwani nyinyi hamuna pesa, tukaboycott, lakini maisha tu iko vile vile. So hata ukienda uchague nani aingie president, tutalia tu kutukiwa wote. So people should stop voting with emotions that you are sending Raila home. Some people say that nguruwe wa SDA na Waislamu wanachukia nguruwe, lakini haiwezi zuia nguruwe kunona. So hata kama utachukia kina Uhuru na Raila, haiwezi kuwazuia kuendelea kuishi vizuri. Wataishi tu vizuri. Uhuru ataenda Ichaweri, Raila aende Bondo, wakae kwa mansion zao, alafu nyinyi ndio mtawatafuta. Like the Kenyans like to blame Raila. Raila can go quiet for a month, waanze kuuliza, oh Raila mbona usemi pesa inaibiwa? Raila mbona usemi? He is an old man. After this he's going to retire. And I was also wanted to say another thing that I think I forgot. Okay, I think I've forgotten what I wanted to say, but I think that's enough. Thank you. I can donate my time to somebody else. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, TY. I appreciate your contribution. Let's keep the conversation going. Before we go to Bantu, let's listen out to this video. I pray that it plays without hiccups. Okay.
The hue and cry from the Finance Act that was signed into law by President Uhuru Kenyatta has not died down even after the Energy Regulatory Commission announced a reduction of pump prices following the 50% reduction of VAT on petroleum products. The Jubilee administration facing a backlash, accused of overtaxing Kenyans as a result of overborrowing. But Deputy President William Ruto has defended the new tariffs, claiming it was the only way the government would manage its affairs and engage in meaningful development.
Because we are an independent country. Independence comes with power and authority that we can, as a people, determine and decide our affairs, our leaders, our future, our program. But with that power and authority also comes responsibility, that we have to be responsible for our affairs, meaning that we have to take charge of how our development goes forward.
Ruto says the government is keen on cutting on wastage while upscaling the war on graft to deal with errant public servants plundering the taxpayers' money.
We must be accountable that whatever resources, whatever Kenyans contribute must be put in development, in things that will change and transform our country.
With fears that the cost of living will now skyrocket, the Deputy President warned that the government would deal firmly with businesses that are still overpricing their commodities, even after the 50% reduction on fuel.
Kama mwananchi alikuwa analipa ushuru shilingi 100, ukiongeza 8% inafaa kuwa shilingi 108. Lakini unakuta yule ameongeza kutoka 100 mpaka 170. Alafu anasema ni kwa sababu bei ya mafuta imeongezwa. Kwani wewe hiyo hesabu yako unafanya hesabu ya aina gani?
Members of Parliament present challenging their colleagues dissatisfied with the passage of a finance bill in the National Assembly Thursday evening to go to court.
There are so many good things that are happening in this country, so that you ask yourself sometimes, why are we so much in emphasizing the negative, yet we have a lot of positives? You find ourselves, we are having too much anger. Tuko na hasira nyingi. Na ukiuliza mtu exactly hasira yako ni nini, it cannot point exactly.
Lazima serikali iweke mikakati kuhakikisha ya kuwa wafanyibiashara hawafanyi kazi ya taking advantage ya mwananchi wa kawaida, kufinyilia mwananchi na kuongeza bei ya bidhaa wakidai ya kuwa ni mambo ya ushuru.
Na watu tumekuwa tukilipa ushuru kwa miaka mingi sana bila kupata chochote. Heri hii ushuru ambaye tunalipa sasa na tunaona matunda.
John Jacob Kuria, Channel 1.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Naomba sasa Bantu Warrior, njoo sasa tueleweshe vile mambo yanavyoenda. Asante.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Nawasalimia wote hapo mliopo, na pia vile vile tunamwombea Mungu sana ndugu yetu Aaron apate afya njema. Tunamhitaji pia katika panel yetu, lakini kitu muhimu ni afya yake kwanza. Nawasalimia sana wote,
Sam, Alex, Mama Selina na wengi hapo mliopo hapo kwenye panel. Mada ya leo ni kulingamana na Stanley Livondo kama sikosei, na inaonekana si maneno ya kudharauliwa kama vile wengine wanafikiria. Inaonekana iko kitu nyuma yake, na hakuwa arrested actually, alikuwa summoned kwenda kwa DCI. Sio kama vile unakwenda unapeleka polisi haraka unakwenda beba, hapana. Alienda yeye na alikuwa in time mapema, kama alipokuwa anatarajiwa alifika hapo. Na vile vile alikuweko na lawyers wake, si chini ya mmoja ama wawili, na vile vile alikuwa na security vile vile amepatiwa. Na vile alipokuwa anaongea utaona kuwa sio kimya vile watu wanafikiria kuwa pengine alikuwa mlevi ama alikuwa amelewa kama ambaye sijui alikuwa anatoka wapi. Ni mtu alikuwa anaongea, anajua ni kitu gani anaongea. Na Waswahili wanasema unapoona moshi wakati wowote jua kuna moto chini yake. Na yes, kuna moto chini yake, na bado hatujaona vitu, hatujasikia mengi. Ni wengi wanahusika, wengi sana wanahusika, na utaona pia DCI haikumweka kifungoni ama kumfunga ama kumweka kumzuia. Alitoka nje na confidence, yaani uchunguzi umeshukuru na mambo ambayo yeye amekuja nayo, na hafichi kitu, lakini pia hakuweza kusema mengi, mengine lazima awe anazuia. Kitu tunaomba Wakenya, si sote ni Wakenya, tunaombeana Mungu sote pamoja na rais wetu
mtukufu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, kiongozi wetu ambaye anashikilia, ana busara na umakini, na tunaendelea vile vile kusikiza maoni yake na kumfuata yeye. Na kuna mengi alisema, wakati wa kazi umekwisha, sasa ni wakati wa siasa. Tsunami, kama nawaambia mara nyingi sana, it is on the way coming, na itafagia watu wengi sana. Wachana na hiyo earthquake, hii ni tsunami, ikija inabeba watu wengi, walioko ofisini, walioko katika ministries, ambao wako kwenye makanisa, ambao wako barabarani, ambao wako ndani ya nchi, ambao wako nje ya nchi, wengi sana. Sina mengi sana kwa hivi sasa. Bina, namsalimia Alex pia, natoa nafasi kwa wengine. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Bantu Warriors. We appreciate your contribution. Let's move on fast. Bwana Wangira.
How are you, Bernard?
I am fine. Good to see you.
How is everybody?
They look fine.
Okay. Tunaona joto la kisiasa linaendelea kupanda, and the stakes are getting high. And because the stakes are getting high, and William Ruto and team having discovered that the ground is shifting, they have now moved to propaganda as perhaps their only savior this time. Because from yesterday we saw them running running that hashtag. From yesterday we saw them running that hashtag, lower food prices by proxy. You don't know exactly who started the hashtag, but if you follow it deeply, you'll discover that whoever started this hashtag, lower food prices, is doing it by proxy for the Tanga team. And again, today they have started another propaganda also online, where they are trying to compare how the situation was before the handshake and how the situation is after the handshake. And they are coming up with all manner of propaganda. When you look at the education sector, when you look at the health sector, in a number of areas, they are portraying that things are worse during the handshake than they were before the handshake. And today again, they held some press conference in Meru. And in a statement that was read by Musalia Mudavadi, they threatened to boycott. What they now call mischievous 2022-2023 budget. The budget that is going to be read, the 2022-2023 budget. If their concerns are not addressed, if their concerns are not adequately addressed, and they have gone further to warning the Treasury against signing for any more loan or floating any sovereign bond. Again, they have purported that the CS Treasury, Mr. Yatani, has prepared a proposal and has prepared a new proposal to set a higher debt ceiling of up to approximately 12 trillion shillings. That's what they were saying today. And they also accused him of borrowing in excess of the ceiling without approval of parliament. So if you look at what Tanga are now doing, you know, they have decided to go into the real propaganda war. And you know, they are trying to hit Uhuru Kenyatta head on through propaganda. And I don't know whether President Uhuru Kenyatta is going to get seated comfortably and watch as people hit him directly. I believe that he's also going to react. And as we move forward, you know, we are going to see how hot things are going to get. Today, we saw Livondo visiting the DCI, and for Livondo, let me leave it at that, because he visited the DCI and he said what he said. And because I don't want to be speculative, allow me to leave it at that, Bernard. Then for the second time today in Mombasa, Kalonzo Musyoka and Raila Odinga met for the second time. And if you watch Kalonzo Musyoka in Kwale today, as much as he was purporting to play hardball, but he was so clear that mnajua pale hatuwezi enda huko kwa afisadi, lakini hao wengine nao tutaongea. So he was just putting it clear that with Raila Odinga, they are going to have a round table and eventually they will agree on the way forward. Today, it has come out clearly that the Sagana tree will be held, and it's going to be held this Wednesday. This Wednesday, the 23rd of February, 2022. That's when the Sagana tree will be held. And I know Apo Sagana tree, that's where the real fire will be seen. Hapo ndio ile moto ya kuchoma tangatanga. Nikisema moto sisemi moto ya moto, lakini moto ya kisiasa, ile ya kuchoma tangatanga, hapo ndio pale itawashwa, ndio hapo. As we move forward, at the end of the week, we are also expecting the Jubilee. We are also expecting the Jubilee and ODM National Delegate Conference that will be held on Friday and Saturday. And we will be keenly watching and observing to see what will come out of that. You know, it's so unfortunate that we are in a country where people want to eat their cake and at the same time have it. Just a year or 1.5 years ago, you know, William Ruto was among those guys who are advocating for the increase of taxes. And we have newspaper cuttings to that effect that he advocated for the increase of taxes. So who is he today to start blaming the government for having increased taxes beyond the limit? And again, I heard him in Meru, Tharaka Nithi. Was it Meru, that area today, where he was saying that, you know, during my time, the government only borrowed 4 trillion shillings, and during the handshake time, they borrowed 7 shillings. So, you know, he does not tell us when he ceased to be part and parcel to the government, because we have been seeing him celebrating all the achievement of President Uhuru Kenyatta's government. Then, when it comes to issues like the debt that the country is in now, you see him telling Kenyans that, you know, during my time we only borrowed 4 trillion, and during their time they have borrowed 7 trillion. So, if you are celebrating what President Uhuru Kenyatta has achieved, and you know, to achieve what President Uhuru Kenyatta has achieved, you needed to borrow, because the roads we are seeing being built have been built on borrowed money. The infrastructures we are seeing around the country have been done on borrowed money. And if you want to celebrate such a milestone achievement for this country, and you also don't want to be a partaker to the debt that the country is in, then you are one guy that is eating your cake and at the same time saying you want to keep it. For Sabina Chege, and that's my final take, just as I had said last week, and just as I had proposed last week, Sabina Chege has now moved to the High Court to stop the proceedings at the IEBC on the grounds that I gave last week for those who were on this platform. Because last week, those who listened to me, I didn't understand under what jurisdiction IEBC was asking Sabina Chege to appear before it. I did not understand, and I questioned their jurisdiction to someone, Sabina Chege. And I'm happy to see that she's now in court, and let us see what the High Court will come out with, and whether they will stop the IEBC permanently from summoning her. That's all I have for now, Bernard. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira, for your contribution. I would love us to move forward, but before that, let us listen out to this. Please, everybody, keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. When your mic is on, it provides, it irritates by providing a feedback. Okay, let's listen out to this.
Mimi nataka niwaeleze, hata ingawaje tuko na changamoto, lakini there is tremendous transformation going on in Kenya. Nikiongea saa hizi, barabara tunajenga Nandi County. Vifaa ya hospitali tumezindua Nandi County. Miradi ya maji inaendelea Nandi County. Sitima tunaunganisha Nandi County. Na inafanyika Kenya mzima. Kwa hivyo, wale wanatukosoa ni sawa, lakini pia wajue kuna kazi inaendelea Kenya hii. Na watu tu wasitupigie makelele ati iko shida hii, iko shida ile. Hata hii ushuru ambayo tumeuliza kwa Wakenya. Tumeuliza ushuru sio kwa sababu ya kuuliza ushuru kwa kukosa kazi ya kufanya. Tuko na plan ya kutumia hiyo pesa. Hatujauliza tu ushuru. We have a comprehensive plan on how Kenya is going to change. So we are not just asking for resources. Mimi nataka niwaulize wale ambao wako na maswali, waketi chini na sisi, tuwaambie agenda yetu ni kujenga reli. Tumefikisha Nairobi, inakuja Naivasha. Barabara tunajenga Nandi County iko kilomita 350. Kenya mzima iko kilomita 7,000. Tunaunganisha stima, imefika 6.8 million. Nia yetu ni kufikisha 100% in the next.
Sorry. As we dive into the discussion, it is good for us to remind ourselves where we have been and why we find ourselves where we are and what has changed and who caused whatever happened. Ni wakati wa kumsikiliza Simon Jumba changie naye. Karibu Simon.
Asante sana. Habari zenyu wote?
Salama, namna gani?
Mzuri kabisa bwana Bernard.
Karibu.
Nashukuru sana kwa hiyo chance. Na ningependa kusema hivi. Hii watu wa tangatanga nikianza na hawa. Wanaona kama Mkenya ni mtu mjinga sana. Ama ni mtu ambaye haelewi chenye kinaendelea ama haoni chenye kinaendelea. Huyu bwana Ruto ndiye ako kwa serikali. Hiyo si ni kweli? Raila hajakuwa kwa serikali, na wakati Raila alikuwa kwa serikali, ile wakati akiwa prime minister, kuna vitu naweza taja. Unaona hiyo Thika highway walikuwa na yeye na Kibaki, na hiyo Thika highway Raila alichangia pakubwa sana ikatengenezeka. Mambo ya masomo, Masomo, mimi nimepata vitabu za bure. Ukienda shule unaenda kupata vitabu huko. Tulikuwa tunanunuliwa uniform tu, tunaambiwa enda shule na bag. Lakini wakati hawa Ruto na Uhuru wameingia, masomo sio bure, kwa sababu unakuta mzazi amelimbikiziwa gharama, anaambiwa nunua vitabu, nunua matextbook, nunua sijui nini. Wakati wa Kibaki na Raila, textbook zilikuwa zinanunuliwa, infrastructure, shule zilikuwa zinajengwa, na watoto walikuwa wanasoma bila tatizo lolote. Lakini saa hii mambo ilibadilika. Haya, huyu Ruto huyu mmoja anasema ati serikali haijafanya kitu. Yeye ako kwa serikali na yeye ndio deputy president, na anaenjoy ama anafurahia mambo, anakula mshahara kwa hiyo serikali. Hawezi kukuja hapa leo hii anatuambia ati serikali haijafanya kazi, sasa mimi nitafanya. Amekuwa hapo miaka 9, na hii miaka 9 ni nini anaweza tuambia amefanya kama deputy president yeye kivyake? Waachane sasa na Uhuru mwenye anasema ati after handshake kila kitu imebadilika, maisha ya mwananchi imekuwa vibaya kwa sababu ya handshake. Handshake imebadilisha sana, handshake ilileta amani sana. Kama sio handshake, hata Uhuru ungeona kama ako na kitambi. Uhuru alikuwa amekonda kwa sababu nchi ilikuwa babaya kabisa, na yeye kama kiongozi hangekuwa na amani, which is true, because if I'm a leader and my people are suffering, I cannot be okay. Lazima nitafute amani, na hiyo ndio kitu yenye Uhuru alitafuta, amani. And I really thank Uhuru kwa sababu he is a wise leader, because kama angetafuta Raila wapate hiyo handshake, amani ingekuwa Kenya. Watu tulikuwa hatuna amani kabisa, nchi ilikuwa imekosa amani kabisa. Na huyu mtu mwenye huyu Ruto, we love him, he is our fellow Kenyans, lakini kuna vitu zingine anafanya. Hata ukiona siasa zake za kampeni anapiga, anachekelea maskini. How can you tell us that you are a hustler and you have like 6 private jets surely, and you are telling us that wewe ni maskini? Maskini gani? Unashuka kwa ndege, unaweka kwa wheelbarrow, ukiona ukiwekwa kwa wheelbarrow unaanza kusukuma ukiambia watu wewe ni hustler. Hiyo ni kuchekelea mtu maskini. Mtu kama huyo sasa akipewa uongozi sisi tunataka umaskini ama sisi wale watu tuko chini, average people, we need to be given hope. Tunataka kupewa hope ati in future we are going somewhere. So wewe kama unataka uongozi wetu, tuwezi kukupea uongozi ukituambia tunasherekea umaskini ati sasa nataka kuinua mama mboga. Mama mboga huyu amekuwa hapo hiyo miaka 9 yeye akiwa kwa uongozi. Yeye kama deputy president amesaidiaje huyo mama mboga? Angekuja kwanza atuambie, mimi hii miaka 9 nimesaidia mama mboga hivi, nimesaidia vijana wa pikipiki hivi, ndio tuweze kuona akona point. What he is doing is insult. Anadharau wenzake, anatukana huyo president, anatukana Raila. Raila ndiye unaona, these two guys like Musalia Mudavadi and Ruto, they have been introduced to politics by Raila himself. Kama sio Raila, hawa watu hata hatukuwa tunawajua. Mimi hata sikuwa najua Ruto ni nani kama sio Raila kuwa introduce. Mimi ni Mluya, Mudavadi pale Mudavadi anatoka, mimi najua hapo, mimi huko ni nyumbani. Lakini Mudavadi tangu akue kwa serikali, hata ukienda hiyo barabara ya huko Sabatia huko ni mbaya, unaona. Lakini ukiangalia Raila vile alishikana na Oparanya, hiyo barabara saa hizi imejengwa, unaona. So Mudavadi, I don't know, huyo ni mtu amepotea. Mluya mwenye amepotea, ukiongezea Wetangula wamepotea, hawajui mahali wanaenda kisiasa. they have now completely died politically. And sijui kama hata after hii election, na vile ninajua Raila anaenda kuchukua na landslide, na hata before wamalize kutangaza, Ruto atakubali matokeo mapema sana round hii, kwa sababu this is time for Raila to lead us. Raila amelia kila wakati, anajaribu wanamnyang'anya, anajaribu wanamzuia. We need to give Raila chance to lead us so that we know, hata kama ni mbaya tujue ubaya wake. Wanatuambia tu ati Raila ni mbaya, unakuta huyu mtu anatukana Raila ati ni mzee. Ruto sio mtoto. Ruto ako na watoto wenye wako na watoto wamezaa. So you cannot tell us Raila is mzee. Kagame alikuwa president for how long? Moi amekuwa president for how long? Mpaka akazeeka na amekuwa president, ameongoza sisi. So siasa za Ruto kuna vile anapiga siasa zingine za uchuki, na utaona mtu kama huyo sasa ukimpea hata uongozi hawezi ongoza watu vizuri, kwa sababu tamaa, anapiga siasa za tamaa. Hata vijana ati sasa ni vijana wanajiita vijana, Mudavadi na Weta, hao wamepotea. After hii campaign kumalizika watatupwa, hata kabla haijamaliza sidhani kama itaisha, watakuwa wametupwa nje. Ruto alikuwa ameshajipanga na hawezi chukua ma-DVD kama running mate wake. It is hard. Na hiyo hata watu wengi wanajua hiyo. Ma-DVD hawezi kuwa running mate wa Ruto. Unaona? Haya, tukikuja kwa story ya Livondo has truth. Na ukiona hata wakati
anza kutamatisha muda.
Nashukuru. Haya, Livondo ako na point, na ukiona mtu anaongea na courage ako na ukweli fulani. So sisi tunangoja tujue mambo itakuwaje, but kumaliza tu ni kwamba watu wafungue macho. Raila is our brother. Hata kama watu wanasema ati mbaya nini, lakini sisi tutampea kura. Mimi nitaamka mapema sana nipigie huyo mzee kura, nione uongozi yake. Sawa, nashukuru. Naachia hapo.
Thank you Simon, we appreciate your contribution. Na tunashukuru siasa inajipanga. Naomba tu kila mmoja acheze kama yeye kulingana na kutetea Kenya. Hakikisha kwamba Kenya inafanya nini, inasonga mbele. No matter what decision you take. Hold on. Simon, will come back to you. Have another chance to submit. Right now, I want to go to the next person. But this is my point. No matter what decision you take as far as 2022 elections are concerned, make sure it is progressive. If this country can make one step forward, it's a better vote than you voting for us to go back to where we have been and worse than where we are. So let's think deeply on this. I keep emphasizing so that when you go to that booth to cast your vote, let it be out of information, not out of emotions, and not out of lies that have been propagated. And then it is that important. So tunaenda kumsikiliza Sam, ni nizamu ya Sam kuongea, alafu tusonge mbele. Tafadhali tulinde muda ili tusiweke watu kwa queue sana. 3 to 5 minutes strictly. Thank you.
Thank you, panelist. Thank you, Bernard, Madam Selina Wangui, Juma Wangira, and Alex. I know you are the background.
No, niko mzee na kusikiza kwa makini sana.
Asante sana.
Shukrani sana. Tuko hapa wazee wakiwa hapa, jambo aliharibiki.
Asante. Let me go straightforward to Madam Selina said about suffering. Thank you so much, Madam. Nasema asante sana kwa kuongea ukweli wako. Kwa Rift Valley, we have a problem like a Central. Sio like Central peke yake, the whole of Kenya. Kulingana na mambo ya fever, but what we call it, the basic necessity ambaye tunahitaji, ambaye ni chakula. The basics, two things, basic necessity: chakula, maji na dawa. We are all suffering in whole Kenya, regardless. Those are the most important things. Second thing, Madam Selina, najua kulingana na wewe kuwa Central wanadanganywa, pengine wanadanganywa na pengine sijui, wewe ndio pengine, mimi unaona tu kwa mtandao. It can be that way. Hii ni yako, mimi sijui, na siwezi sema wanadanganywa, sababu Wakenya wamesoma, wanaangalia kila kitu yote, wako kwa mtandao, they analyze it, they can come to their conclusion individually. Nasema individually, kila mmoja anakuja na conclusion yake. Sasa Mr. Wangira, mzee mwenzangu, umesema kuwa Ruto ameweka sisi Kenya kwa shida nyingi kulingana na vile. Umesema juu ya vile umeongea leo juu ya mambo ya kupunguza vifaa vya chakula, basic necessity. Wamesema leo, mimi mwenyewe hata niangalia kwa mtandao, I saw it, wakisema we are putting 5 billion, we are proposing 5 billion in the parliament vile hao, na nilisema jana, in the next days mtaona vitu vingine vikibadilika. Wameongea juu ya mambo ya naitwa nini, having that bill of 5 billion Kenya shillings ya kuweza kupunguza mahitaji ama the basic necessity ya human to live, mwana binadamu hawezi kuishi, ambaye ni chakula. Hiyo sijui wameongea hivyo, itaenda kwa mswada, itaenda kwa bungeni, bila wabunge wataamua. I may not know it. Ikiwa kama watapinga, wabunge watapinga, mtajua nyi wenyewe ni nani ama ni wapi, ni kusudi gani ambayo imepingwa. Mimi sitaki kuongea theories, I always talk what I know myself. Inakuja current Wangira, juu ya current government over borrowing. Inaweza kuwa pengine kulingana na kila mmoja wetu ambao tuko hapa na wale ambao wako naangalia sisi ambao wanatusikiza, inaweza kuwa the government over borrowed during 2013-2015. Sijui, lakini according to what the previous the first Uhuru's government borrowed, it was about 4.5, I think 5 trillion Kenya shilling. If and when, I say if and when, I don't want to be misquoted. I'm very clear. I don't want to be misquoted. If and when walitumia pesa kwa njia mzuri, ikiwa kama walitumia pesa kwa njia mzuri, according to my assumption, perhaps they might have not used it in a very good, proper way. I don't want to. My assumption is pengine walitumia kwa njia mzuri ama wakutumia kwa njia mzuri, mimi sijui. The second term of Uhuru, if and when, I say if and when, unajua, mimi najua kuna wakalimani wengi hapa ambao watu wako wanasikiza na background, watanijibu kwa njia nyingi. If and when the second term, Uhuru said he has been working so friendly, so freely? I can say yes. He worked so freely. He has tried to accomplish his own, whatever he had in his own mind as the president of the country, to the citizen of this, the Kenyan citizens. That one I can say yes, because one thing, he saw the problem which the Kenyan citizen had to underwent. So he had to put everything, everybody, even his own deputy, outside his own mind, in order for him to fulfill for the citizen of Kenya. To me, I said he did a very good thing. Otherwise, mpaka saizi ikiwa kama angesimama farm kulingana na vile walikuwa wamepanga mara ya kwanza, I don't think Kenya could have been, ungefikia kiwango ambayo Ruto anasema 8 million watu wa stima, really maybe 7,000 or 10,000. I don't want to know. I don't want to do this. Those are the things which are less concern of me. The other thing about Livondo.
Sam, finalize, please. Finalize.
Yeah, I'm finalizing. There are 3 things about Wangira. 1 thing about Wangira, and 2 things about Juma. Very, very shortly. 1 minute, please. About Livondo, there are things which I said some 2 days ago in this forum. I said the security issue should not be brought into such a forum, because those are paramount issues. So whatever Livondo talk about it, or whatever I saw it according to social media, what do you call it, Korea said about Livondo, I said let's just rest that way. They know themselves. I don't want to touch about that thing. Mr. Juma, you know, there are things, Sir Juma, Simon Juma, there are things we may talk just to please the audiences or whatever they're watching us, so that we can make it to be liked. You know what? Stand with your own principle. If you don't have principles, moral principles, if you don't have moral principles, you are just a man.
So Bwana Sam, nimekuambia
so
utamatishe na sikiliza Bwana Sam, naomba unisikilize vizuri. Wewe unaibua maswali mengi au peani majibu. That's where I have a problem with your submission. You want everybody to respond to you, and you have not responded to what they said.
I hope you'll allow us for rejoinder.
Where do you stand in all this? We need to provide leadership, not for us to be dark into one desperate forest where we cannot come out.
Bernard, you are being unfair. Bernard, Sam ni mzee na Mama Selina anapoongea tunamheshimu kama mzee. You never stop her. Na mzee Sam wacha ongea. Hawa ni wazee wetu. Wacha waongee, lakini wakumbushe.
Alex, you're out of order.
I'm not out of order. Mpe Sam time ongea. No, I'm not out of order.
Please, I'm not going to argue with you. Please.
We are not arguing. We are talking. We are talking. You are my brother.
I don't want to argue with you. Listen, I have listened to Sam. I've given Sam more than 7 minutes. I've not interrupted him. Okay? I only came in because time is running out and is still opening more doors. That's my responsibility here. So si yetu kwa sababu aongee milele, and then also what he's saying, I have complaints here. People are complaining this other side. Others are not following. They are lost like
You
you.
know what,
And
Bernard?
Alex, of all the people you come
Bernard,
to
forget about those
reprimand
who are
me
complaining in
today,
the Mutandao.
let's do
Bernard,
this.
Bernard,
Let's agree.
please.
Ngoja sana. You're out of order, utaenda quarantine saa hii. Tuelewane vizuri. Nataka ukitaka ku make submission yako, go be precise to the point.
Let me go quarantine if you want
to refute
if
what
you think,
Wangila
if
said,
you think,
say what Wangila said and refute it with facts. Mention Mama Selina, say what she said and then refute it with facts. Not to
if you think I've talked nonsense, put me quarantine.
I did not say that. You are the one that
okay, put me quarantine. I don't care. If you don't want the truth. If you don't want the truth, put me quarantine. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care myself. I talk my sense.
Sam, listen.
Pena,
you're on this platform to
hawezi
contribute
kuja
just like
kutaja
every other
majina
person.
yetu
Tafadhali.
na atoke. We want to respond.
Na mimi narudia tena, kila mtu ana ruhusa ya kuingia hapa na atoe maoni yake, lakini huwezi kuja na hijack program utupeleke through circles. I take myself to be a very patient person, and I patiently follow. I give even benefit of doubt and listen with both my ears, ask for grace to continue going. But when it doesn't, it's not adding value and it is confusing the viewers begin to complain, it's my responsibility to intervene. Tafadhali tutetee kitu ambacho ni cha haki, sio sababu tu ya kutetea. Thank you. So Mama Selina, you are mentioned na umeenda. Wangila, you have half a minute everybody to respond if there is something to respond. If not, tumsikilize John.
I don't need to respond because I don't see him on the screen. Who am I responding to?
No, he is listening. You just have to respond. The viewers also heard what was said. So you can either, you don't have to see his face to respond to him.
You know, let me leave it at that and allow somebody else to contribute.
Thank you. Mama Selina,
okay.
Kusema.
Yes, ninalo la kusema. Nilisema hivi. Nikasema watu ya Central. Nikaongea kuhusu Mudavadi. Nikasema angepeleka Deputy President Western kwa sababu hii. Kama unatongosa mwanamke, muko wawili wasichana na mwanaume yenu ni mmoja, kila mtu atakompete kupeleka bwana kwao, lakini huwezi kuwa unasindikisa mwanaume mwingine akienda kuonyeshana bibi. So I was saying Mudavadi ashike njia apeleke Deputy President Western kama vile wanaume wengine ama wasichana wengine wanaenda kuonyeshana mabibi mabwana sao kwao. So akisema Selina anasema Central si watu ya kudanganya. Let me say this. Nilifanya kazi na Musemoi. Tukaenda Kibiripiri kwa Kimunya. Tukaweka sitima kwa sababu ilikuwa pa election. Chioni saa 12 tukaambiwa tumefunga hoteli. Na sisi KANU tulikuwa tunaona tumechukua. Baba akatuuliza, hiyo ni Baba Moi, nini inaendelea hapa? Kwa sababu watu walitupenduka na wakasema tumefunga hoteli. Nimefanya siasa na Alison Chelaite Nakuru. Kura ya Central iwezi amuliwa na 4 years. Kura ya Central iwezi amuliwa na 5 months. Kura ya Central inaamuliwa the last minute. Ingine, mimi nasema ndiye Sam huyo asikie mahali alipo. Uwezi cheka na meno ya wenyewe. Ya pili Central. Hata tukiambiwa wamedharau Uhuru, ngojea. Na mimi nataka utuwekee clip, Penat. Tafuta hiyo clip ya Jubilee ya Nakuru. Mimi natoka Nakuru. Tafuta hiyo clip ya Jubilee usikie vile waliongea. Wanasema kiongozi yao ni Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Na hata hii mambo ya Livondo munapiga mdomo. Ilipangwa lakini kuna watu wataki kuonekana wali-invite Livondo. Kwa nini hakusemea hiyo mambo kwa hotel? Kwa nini alikuja kuongea kwa rally? So, tuko watu wasima hapa. lakini hata mimi nikiamua, mimi ni ya Azimio, lakini ikifika mahali ingine damu yangu ni Mkale. I cannot allow. That is why naongea Azimio, na saa ingine narudi nyumbani, kwa sababu huku ndio mahali nimetoka. Hata nikifuata Azimio siwezi change na yangu. Mimi patu ni ule nilisaliwa huko. Lakini makosa ni hii. Hatuwezi chukua makosa ya mtu moja tukaweka watoto yote yetu kwa simu. Mimi kama mama niko na Kenya mzima, hata kwa nyumba yangu. Wasichana yangu niko na Wakikuyu, niko na Waganda, niko na Tanzania, niko na Wakisii, niko na Wajaluo, niko na Wateso, niko na Wakikuyu, but they are my grandkids and I love them so much. Ya kwamba nikisimama nataka kuona Kenya ikisimama. So mtu asikuje kurifaa ile kitu mbaya nikiwa kwa hii umati. Nataka kutoa sana maoni yangu, lakini nisitake mwenzangu hule anajaribu kuongea. Kwa sababu hatukuji hapa kuitana machina, hatukuji hapa kurekebishana, but kama unataka kusema vile nimesema, usiseme kana kwamba ninawekelea. So ukikuja hapa ndugu Alex, tukikuja hapa tutoe maoni. Kama vile ulituambia mambo ya Kisii, watu walikupinga, lakini
sasa mimi nimekukosea nini mama?
No, sikia. Nasema ulikuja ukatuambia mambo ya Kisii. Kuna watu walitaka kukosea wewe, lakini baadaye tukaona hiyo mambo ya Osoro na ule sijui nani hiyo ilitokea. So sometime mtu akitoa kitu tusimrudie, na sipendangi. Kama una kitu ya kusema, talk on yourself. Wacha kurudia. Kama nimeongea matope, wananchi wale wanasikia watajua Mama Selina, lakini tulikuja hapa kusaidiana. But kama una kitu ya kuambia wananchi, don't come and address my name. Mimi ni mwanamke aswa, ile kama ile wa mama ya Azimio viongozi. Mimi si wale wa marinda ya kuinama. I'm past that. Mimi ni kiongozi mama. Nataka kuonyesha wa mama ya Kenya direction. Nataka vijana yetu wakuwe na direction. Nataka wasichana yetu, wewe bibi yako akikupigia chakula, nataka kumwambia mama, mzee akikuja heshimu. Hata kama anafanya kazi ngumu ni bwana yako. Siwezi kuja kuambia bibi fungia nje hiyo mwanaume amefanya kazi ngumu. So mimi ni mama ya kuonyesha direction, mama ya heshima, ya kutaka Kenya yetu ikae na heshima. So mwanaume ile anakuja hapa anashindwa kuonyesha direction, anataka we are not of that. Kama anataka aende huko kwa KKA ama UDA ile wanajua room hizo inapatikana aje. But this side, we are leaders, we are capable mothers. Some of us are grandmothers and mothers and fathers. We take all those, tumeweka pamoja na tumelea wananchi na watoto. So as we come here, this is the second time. And thank you kwa sababu nimeona hiyo Sam na sura. Nilikuwa nafikiria, karibu nifikirie ni hawa vijana yangu wadogo. Nimeona nikipapa kama mimi, nikimsee kama mimi. Na heshimu hawa vijana wadogo wanataka kuelewa siasa. Tunawapeleka polepole, wachue nchi yetu ya Kenya, mahali ilitoka na mahali mnaenda. Lakini ukipata baba mwenye ametoa nywele nyeupe achui siasa na achui mahali anaenda, sitapingana na watoto yangu vijana wako hapa. Nitawasikiza na nitawaambia vijana, this is how you want to take your country. Mimi sahi hata si Kenya isipoenda vizuri, lakini nahurumia my grandchildren, nahurumia watoto yangu. Si mimi, yangu imepita. So saa ile wasee wanakuja, tujue kitu ya kuambia wananchi na tujue kitu ya kuambia vijana, because these are our men, these are our children. I'm so proud kuona vijana hapa. Mara ya pili kupiga kura, mara ya tatu, wengine ni mara ya kwanza, na wengine wanajaribu kuingia kwa siasa. Hii ndio wakati mnajua, ili wakati yenu ikifika, mnatengeneza nchi yenye haina ukabila. Tumbo yangu inasaa mwisi, inasaa kiwete, inasaa profesa, inasaa ule achaenda shule, inasaa msungu, inasaa chochote. This is a woman. Hiyo ni tumbo ya mama. Hatuna ukabila. So as people talk here, tujaribu kusaidia wa Kenya. I'm talking because of Kenyans. Naongea kwa sababu ya watu ya Kenya, jamii ya Kenya, na wale wanapoteza Kenya tunawaambia awe Mkalenjin, awe Mluya, awe nini, lazima tuwapatie direction. Kama wewe ni kiongozi ulichakuliwa, umepoteza nati, umewacha watu yako wakienda north na wewe unaenda
Okay.
south.
Thank you, Mama Selina.
Tufuate.
You have made your
Thank
point.
you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just emphasize, let's please stay in order. Let's do what is required and make the debate move forward by building up on the other person's submission. Let's not keep redigging what needs not to be redug, except we just make a reference. It's important so that the following up of this show, after it is all closed, somebody will enjoy because the debate is building up. We are not digging ourselves into a hole. Thank you very much. Sasa ni John Adams, alafu Alex. Tukifuata Mkururo, I'm sure we have not mixed up yet. Karibu John Adams.
Good evening, Bernard. Okay, mnanisikia vizuri.
Nasikika sawa. Karibu.
Thank you very much. Wacha niitishe handshake between all of us panelists na kwa chat. Thank you for the chance, Bernard. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. I think I found the answer to a question that has been asked on this platform several times about what exactly the bottom-up economic theory is. Disclaimer, in line with the theme of lowering cost of seeds and fertilizer, I am an Azimio supporter. I do not espouse the ideals of Kenya Kwanza, but I managed to take some time to listen to what exactly the Kenya Kwanza team has conceptualized bottom-up to be. And I think I can share it in a minute or so. What I picked from the Nyeri meeting, or was it Meru? They are proposing giving microfinance loans to MSMEs at 5% to be paid at the end of 1 year. So, for example, if you were given 100K to buy a boda, you pay 105K at the end of the year. That is supposed to cut across. Secondly, they are proposing to take 30% of the development budget. We have recurrent expenditure and capital expenditure, which we can call the development budget, what is used to build roads, hospitals, etc. So they're saying 30% of that, whatever that is to be directed towards something they're calling the Hustler Fund. And that is what they're proposing to use to support these businesses. It was nice to hear the DP also shift into a discussion we've had in Azimio around value addition. I think there is a realization that some of the things that we are proposing on both sides are not bad. I think we don't have to criticize everything because it's coming from a person we don't support. So it was nice to see them embrace the value addition idea. That's not something I think they've said too often or loudly enough. But why am I saying all this? I think the point I wanted to put across to us Kenyans in simple terms is Kenya is not short of ideas. And all of us have had our own experience of either saying the maneno matamu or receiving them. And when you're hunting for something, you will always try to bait whatever it is that you're hunting. We have Vision 2030. I had Ruto today, the deputy president, talk about increasing gineries, cotton gineries, and saying it's a good thing. That is something that is clearly marked under Vision 2030. It is something the Uhuru government is doing together with, I think, Calro. They've already started planting GMO cotton. They've earmarked certain farmers to benefit from this process. And if I was to be controversial, I would say, for example, the proliferation of the mitumba sector is a clear indication of failure of the textile industry in this country. So a lot of us wear clothes that are imported, but not many of us wear clothes that were made or zilishonwa na mtu hapa Kenya. What that does then is, yes, mtumba creates a lot of jobs, but in industry, there's something called a value chain. While in mtumba you have one person selling tops, in the value chain of making clothes here, you have the farmer planting cotton, you have the workers in the ginnery, you have the people selling dyes, you have the person shonering and the workers, he has the tailors, and then the end consumer. So where we could have 5 or 6 jobs, we end up having one. If we were to say, for example, that we give more people money to buy more mitumba, yes, it has an impact. But is it the same impact as having value addition where people are able to make affordable clothes in Kenya? Is it better to create 6 or 7 jobs or to help 3 or 4 people start a mtumba business? I'm not saying we should stop it, but all I'm asking us is to think keenly. The final point I want to make is with regards to, so let me just say this before I finish, Bernard. Kudos to bottom up Kenya Kwanza. I think the economic engagements they're doing are going to have an effect. I do not support them. I do not believe that they have the capacity to deliver, but human beings are human beings, and mtu akikuja na maneno matamu, obviously some people will be convinced. But my plea to Kenyans is this. When you look keenly at Kenyan politics, we are not like America where we are sharply divided on issues. We tend to differ sharper on personalities and coalitions. So you realize that we are all sort of singing the same song. Microfinance loans to businesses are being supported on both sides of the divide, which means that the question of this election is a governance question. This fertilizer subsidy, I challenge all of you to research. Under the PM's office between 2008 to 2012, we offered fertilizer subsidies to farmers. Why did it not work? Beneficiary targeting. There were people who sold fertilizer cheaper, the cheaper fertilizer to people in Uganda. So you have the subsidy, it is working, but the fertilizer is being sold to people outside Uganda because now Kenyan fertilizer was cheaper. All I'm saying is, in finishing, this is a governance election. And that's why what Mzee said, in whose hands are you safe as Kenyans? It doesn't matter how good an idea is if it is implemented by the wrong person. However good an idea is given to the wrong, you cannot trust a wolf with your sheep. Even if he promises to put CCTV and take care of them, a wolf will be a wolf. So the question, Kenyans, is a governance question. Who can we trust to govern? And we must ask one last question. The DP has been in government, at the very least, for 9 years on record, almost 10, but 6 substantially. How many things, Bernard has shown us videos, how many of the ideas he espouses today did he espouse 5 years ago? How many of those things did he stand by? How many of those things did he implement? When you look at that, the election is entirely over. So I'm encouraging all Kenyans, let us engage in a healthy discourse. It is not just about what you're promising, it is also about who you are. So it's not just about what Ruto is saying he will do. Who is Ruto? It's not just about saying what Raila will do. Who is Raila? And I just want to ask one question as I leave. If you today had a dam project that you wanted to commission and you had the money and you were choosing a contractor, would you choose to give Ruto the contract or Raila? If you can answer that question and you can give Ruto your money to construct a dam for you, then vote for him. If you trust Raila more, vote for Raila. What we are entrusting these people with is our future. Ruto has made an about turn on Mau Forest. He has made an about turn. There's a video where he talks of universities churning out maize roasters and being closed. Today he supports the maize roaster. Today he supports bottom up. Tomorrow, what will be popular? So I'm just encouraging all of you. I have no beef with Kenya Kwanza, but this is a governance election. It is not about what. Kimani Ichung'wah was chair of budget committee. Did he complain of the loans then? Why is he complaining now? So please, let's just take a chance to reflect. Thank you, Bernard.
I have a question for Adam.
Order, please. If you have a question, you lift your hand. You don't shout. I will give you a chance to ask the question, but hold on. I appreciate Adams for your submission. I want us to listen out on this video, and then Wangera will ask the question. Ndio tuende kwa Alex. Okay, just before we play the video, Wangera ask the question, tufunge your chapter ndio to play video kabla Alex aje.
Bernard, whenever I want to ask a question, I always raise my hand. Lakini kila wakati unanilenga. It's not the first time. So I hope next time you'll be in a position to notice.
Nitawapatia blackout.
Ndugu Adams, how are you? Adams, how are you?
Doing very well, Mr. Wangera.
I've loved your presentation.
Asante sana.
And in some way, you have told us that you are admiring part of the bottoms up concept of the KK Alliance. Did I hear that?
I'm not admiring, I understood it. At least
you understood it?
Yes.
Okay, you understood it.
Yes.
Okay, to my question. You know, we tend to believe that the problem in this country is lack of loans. That's what we tend to believe, that it is the problem. But we used to have what we call the Youth Enterprise Fund. You remember the Youth Enterprise Fund?
Yes.
Which is almost now broke. Then we had another Women Enterprise Fund. Adams, why do you think that when a Kenyan who borrows in Equity, why do you think that if a Kenyan borrows from Equity Bank or from Family Bank, he finds it a responsibility to pay back his loan, unlike when a Kenyan borrows from what is a government or a public entity? Don't you think that we have bad manners in this country, that even when you say that you are going to give people a loan where they have to be paying by interest of only 5%, they'll still default on such a loan, given the experience we have had with the Youth Enterprise Fund? And again, another issue, even assuming that we'll have this loan that will only attract interest of 5% per annum, do you think that the business environment today is enabling to enable somebody who is borrowing at 5% to penetrate and make profit and build himself? Oh, that's the question I have for you, brother.
Thank you, Mr. Wangera. I think that is, I'm glad you brought that out, because these are some of the issues I have personally had with the bottom-up economy and the theory behind providing access to credit as the solution to all problems that we have. You've mentioned the market question. I'll give you a simple example in Kilifi. If you go to Malindi today, from the airport, ukiland, the first thing you will see is border borders. Ukienda Mombasa, utaona tuk-tuk. And you find that these businesses have slowly over time become very unprofitable. I don't want to say it is because there are too many, but it is not far-fetched to believe that that is part of the reason. So number one, I can imagine a situation where a constituency has 100 million shillings to offer, and it is targeting informal businesses such as Boda Boda. you can imagine how many people will start buying boda bodas and setting up mama mboga kiosks and all that. And that, to me, is not the most efficient manner of providing this access to credit. The second thing you've brought across is the issue of the informal economy. And what is the largest difference between these loans being offered to microfinance businesses and those ones being offered at the bank is the formalization aspect. One of the questions that I think the Kenya Kwanza team has not answered is, today we offer these loans to a mama mboga somewhere. This person is not registered the same way a restaurant is. They're very high tax default rates. And even when they pay the taxes, ukiona kwa market inalipwa maybe 20 bob, 30 bob, mara nyingi hiyo pesa haifiki kwa kiti ya serikali. So these are some of the issues that I feel they have not taken enough time to address. And that is why I personally do not support the Kenya Kwanza team. Not just that, but also because of the governance issues that we have seen in their time in leadership. And finally, I think I've forgotten my point. But basically that access to credit is not the only challenge that micro, small, and medium enterprises face. They need training. If you want to start a business today, you need space, you need water, you need shades. Those are not issues that will be tackled simply by giving everybody access to credit.
Okay, thank you, Adams. I assume
Thank you.
you're ending it there. Thank you, Wangira. And probably before I play the video, I tend to believe that the Kenya Kwanza Alliance are looking for something to hold on. They are looking for answers in wrong places and making proposition reacting on situations. They don't have that foundational, systematic solution that is general for the entire country. They're looking for who is crying where, then they run there. It's firefighting. All that, in my opinion, will not help anything. We need, there are some things that are going to be solved by us dealing with foundational matters. We will not go and, jerry pick this one, then pick this one, then solve, pick this one, and then solve. You just introduce order. And when there is order, everything falls in place. But this one, they are sending us on a fishing expedition to find kina mama wangapi wanalia, leta hapa, niwapatie kitu kidogo. Aya, watoto wangapi wajaenda shule, kujeni hapa, rudini shule. Nani mwingine hajaolewa, mabwana ni hawa, chukueni mwende. We will not work like that. The government operates on a systematic way of carrying out things. Hao watu warudi kwa drawing board kama wana kitu cha kupatia Wakenya. Lakini sasa hivi, mimi naona ni kutusumbua tu, wanatusumbua. But I will play their presser today just for the sake of those that need to hear later on. But I want us to go to history again, pick something, and then Alex atakuja.
Pick up from where the president, a little bit of history helps us. In 2008, as the president has said, we had a serious problem of production in Kenya. And the solution to food insecurity is premised on how well you plan production, right? How do you plan well production? There are three items. Number one, you need to support the farmers to produce. Number two, you need to enhance mechanization. And number three, you need to diversify the area where you produce. That's why irrigation comes in. On the first item, we have progressively enhanced fertilizer subsidy and seed subsidy. From 6,000 in 2008, today, fertilizer is available to farmers at 1,800. What has happened? In 2008, the maximum number of grain, maize produced was 32 million bags. The highest in Kenya's history of maize production was in 2015, where we produced for the first time 42.5 million bags of maize. That history was recorded by the Jubilee administration because of the manner in which we have supported farmers progressively. What therefore is the future? In this year's program, we've said we are going to double the subsidy. We're going to make fertilizer even cheaper. From 1,800, we're now going to take it down to 1,200. That means more farmers can afford to buy fertilizer. We can increase production. Our program on irrigation that we rolled out today, as the president says, Galana, which is our signature program, is going to be rolling out 30,000 bags from July, 30,000 bags every month. And we have not spent the 15 billion that is being discussed around. We have spent less than a third of that money. And looking into the future, with the irrigation program that we have now rolled out, with the dam projects, for the first time in the history of Kenya, TED, and Kenyans should listen, for the first time, we have 57 mega dams. We are building what has not been built in 30 years. And you cannot secure the country if you don't improve on harnessing water, both for use, for domestic use, for livestock, and for irrigation. With Galana Dam, with Lowat in Turkana, with Radat in Baringo, with Mzima in the coast, with Mwache. These are all the programs. Eugene Wamalwa seated here will tell you we have a 400 billion shilling program because that's what other countries did to secure your country. Yes, you can use the land you have, but as the population increases, you have to look for new ways, and our new ways is to produce food under irrigation. And that is solid on course. Our competitors cannot speak to any of the things I'm talking about. So that program is well on course. We are dealing with a short-term issue of a shortage of grain in the country through importation. But our program is long-term, and we are sure that we will secure this country from the fact.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Alex, upo?
Yeah, I'm there.
Haya, mchango wako.
First of all, I want to clean my name. When I said give Mzee time in reference to Mama, I wasn't bashing Mama. I was letting us know that the elderly, when they give their submission, it's not like us. They have their way of speaking, and how they speak, we may not like it. But we have a right to listen to them because they are older than us. I was not bashing or giving reference in any wrong way. So Mama Selina should know that. I was acknowledging they are both our elders. So Mama Selina, don't think I was bashing you. Secondly, quarantine has never been a solution, my friend. I will disagree with you. I may agree with you, but when we allow us to bash somebody and tunamweka quarantine, it's a weakness on us. Wacha tu wakae na sisi alafu tumuongeleshe. But tumweke quarantine alafu tuongee juu yake, I think that's unfair. On that level, niweke tu hapa muni mute, we talk. You know, I'm sad that I was not agreeing with anything he said, totally. I disagreed everything he said. But putting him on quarantine ndio tuseme vitu tunamwambia, no, that's not right. We may just tell him we don't like what you're saying, and let's stop speaking what you are speaking, and stop giving reference to him if we put him on quarantine. I think that would be fair. So if I'm wrong on that, niweke quarantine. I will agree with that, and I'll come to the show tomorrow because I'm always here, and I'm glad to be here because I come here voluntarily, and because I learn a lot from everybody. Because of that, I'm not giving my submission now. Nitawacha submission yangu. I will just listen. Thank you, Bernard.
For the record, I did not put Sam on the quarantine. Sam left in rage. Okay?
Oh, okay.
And
Okay.
because he doesn't want us to question what he says,
Okay.
or get him to substantiate what he says. He wants what he says to be law. He says we should not discuss Livondo matter. But Livondo matter is being discussed everywhere. Why can't we discuss it here? So some
No, if he left by himself, thank you for saying that, because that clears everything. If he left by himself, thank you, because now we know.
Yeah, he left by
Thank
himself.
you.
Nobody kicked him out. I just
Okay.
wanted him to listen so that I give him time to conclude what he was saying. We go to the next person. But he became defiant. So ikifika hapo lazima show iendelee. Na show kama lazima show iendelee, kuna watu mpaka wachague mahali wanataka kwenda.
No, thank you for saying he left voluntarily. That clears the air a lot. Thank you. So watu wa UDA wasione we are kicking him out. Yeah, watu wa UDA waseme tulimkick out. Thank you for clearing that.
UDA will say anything. Forget about UDA. Even if you go and cook for them food and tell them this food is good, they will tell you, are you sure this food has not come from Bondo? What have you put in there? So let's not go there. All the same, naomba sasa tusonge mbele. Nashukuru wote, especially on the comment section. Naomba hivi tafadhali, let's avoid going personal on any issue, especially political matters. And then let our conversation be progressive. Remember, what you are doing now is going to be here many, many years from now. Your great-grandchildren are going to watch this show, and they're going to find out how you used to behave when you came on the show. So don't just look at it as short-term. This thing is permanent. Internet never forgets. And your comments also. Are you going to send your grandchildren to come and check how you used to comment? Or you will be telling them avoid YouTube, is evil, is demonic, Satan is there? Or please, let's keep within the boundaries and secure our nation by upholding what is right, not trivializing things. Kuna watu ambao wanapenda sana kushikilia kitu ambacho si cha maana, lakini wanataka kukipatia muda mrefu kuliko kile kitu cha maana. An example does not become a subject. We must always retain the subject. We say in leadership, the main thing is to keep the main thing the main thing. And that's all the navigation. Every time you'll be tempted to go this way or to go this way, but you must stick at the center. Make the main thing to remain the main thing every time. So even for comments and in submission, let's focus. The agenda here is Kenya. How do we rescue Kenya where it is? How do we propel it to the future? Who among the people offering themselves for leadership is capable of making that happen? How do we support the person so that he can make that happen? If that's our concern and that is what we seek to cause to happen, then we are doing well. But if we get drawn into side shows of colors and this and that, I don't think it's helping much. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tumsikilize KCD tukisonga mbele hivyo mkururo hujachanganya. Nitaupanga sasa hivi. Tukimaliza na Mr. Kamau ndio tunarudi kwa Njiru. I mean
Okay,
Njiru.
asante sana Bernard. Asante sana all the members. Now we need to understand this forum is being watched by so many people. We need to discuss something that can appeal other people who are watching us. Kwa sababu watu wengi wanaangalia, they expect something better. ukienda kwa driving school unaambiwa ukiwa kwa barabara, see yourself as the better person. Others are mad people. So people are watching you. They expect a constructive politics to give them direction, not a video, not a movie. So whatever we say, you know, there's so many people of high authority who are watching this forum, following us, whether we are speaking something negative towards them or other people, or we are spreading lies. So let us discuss maturely, politically, so that especially we have so many people, expert people like Selina. We can pick a leaf from her. We have so many people who have political experience here. We can pick a leaf from them. We learn from them. So I say thank you so much. Secondly, let me just talk about today breast about the UDA. I always say in Kenya, we have so many leaders. These leaders, people are using politics for business. Others are using politics for leadership. If you check properly, those who are using politics for business are those people who are coming with 1 or 2 cop seats. Ni kama wanarushia kuku. Ukitaka kushika kuku narushia 1, 2, 3. Anaingia ndani akifikiria boss wangu anapenda, kumbe anaenda kuchinjwa. So we have to see siasa ya Kenya. Ukiangalia sasa hii tunalaumu, tunasema after handshake, that is where the economic went up. Ukiangalia wakati wa handshake kuingia, sikusikia Raila akisema tunajenga reli. Sikusikia Raila akisema tunaleta sijui laptops ama vitu zingine. Ukiangalia hii economy ilienda juu wakati from 2013 when Mr. Ruto started to politics, to campaign from day one. Uhuru has been always moving around, doing the development to the people, Kenyans people, wakichenga mabarabara. Lakini ndugu yangu, you are using politics for business. Kwa sababu ukiangalia, ukienda Western, unasikia after the meeting, unasikia contractor fulani amefukuzwa. Unajiuliza, but as Kenya we are tunapiga tu makofi. Hatujuezi utuuliza the first contractor alienda na pesa ngapi? Tunaangalia tu the second contractor, huyu ameshachomoka na pesa. Huyu second contractor alikuwa wapi? Secondly, mimi najua 7 billions or 3 billions to Ruto is something small. Kwa sababu wakati Uhuru alikuwa anaongea kuhusu Kimwarere, he said the money in questions is 7 billion. Hiyo 7 billion vile ilipotea in questions. Yani kuna vitu zingine tunajiuliza. In question, that means it's not a small amount. Inaweza chenga barabara ngapi? So lazima tuangalie hao wanasiasa wetu. Mutavati the other day round, he was talking negatively towards UDA, but now he is singing positively in UDA. But as Kenyans, where are we? Are we on the right track? Where are we heading to? Because now every day these politics, these people, anaitwa nani Mandako, anasemanga usiweke siasa kwa roho yako. Sisi wafuasi tunafuata, tunaimba tu, tunasema kama tungekuwa na Mudavadi, tunaimba negatively. All of a sudden wameingia room, wakakunywa chai, wakatoka kasema Ruto ni clean, UDA iko sawa, bottom up ni maisha. Hebu niambie sasa sisi tuko wapi? So we need to vote wisely. We need to vote wisely. Let us not follow. Let us sit, wanasemanga tukule, lakini kifika hiyo siku tutumie kama vile Kipra walikuwa nafanya. Walikula kufika mwisho wakakeuka. So nawaambieni, mimi nashukuru watu wakiwa Mount Kenya. I know. Wanasemanga wesi ona fly akifuata mahali kuna basavi. Where there is money, unapata wafuasi wengi. But at long last, naambia tu Ruto, spare your tears. When that time comes, utaangalia chile ulispend. When things will turn all the way around. Tunaombea Sakana, we are expecting Sakana 3. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Asante sana KCD kwa maoni yako. Naamini hakuna swali hapo, tusonge mbele. Mr. Kama, na wale wote ambao mko nyuma ya curtain, tutaanza kufagia.
How are you everybody?
We are good. Karibu.
Nashukuru sana. Ningetaka kuanza na bwana Sini Adams ambaye alikuwa anaongea understand bottom up. Just to rebut, nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza swali lakini vile ameelezea, understand bottom up. Mimi nimeachwa nimechanganyikiwa kuliko vile nilikuwa najua bottom up ni nini, because kama anasema kutakuwa na parallel banks za kupea watu pesa huko mashinani, then sielewi hiyo bottom up inafanyanga kazi nchi gani. And I don't think that is possible. I don't think it's practical. Na government should not be in the business of giving loans. I want you to show me one country in the world that gives loans to the people. They use the banks that are existing because those are the structures that are there, so that they enable the SMEs to grow. We are not all businessmen. Yeah. So that understanding of him, of how UDA will going to give loans of less of an interest of 5%, that is a mirage. Is a story. Hiyo ni hadithi ambazo tunapeananga wakati tunakula mbuguka na miraa. When you're giving, unakula miraa, unasema unajua tunaweza pewa loan na serikali. Unakwenda kwa barabara, unakuta MP anakupea loan. It doesn't work anywhere, and it won't start with Kenya. Let us not lie to ourselves. That is a story. Now coming to the issues that are before us. If you go to the first term of this administration of Uhuru Kenyatta, there was more corruption because there was Kimwarel, there was KPLC, there was tokens, there was maize, there was sugar, there was everything. If you count the scandals that were in the first term, there were more than what is here in the second term. Because the scandal that I know of second term, there might be others that are hidden, but the biggest we know is KEMSA. So we can say there's less corruption in the second term. In the first term, there were bigger loans. In the first term, there were bigger loans. In the second term, there were no the lesser loans. The division in the country in the first term was massive. The country was about to be divided by two. Yeah, we are more united because of these two gentlemen than we were before. What I want you to do one day, Bernard, it is to bring a psychologist who have done abnormal psychology so that we understand Mr. Ruto. Because when he goes to a place and find a road and a railway station and a hospital done by the Jubilee government, he is part of that government. But when he goes to a place and find that people are crying of high expensive things, he is now in the opposition. This is what psychologists call multiple personality. A person who does not know where he is. And such kind of a person is very dangerous to give leadership. Because how do you lead a country when you do not know, you don't have the audacity to differentiate when you are in government and when you are not? This man is a case study. Tumejenga barabara kilomita 56. Tumefanya hivi na tumejenga hospitali. Siku hii ingine hakuna watu wana nini. Hii serikali imeomba sana na vitu zimeendelea sana. Hii serikali tunataka tuitoe. You know, I wonder. Because if he's a man of principle, what you do, you either associate with that government fully 100% or not. That is what the father of Raila Odinga did. It doesn't mean that you are bad, but it means if you're given an opportunity now, you'll do what you think. But don't condemn the government when it's convenient for you, and don't praise it when it's convenient for you. Barabara amejenga, hospitali wamejenga, wameweka sitima, wameweka fanya vitu mingi sana. Lakini leo hii serikali imeongeza bei ya mafuta, imeongeza chakula, hatuwezi kula. Hii serikali ni mbaya, na anasimama kuonesha watu vile, na yako ndani ya serikali. You know, in Kikuyu we say, you cannot bewitch me and then give me a solution on my problem. Huwezi niweka, you cannot be the problem and then solve the problem. In Kikuyu we say, morogi tuwe moragori You understand? Sometimes whoever put you in that problem cannot have the solution of a problem. You might look for solutions somewhere else. We have seen the problems with Jubilee, and it is at high time they all go home with Uhuru Kenyatta. Now we look for solutions with Raila Odinga. And Raila Odinga is the Magufuli of Kenya. He will be so popular with the people and unpopular with the elite. Because as he died, Mr. Magufuli, many people cried because he's the person who showed for the first time that things can be done properly. That is what I'm waiting for Raila Odinga to do. That's why I'm voting for him. But I'm not going to find solutions in Jubilee. I don't think anybody in Jubilee now will solve the problems they have created. What they have done, and they have done well, it's okay, and we're happy about it. We voted for them. People are crying for so many other things, but now they are not the same people to solve the problems they have created. Let us look for somebody else who has the medicine and the antidote of the problems that we are actually facing. Livondo issue. If the DCI will not provide the witnesses, as Livondo says, let Livondo, before they do anything, let him mention these people. We are in an open society. Let him say who and how. Let him provide that evidence on paper, on newspapers and the press and what have you, so that we know that it is true. If he doesn't do that, then it is what we call, is part of a chess game. Yeah, you know, this is a chess game. Therefore, I won't say it is true or not until I find the evidence. Me, if I was Livondo, I'll reveal kidogo too, so that it is not blackmailed by also the DCI. And then bring some witnesses. That will help a lot and put things into perspective. And therefore, as I finish, we have reached a point as a country when we are not going to take any more jokes. We want somebody who will come with practical examples, not bottom-up theories, not storybooks, not illusions, but practical things that can solve the unemployment in this country, which is a crisis. The level of businesses being closed down, which is also a crisis. There are many things that don't make sense in this country. For example, we wake up at 8, all of us. Or let's say, watu wanaanza kuamka saa 11 wote. By saa 2 sisi zote tumejaa kwa jam. Alafu saa 4 hakuna mtu, hakuna jam. Saa 7 kajam kidogo. Saa 11 tena tumerundikana kwa jam. I mean, are we blind to see that we are creating a crisis by ourselves? Can we change even the time management in this country? Can other people get to work at 8, na ingine 10, na 11? Because what matters is the system. We are living the days where the system should be updated. If you are using biometric, unajulikana uliingia saa ngapi na unatakiwa kutoka saa ngapi. But kila saa, we are saying we want solutions in the country, yet we are creating more problems. You cannot pay people salary at the same time and then think there will be no crisis. There will be a crisis. Pay them when they got employment. Let's system work so that all these small things and petty things, we finish up with them. That is why I believe Mr. Raila Odinga will solve the problem. If he doesn't, then we'll look for other ways in maybe after 5 years. But I know we give him an opportunity, but the solution is not with Jubilee candidates. Whoever. Let us give another party with another ideology, with another way of doing things, an opportunity. And that is why I'm in Azimio. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Mr. Kamau. Hiyo iko safi, naamini kila mmoja ameshikilia. Alafu tafadhali, the darker the screen, the problematic it becomes. So if you can't stay on camera, you excuse yourself by leaving so that somebody else come in, especially if your submission is umemaliza. And then we are here until 5 a.m. So you can go for 1 hour and then come back later. Sio lazima ukae kwa screen throughout if you are not making submission. That's part and parcel of getting new people also to come in and make their submission. It is that important. So Bwana Njiru, tunafuata huu mkururo. Bwana Njiru, then Jared. I think we are still on track. The other people who dropped out. Njiru Mwaura, upo?
Yeah, salama kabisa niko.
Karibu, maoni yako.
Maoni yangu leo ni kidogo. Nafurahia kwa kila mmoja wetu hapa. First of all, sorry for that. First of all, singetaka Wakenya wababaike kwa hii ndeni. The US has a debt of $80,000 per person. In Kenya, it's a debt of $2,000 per person. So, hii discussion ya ndeni, it is like people are trying to bring a lot of worry in it. In fact, in ndeni ya Wakenya, we have borrowed from the living generation. Actually, the US debt, hata kama wale wanafuatanga politics ya Marekani, the US debt is so bad that they have borrowed from the last two generations ambazo hata hazijazaliwa. So if you try to compare that. So, and even from personal finance point of view, you cannot succeed without a debt. So to me, it is not a question of debt. It's a question of prudence and using the money properly. Mimi hadi pale nimefika, by the way, any great investment nimefanya, I've taken a loan somewhere. Nakuwa kwa Masako, naenda kwa bank hapo Equity. So kazi yangu, it is, I keep on moving from banks to banks and getting money. And since I started working, sijawahi jikuta ati kuna pesa niko nayo ya mshahara, natoka nayo direct, naenda kuinvest. Sijajikuta at that level. So what I do is I pile my money somewhere, then I go and get boosted. So, and I'm saying, and I'm trying to see that is what happens even into the government in a large scale. You know, e-taxes tunaokota around 900 billion, close to 1.2 billion, ile pesa tunaokota. Na ukiangalia, that money cannot manage the recurrent expenditure and also do development at the same time. And one advantage of doing development ni kwamba it will recoup the money. You will be able to get the money of the future now if you do development. That's the reason why we develop. It is, you want to get the future today instead of working for the future. You know, in economics, those are two different things. So, to me, when Mudavadi, you know, Mudavadi is that playboy, anajifanyanga ati anajua economics sana. He pretends every time kazi yake tu ni kuapia ati kwa screen and trying to pretend to Kenyans that he is a serious economist. And to me, Mudavadi is not an economist who should be advising people. Mudavadi has gotten an opportunity in Kenya. Mudavadi is not like me, who is trying to speak some economical things and have not been given a large-scale economic platform to implement my ideas. Mudavadi has been in the government as early as when I was a kid, 1989, when his father died. And when his father died, he had still a degree in economics. Hiyo degree yake hajakuja kupata wakati wa Goldenberg. So, if Mudavadi was a serious Kenyan to give us a good economic model, ange-advise Moi. He could have told Moi, let's do this economically. So, what I'm seeing with Mudavadi and trying to come up with these big terms and what doesn't need to be done and what needs to be done, I'm just seeing somebody who is on the roadshow trying to appeal at the wrong time. Because number one, let me tell you clearly, Kenyans know what is working and what is not working. And Mudavadi and Mr. Ruto will only appeal to people who do not look at details. Personally, I looked at their press conference and I did not get anything. Because, number one, what I was expecting them to tell Kenyans, yes, they started this thing of food prices need to come down and the rest. So what I needed Mudavadi to start telling people is what has been the involvement of the government on both sides. Sio story ya kujiseparate both the people who are supporting UDA and the people who are with the president, because those are the people who are responsible with increasing taxes na vitu zingine. So I wanted to hear them saying what was their contribution when the prices of this commodity were going up, and why are these issues coming in an election year? Our prices are, Kenyans have never had a good life. For your information, let me say it clearly. In 2013, our life was worse. In 2007, our life was worse. We have never had a good life as Kenyans. But I do not understand the reason why Mudavadi is appearing in 2022 and trying to show Kenyans the way he has an economic model which can serve Kenyans. So I want Mudavadi to trace back into the history and prove to me that he has ever advised a Kenyan or the people in power what they need to do. Because it is evident that we have lost a lot of property in Mudavadi hands. We have, kuna mashamba imepotea kwa mikono yake. Goldenberg appeared during his time. Mudavadi has been in this bad government side. He has so many scandals. So I wish it was even David D who gave this statement. I wish it was even David D or another economist. But Mudavadi giving this statement is not appealing to me. And that is my worry. So I want somebody with credibility, somebody with somebody who can tell Kenyans the reality. So the other thing, this is what now happens in a bandit economy. And na mukiangalia vizuri sana, when you see problems happen, and this is where now, and I want to advise even the UDA camp, wakati mambo kumekuwa na shida, when you have a problem, you don't run away from the problem. You try to solve the problem from within. So I do not understand the reason why the deputy president is throwing the problem to the president, and then he wants to appear clean. Yeye anataka kuapia ameoga, ako sawa, mashida iko wale wako ndani. And then he also wants to drag other people. So let me comment about the endorsements which happen in Kenya and how I usually see them. Mimi, kuna kitu naweza sema about the presidential families which I have tried to monitor. In 2007, and we know for a long time, close to 10 years, Moi and Kibaki walikuwa very political enemies. Walikuwa, but in 2007, Moi supported Kibaki. Na tunajua hiyo wakati even Raila Odinga had a lot of support in the whole of Kenya. Moi supported Kibaki. We know the evidence. In 20, we know the outcome, I mean. In 2013, Kibaki supported Uhuru. We know the outcome. Kibaki never came out, but you can try to evaluate and see what happened. The reason why Kibaki in 2013 never came out, it is because it could have brought a tribal mismatch. Because now a Kikuyu supporting another Kikuyu. So that's the reason why Kibaki hid. Kibaki angetokezea. So I think people need to understand this. Kibaki hakuna vile angetokezea kusupport Uhuru. It could have brought a very bad image. Then, in 2017, again, we know what happened. Then, in 2022, sahi, we can see now how the endorsements are going. And there is one thing which I want to comment to you about this. In a scale of 1 to 10, I have not seen previous presidents supporting somebody and failing. I'm double sure now Kenyatta is on Raila, Moi family is on Raila, Kibaki family is on Raila, even if they have not communicated, but we can see a lot of things happening. So there is something which is tilting towards a Raila presidency, whether we don't want it or we want it. There is something which is showing that now Raila president is much more possible than it was in 2007. And we have signals and signs. And any person who can be able to reason and see what is happening, you can see it. Lastly, let me comment about Livondo. Even in Livondo, it is very simple. Livondo is not any other Kenyan. Livondo sio kama mimi. Livondo is communicating on behalf of a very big group. And I wish Kenyans can be able to understand that. Livondo, whatever you see Livondo doing there, Livondo is speaking for a multitude. And that multitude, we will know it after 2022. And what I know about Livondo, it is that it will have impact. Because what happens, na pia tunasemanga, the information ama the message is bigger than the messenger. I hope ni kitu inakuanga. We always say the message is bigger than the messenger. So people will not evaluate the messenger. What people will evaluate is the message. And the authentication and the truthfulness of the message, it is something which will never be known. But what has been pressed to the Kenyans there, it is that something of a greater magnitude and happened. And that thing will have a repose. Amount of repose is one which I don't know, but people should not ignore it. And it is also trying now, what this Livondo thing is trying to build is now trying to bring now the issue of mistrust. At what level can you trust your deputy? Because now Livondo is trying to bring an issue here that people can be power hungry, and there can be a possibility that people want to eliminate you so that they get power. So what Livondo is trying to build here, we are trying to build loyalty. At what level can somebody be loyal to you that they cannot plan bad things? To me, as a citizen, what I'm getting that I'm getting whoever is being accused that he is so much power hungry that he had gone to the extent of wanting to execute somebody so that he gets power. And that is what has been built in Kenya. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Njiru, naamini kama kuna swali tusonge kwa ile anafuata ni Jared alafu Oscar. Tukienda hivyo hivyo tafadhali, although after Oscar tutamsikiliza Mkenya Spain kwanza kwa sababu ya gender balance kulingana na sheria za oversight. Jared, karibu.
Bernard Mama Serena nilipoingia alikuwa ametoana nini yake. She dropped out, but I don't know if she had given a person, Mama Selina.
Sorry, Mama Selina made her submissions.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. Thanks to panel. All right. Thanks to panel and everybody. I see, of course, Njiru, Mama Selina, Kenya, from Nyamira, and the rest. On the topic today, I don't know what I can say about Livondo. On my own, I think it might not be a good thing to bring things which might try to divide the country more. I think the government is intelligent enough. If that thing happened or didn't happen, I'm very sure that the government knows. And sometimes there are so many things which the government know, and for some reasons, always the government take action in the better of Kenya, the unity of Kenya. Sometimes they might say, let's cool this down, deal with it in the background, rather than bringing division in Kenya. So we don't want to raise these alarms. Then the question comes that if the government knew, as far as I think the channel was reported in probably 2015, around that time, why will Uhuru again go and team up with Ruto for 2017 if he knew that this person is a threat to me. So it brings up some questions, but I think it's something which at this time, when we are close to the election, we should avoid and try to see how we're going to move forward. The economy they are talking today, moving to what KKA is promising through a cost of living. What we are not talking about is what was the status of the economy after 2017 general election, before the handshake. What was the state? Nobody's talking about that. You know, they're just plugging numbers from anywhere. If I remember, the increase of the debt ceiling was moved by the guys like Murkomen and Kwale. So the budget chairman at that time was this guy Kimani Ichung'wah. So it's very hypocritical when they come out, and now all they can do instead of giving tangible solutions is just moving populist ideas, which today they have no capacity to do anything. They have no numbers in parliament where they can change. They had a chance when they could have done that. I was looking, there was if you see a budget in 1819, the development amount was like 600 billion. So where were they? And these are the guys which were in the helm of budget making. So when you see, I remember in 2017, before the general election, the opposition, if you remember what was the cost of unga, when the people were saying we need unga, the opposition didn't do anything. They made noise, and the government dropped the price, and still we went ahead to vote for the government. Whether you would argue about the authenticity of the numbers, but a good chunk of people still, they voted even when life was very difficult, even when the first promises in the Jubilee government was not met. I saw a clip which Bernard, you played there, and I was looking. If you saw when Deputy President was talking, the president was not very comfortable. If you see, he was just trying to move his right leg, trying to say, "Oh my God, I hope people don't know that all these are lies." And I think where we have fallen short is the media capture, which could have helped us. Ruto can stand today, say something, and tomorrow he will say something different, contravening what he said yesterday. But the media is not coming out to ask these things, to show people that, hey, this is the same man who said this and now he's saying this. If they could do that comparison, the media reaches a lot of people. Then that is when people can start understanding who is Ruto, who is just saying, a man who looks at your eyes and tells you anything you want to hear. For him, what is more important is what you want to hear. And that is how he's going to keep moving. But I look at it, I wonder what happened to Mwana Waingo, Mwana Wana, Musalia Mudavadi. He used to be somebody people thought that he is reasonable. Now he has started talking things which people will not understand. And I was thinking this, how old is Mudavadi? Mudavadi is still equally around the age of the president, the deputy president. Could it be that the deputy president already knew that this election is done and is looking forward to make sure that one people who will be there, it will be Musalia Mudavadi. So he's trying to finish him politically for the future politics. Because what is happening to Mudavadi, I don't know where he's going to stand in the next time because of who we used to know and now who he is right now. he needs to look at himself, because I've not seen any strategy for winning. Maybe it's just using a strategy to make sure that he is eliminating the possible competitors in the future elections. So I saw also the rally in Kwale, and I was asking myself, it seems that already the idea of Baba becoming the fifth is well received everywhere, and it's like almost a done deal. But we have now the next phase. I think the next phase is now the numbers in parliament, the numbers of governors. That's where the challenge is going to be. If you saw in Kwale, they were forced to start asking the crowd, who do you want to talk? Because sometimes this crowd, sometimes they embarrass people on the stage. I saw that they had to change and I start asking, who do you want to speak, so that they can calm the crowd down. I think what we have now a challenge is how to strengthen the national parliament. And that's where now everywhere, when people know that this is the ticket to Canaan, everybody's scrambling for it. There is a lot of fight, which we need now to start paying attention. The DAP Action Party with ODM in Pungoma and those areas. In Kisii, we're having ODM issues. If Caroso comes in, we will have Mombasa, some part of Mombasa also having issue with that. Nairobi, there will be also a challenge on that. That's where we need to see how are they going to have these people from falling out. If we can manage that, to me, I think as far as the presidency is concerned, that one is already now in the pocket. We should look forward and trying to see how can we not jeopardize the turnover, the turnout by the nomination. So if we can handle the nomination in a way that there will be no much fallout, which sometimes people might say, okay, we didn't like your choice, but we know you're gonna win, then we don't have to come to vote. That's where I think we should be working on this. But as far as the direction for presidents, we should rest that Ruto already has thrown in the towel. Is just looking on how to finish Mudavadi from the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jared. I believe there's no question after that. Naomba hivi. Bwana Murunga, I've seen you, and you came earlier. But let's hear from Kenya, Spain kwanza. Naomba tuchanganye kidogo because Murunga was here, was thrown out. So we'll have Kenya, Spain, Murunga, and then Oscar and Dan in that order. Thank you. Kenya, Spain, karibu.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good morning from Nairobi. How are you?
Fine. Here it's almost almost 10:30 p.m. We are doing good. Okay, to the point. Today I listened to the Mudavadi speech when they were trying to clean up their names to they were trying at least to convince people, telling them what they will do when they get into the government. But what surprised me at the final, when the NDP asked those who were in the meeting, if anyone had any question, everyone who was in that the room, just they kept quiet, and it's like everyone was like they had fear. It's like they were like fearing something. So that surprised me, because if you are here, you are in the government, promising us, you are here telling us to record you the lower food something, as long as they are created. I think they should reason and should know that Kenyan, they are seeing the kinds of lies which they lie on their mouth, because sioni venye if the deputy is the government, how can you come and start telling us that we have to circulate the message of lower food? First, I think I think maybe this might be like shocking to Kenyans who are listening me, but looking around the world, most of the countries, even the G7 countries, all of them they have debts. But what is different between us from them? Because when they borrow their money, they know where will this man go, what will we do with the money, and more. But the problem with our country is they borrow money, but we don't know where the money went. We are just paying something. Even myself, when I'm here, I'm still paying untaxed, which is in Kenya, of which I'm not supposed to, because we are not allowed to pay taxes on two countries, but as we do, because when I do my KRI, this thing they brought it to us, we are supposed to, and we have to. So when we reason on this, we might think that borrowing is bad. Somebody here has said that he has never been standing on salary or whatever. But also remember, you can't borrow more than what you earn. And that's where many people they make a mess. It's the same way. You can't have a high expenditure than what you earn. Because why? Because it will come sometime you are not able to maintain yourself with the amount you get, and you are not able to pay even the debts which you have. So it's like when you have borrow, you have like mzingo. Yani it's like you are always on the cross. You are always there, yani umejazwa na madeni, but you don't have you don't have the income to pay these, at least to let it the outlet flow. And that's the problem with our country. They have borrowed, the income is less than the outlet. It's like ni kama when the water gets in a dam, it overflows, but you don't have any water coming inside. And what happens? That's where we hear that ati kuna maji sijui tuna uwamba wa maji yameanza kupungua. And that's what also happens in our government. Our country borrowed, but the income hakuna. And that's all why they failed. And that's where the problem is. Even as here, what is the impact of COVID-19? Is that what we are seeing now? The food raise, that is there all over. Even us here, hata mahali tuko sisi, vyakula zimepanda. We can't complain. Because why? We have to know it. We have this pandemic, which it was nobody knew whether in 21st century we'll have a pandemic which will not it will not be that easy to control it. And what has happened? There were more economic problems which were done before, which had no solution, which had not yet solved. And here comes the pandemic. And then what did the government do? Instead of the money which they borrowed, at least to control the pandemic, to use it well, walikafanya tu venye walifanya zile zingine. And that's why the DP is trying to run away, because he knows what they did with the money. And that's why he's trying to bring the slogan of a lower food, when he knows very well this is not possible. Why? Because before we reach to lower the food prices, they have to go back and lower many things, because calculating fuel hata sio Kenya peke yake imepanda, mpaka huku si pia si tunalia. Why? Because there are many causes of this. And when we see some things and it is not just like, it's not like we get on top of the tree without searching down. So something happened, something was done wrongly, and that's why we are crying about food. Me, I understand, because when I was in Kenya, woof, it's like even 20,000 in Kenya is nothing. You get in, you go in a supermarket, and you are not able even to do a shopping. And I can remember times Moi, 5,000 was a lot of money. You could do shopping, you could remain with imbalance. Lakini saizi it's like only 10 liters ya mafuta ya liquid ndio ina cost 35,000. Surely sometimes even you enter in a supermarket, unauliza surely somebody who is there who doesn't even know what is monthly or what is a pay slip, how do those people survive? Surely. And these people, they have started now telling us lower food, but there are many problems which are supposed to be solved before we look the rise of the food rise. The standard living in Kenya is very expensive, and that's why we will always cry, and that's why they say the rich continue becoming rich and the poor, they continue becoming poor, because it's so bad, and it depends a lot. Wewe umetoka hapa umeenda Kenya, and yani you can't even you can't enjoy your vacation. Why? Because the money you and at least you had maybe you had planned for this and this, you had budgeted, it's not enough, because unapata mashinda mingi nyumbani, unapata hata watu wengi unawahurumia, so you just say let it go, because mi najua wenye they understand what I say. Wanajua there are Kenyans who suffer, there are Kenyans who are suffering, na wako hapo tu Kenya, and those people, they make the same mistake they make every time they go and do election. Mtu anaenda anauliza this is huyu ni nani, huyu ni nani, huyu ni nani, and that long as the tribalism which we have been fighting here, we have talking about it here. One to Kenyan make mistake, juu mi sitaki kuchagua mtu sio wa kabila yangu, and that's where we fail. And not remembering that from January up to December, 4 good years or 5 good years, we unaingia kwa matatu, conductor maybe ni mkabila Mkisii, maybe driver ni kabila sijui Turkana, and at that time you don't know, you don't notice, but when it comes to election, it is when now we know this person is not on my tribe. Sometimes we have to think, why do we do this? From January to December, nikiingia kwa hotel, sitaki kunjua who is the waiter, with the tribe of the waiter who is to serve me. But when I go to election, it comes to election, I now know huyu mtu is not from my tribe, and that's where we fail. We should, instead of looking someone who can make our country better, who can at least make us grow economic, who can at least change our life, we look somebody who is of my tribe. Huyo mtu maybe ametuimbia akaimba hata mpaka kuku, akisikia kuku ikiwika kwangu anafikiria ni zile zake anataka kukujia, and we don't think about that. We are just like tunaendelea tu kupigia mbuzi nini, we just say tunapigia mbuzi gita. It's like we are trying to sing for to go to dance when it can't. So I think we Kenyans, we have to think, and also I will just say let us educate our people. Wewe ukienda nyumbani, educate your mom, educate your siblings or whatever, educate your neighbors to know what is the importance of voting the better person, what is the importance of doing best choice, because that's where we fail. Si wenyewe tunajua, yeah, I have to vote this person, but kuna mtu yuko huko mashambani, huyo mtu anjui. Ukimwambia lower foods, anauliza hiyo ni nini, na mimi nikikula githeri from January ni mpaka December, and that's not what life is. And that's why people have said, yeah, kuna Wakenya utaabika. People suffer a lot in our country. There are people who never know what is to enjoy life, what is to enjoy your country. Mtu anafikiria tu nikilima chenye natoa hapo is what I have to depend on. And that's why we need to educate those people the importance of voting the best person. Thank you, Mr. Bernard, for the chance. See you.
Thank you very much Mkenya Spain kwa maoni yako mazuri. Tunashukuru kwamba unatuelewesha masuala mengine tulikuwa tumesahau. Tuko tayari kulaumu mtu yeyote na tusikumbuke majanga tuliyopitia iliyosababisha shida iliyoko. Lakini that's a good one. Thank you. Bwana Murunga.
Good evening, Bernard. Good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm okay. Good evening, the two ladies, Celine and Mukenya, Spain. And good evening, the rest of the gentlemen I'm seeing in the studio. Yes, I'm happy. I've had a contribution from Mukenya, Spain. I'm just elated because she understands the political dynamics of this country so well that she's able to articulate it so well. And that's what we need to go by, yeah? And especially when you're going to vote. Mtu usiangalie sijui ni nani, mtu wa kwetu anaenda kusimama. Now, and I also like our my big sister Celine for putting a very strong case. And this shows how mature the country is becoming, and we are all becoming. It's good. I want to say this. We have a country ahead of us. We also have an election which is coming. And I don't know. Let me just be honest. And be honest to those who are supporting our deputy president. This 2022 election is not his. Mambo yamebadilika. Mambo yamebadilika. Because when you look at what is happening in the country, I don't see in any way that is going to probably change or tilt the vote towards his direction. Today, I was in the morning, I was very much disappointed listening to the son of Mudamba Mudavadi, Moses Mudamba Mudavadi, reading a speech written for him by Uda to read to the public of Kenya. As a lawyer, I felt it. I felt that our son is now being misused. I don't know, is it because of he has big body that he should be used because the image can be seen across the country, or I don't know why he was given the speech to read, because what he read is exactly what he has been castrating, that DP William Ruto has been doing. Sasa umepewa speech usome, ujui ni nini unasoma. You're reading something that is not in your mind. I feel sorry for the son of Mudamba Mudavadi, and to my brothers in the Maragoli community, I'm very sorry. Sisi Waluya tunajihurumia. We pray for our son. Mungu amshike mkono arudi mahali. Let him recollect his mind and return back home. Because it is Raila Odinga who has rescued him twice. For the third time, I don't think Raila Odinga is able to rescue him. He may end up discarding him completely, which is so unfortunate. the deputy president is the deputy president of this country, reading a speech on his behalf and cascading the same government that is paying you, the taxpayers that are paying you, kwa kejeli, ni aibu ilioje. You're speaking as if you don't live in this country and you're drawing a salary from this country. I like and I will forever never forget Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, who realized that in a simple paragraph, mumenipa ofisi and I'm not serving the people of Kenya. He wrote a very short statement and is resigned as the deputy president, as the vice president of the country, Kenya, because he was not serving the public that he had been appointed to serve. Huyu wetu ni tapeli, ni sijui nitatumia jina gani ambalo litadescribe huyu. Mungu aweze kunisaidia niweze kushikilia kwa sababu ni mzito sana, especially when you mention that is the DP doing this to a country that we love so much. Bernard, listening to Musalia Mudavadi reading that speech and even the questions that followed, it was embarrassing. It was embarrassing. VAT bill that was introduced in parliament during Mudavadi's time is the one who introduced it. Sasa anasukuma kwa anasema Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga ni msafi kama pamba. Sio tunamuunga mkono kwa sababu, I come all the way, far away from, I am not even related to Luo Nyanza, but I am voting for Raila Odinga as a candidate, as the best candidate that this country now deserves. Raila Odinga has fought for this country. And trying to imagine someone calling Raila Odinga a project, inakera sana, inauma sana. You start on the podium, shout, Raila Odinga is a project that is not going to serve this country. Uhuru Kenyatta wants to rule this country remotely. Honestly, where are we? Are we in our senses? Have we forgotten where we have come from? Because the freedom we have in this country today, we owe it to Raila Odinga. What we are seeing in this country today, you just remember we had 2013, 2017, where we had so many scandals being unraveled by Raila Odinga. Something that William Ruto cannot do. If William Ruto is a man enough, let him call a press conference in Nairobi, invite Nairobians for a demonstration and calling for lowering the cost of food in town. Aache kujigamba akiwa kwa hoteli somewhere in Meru in the comfort of kina Musalia Mudavadi na wale watu wanamuimbia wanaita jina lake wakiwa na uoga. Let him do it. We know Raila Odinga can. Raila Odinga can. He did it. He has done it before. He's able to do it. We are calling upon these guys to, let's not pretend. Let him do it. Aitisha mkutano Uhuru pakaseme anaomba Wakenya wakuje tuteremshe bei ya chakula. Let's see how many people will turn up. Let him not pretend. Watu wanasema, juzi nimesikia akisema ya kwamba Nairobi ni UDA, Nairobi ni ngome ya watu wa hasla. Hasla vitu gani? Hasla vitu gani? Wacha aonyeshe kwa ishara. Asimame aite watu Nairobi tuone. Nairobi iko na wenyewe na mwenye Nairobi and even Uhuru Kenyatta knows. Hii nchi mahali popote tumeketi tunajua Uhuru Kenyatta and sorry to mention Musalia, Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga wakiwa pamoja, those are political genius, and I know very well that what Raila is going to Ghana is more than 70% in total voting in this country, because cost is already locked. Just take a look at what happened when William Ruto hosted, actually had a rally in Tononoka. He had a rally in Tononoka a week or a week and a half ago. Raila Odinga was in the same venue. Tofauti ni kama ardhi na mbingu. Hawezi linganisha. William Ruto, ufuasi wake ni watu wanakuwa mobilized na pesa. He has to spend money to have these people attend his rally. We have Raila Odinga, whose followers are really, we're talking about people who love Raila Odinga. And that's what we know. We have those that follow William Ruto because of his money. Na sasa kwa vile tunajua ya kwamba mfuko imeanza kutoboka, mambo yatakuwa mazito. And I'm sure Sagana 3 is going to spell doom for him. Somebody was telling me today that out of the 10 people from Central Kenya, 3 people are going to vote for Raila Odinga and 7 will vote for William Ruto. I'm waiting to see that happen. Because William Ruto minus 90% of the Kikuyu vote and 50% of the Luhya vote, which I'm sure he may not even get 10%. Hakuna kitu huko. So this election is already been called, and we know the next president of this Republic of Kenya is none other than Raila Odinga. Tunasonga mbele tukisema namna hiyo. Now, let me now get to the issues that we are discussing today. I'll start straight with
watch time.
Yes, I am. Bernard, please forgive me for saying, for actually asking for 2 more minutes, because I've not been in the studio for 3-4 days. My humble request.
Endelea tafadhali, endelea, okoa muda.
Sawa. Sasa tunaongea kuhusu mambo ya Livondo. Yes, some may say Livondo is somebody who has a questionable character. That's right. But Livondo issued a statement that was very weighty, that some of us knew that the president had to turn in the airspace of Yemen because it was volatile for him to proceed with the journey. Who had sanctioned that? Tusiseme ya kwamba ni kitu hatujui. People know about it. And it's only that people are not willing to talk about it. It is hard. Ni mzito sana. No one would dare talk about that. And who cleared it? That's what we're saying. Livondo has brought forth what we have been waiting for. Because it happened. It happened during our time. We do not want that to happen again. Mtu lazima awajibike. Assuming we lost our president, kungekuwa na shida kubwa sana. So today we must speak the truth. Tujifunze kusema ukweli. Na mimi kama Mkatoliki, I must speak the truth. Tufuate, tujue ni nini ilitendeka. Yes, Livondo has said it. And there is something, Bernard, I want you to bring forth about the house in Riverside that Mudavadi has been residing in. That is a matter that we should bring forward, that we also need to discuss about. Because Kamlesh Patni and Musalia Mudavadi know what the genesis of Goldenberg and how much money we lost in this country. So I request my brother Bernard to bring that. Next time when we're discussing, let's come forward and discuss about the same as well. It will be very important that we talk about it to shame the devil. Ndio tujue ya kwamba kuna mbivu na mbichi. haya mambo ni mambo ambayo yanakera sisi sana. I'm being called upon to act. Niko nafanya kazi nyingine, naomba Bernard upeane usikani kwa mtu mwingine as I respond to the call of duty.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murunga. We'll link up later. Asante. Okay, I want us to go straight to Oscar. Please, everybody keep your mic mute. Let's not turn it into a song. Every time your mic is on, it provides a feedback that irritates, especially those people with the headphones. They find it very difficult to follow the discussion. So it's just good manners to keep your mic mute. Ensure that when it's your turn to speak is when it's turned on. Keeping your mic on is problem. Thank you. Oscar, Dan, and Oscar, then Dan.
Okay, thank you very much. Asante sana kwa washikadau wote mahali penye mpo. Mimi ni Oscar, Hamisi niko hapa Mombasa. Lakini kwetu ni pale Mululu, mimi ni neighbor Mudavadi hapo chini hapo. Kwa kweli mambo yote ambayo yamesemekana hapa kuhusu ujirani yangu yanasikitisha, na sisi wenyewe alitukataa akiwa Nakuru kwenye ile rally ya Kenya Kwanza, nafikiri ilianzia kule. Akasema ni mkale. Alisema ni wakina dada Selina hapo. Alisema ni mkale, mama yake ametoka sijui wapi huko Kale, sijui wapi, baba yake sijui wapi. Kwa kweli tulisikitika, hatukutarajia yaweza ongea kama, mpaka tukaona kweli pesa zalewesha. Mfuko ukinona, kumbe mtu awezalewa zaidi. Unaongea kwa nguvu za mfuko, ambalo kwamba hilo jambo si watu wa huko Mululu litukasirisha zaidi. Sisi tulikuwa tunajivunia tuna mtu wetu. Kumbe anatambua kwamba yeye si wa kwetu. Najaribu kusema nini? Okay. So napoenda kuendelea kuongea, tafadhali nataka kuweka hii simu karibu na na laptop kwenye charge, ndio tupate kuwasiliana vizuri. Imeniwoni nataka kuzima, kwa hivyo hamtaniona vizuri mahali penye kuna charge, lakini angalau umeniona sura, mnajua nani yaongea. Mtanisamehe kidogo tu na kwenye charge hapa. Okay. Yeah. Sasa nilikuwa najaribu kusema nini? Mudavadi amekuwa waziri wa serikali za wilaya. Kule kwetu Busali ward, mimi natoka kwenye ward ya Busali. Hatuna kijana mmoja yote ambaye ametoka Busali ward mwenye ameajiriwa kwa wizara ya serikali za wilaya Mudavadi chini ya uongozi wa Musalia Mudavadi. Mudavadi amekuwa waziri wa fedha. Hakuna wakati Mudavadi, hakuna kijana mmoja huko ameajiriwa kwa idara ya fedha wakati ule akiwa kwenye wizara ya fedha. Mudavadi amekuwa waziri wa mawasiliano. Hakuna watu wa kutoka huko kwetu wameajiriwa huko kwa communication enzi yake. Sasa najaribu kusema nini? Mudavadi amekuwa makamu wa rais. Hata kama ni mwezi mmoja, unajua ukipewa hiyo nafasi mwezi mmoja unaweza fanya mambo makubwa sana kwa watu wengi. Kwa huo mwezi mmoja tu utacommand vitu tu vikifanyika. Kabla uondoke hapo kwa huo mwezi mmoja umefanya mabadiliko makubwa sana. Hicho cheo ni kikubwa, si kidogo. Sasa mnakumbuka sisi wenyewe tulimdison katika parliament, tukamwangusha ubunge juu alifuata vizuri direction ya Raila Odinga. na Raila Odinga alikuwa na mipango ya kumwachia, akamwambia njoo pande hii, nikitoka hapa mi nafanya nini? Akatuuliza. Baba yangu mzazi ndiye alikuwa baadhi ya washauri wakuu wa Musalia Mudavadi. Marehemu baba yangu, Mungu arehemu roho yake, alifariki mwaka jana mwezi wa 6. Sasa baba yangu ndiye alikuwa anashauri Mudavadi. Baada ya kuwa ameshauriana Mudavadi, wakaambia Mudavadi usiende kwingine. Penye Saitoti ameenda, Kalonzo ameenda, hawa watu wengine wameenda, kwama hapo hapo. Kwama kwa huyu mzee ni jirani yetu. Kumfuata sio bure. Miaka yako si miaka yake. Miaka ya huyu mzee imeenda ni mingi kuliko miaka zako. Kuna possibility kwa sababu ana usemi mkubwa kwenye eneo la Nyanza na eneo la Pwani. Kuna uwezekano hata wewe ukishindwa kuongea siasa, kuna uwezekano atakusaidia in future. Bado kuna muda. Alisema nimesikia. Sasa babangu alishangaa kesho yake alipotangaza ako wapi. Alipotangaza amerudi kwa KANU. Wakati wanamuuliza kwa nini, akasema kwa sababu ya familia limefanya arudi wapi? Arudi kwa KANU. Sasa baba akamwambia kumficha, akamwambia familia basi kwa sababu ya familia yako ya kukula pande nyingine ndio itafanya ufanye nini? Ndio atakupigia kura, juu utapita. Kwa ukweli wa mambo, mwenye alitangazwa mbunge ambao ni Moses Akaranga alikuwa chief campaign wa Musalia Mudavadi. Wakati Mudavadi arudi KANU, akakwama wapi? Akakwama kwa ODM. Alipokwama ODM, akapigiwa kura, akakuwa mbunge, hata hakutoa pesa. Anyway, najaribu kusema nini, nimeguzaguzia tu kidogo mfahamu. Sisi kwetu hatuna barabara mwanzo. Hatuna barabara kabisa. Wakati mazishi imekuwa kwa Musalia Mudavadi, mazishi ya mamake, ilibidi serikali ya kaunti ndio tengeneza barabara, waanze kumwaga mara, mwanze kutengeneza ndio magari zipitike za kwenda huko. Sasa hivi ukienda boma lake, boma ilikuwa la huyu marehemu Musa Mudamba Mudavadi, ni kama forest. Ukienda huko hatuwezi jua kulikuwa na mtu mkubwa hapa. Mudavadi alihama Mululu akaenda kujenga Kitale. Kwa hivyo kwa ufupi, wakati wa campaign ndio anakuja wapi? Anakuja hapo nyumbani. Na hakuji na gari, hakuji na gari. Juu anajua akipita na gari kuna kusimamishwa, aulizwe vipi. Juu jana ndege anatua pale kwenye boma. Akishatua afanye mkutano pale, akishamaliza ingie kwenye ndege arudi aende Nairobi. Kwa hivyo sisi tunamuona wakati wa election peke yake. Najaribu kusema
wewe bwana.
Na sasa nimemalizana na Mudavadi.
Imetosha.
Haya,
Achana na
nimemalizana. Sawa, pole. Haya, sasa tukuja kwa rafiki yetu Bwana William Samoei Ruto. Ruto kwa kweli, nikiwaambia ukweli, on 2013 nilikuwa nimetumwa kazi Kampala. I was in Uganda. Na nikiwa kule, mimi roho yangu ilikuwa na Raila Amolo Odinga. Lakini wakati niliona wave ya siasa vile ilikuwa inaenda, nilijua hapa kutakuwa na runoff. Because 2012 nilikuwa Kenya, nikaondoka 2012 ikielekea nikaenda wapi? Nikaenda Uganda. Sasa nikiwa huko nilijua kutakuwa na runoff. Na kweli ilistahili kuwa na runoff. But we know how things was. Lakini hata hivyo, mimi matumaini yangu ilijua hata Raila asiposhinda, serikali ya Jubilee ichukue hii mpangilio yenye Jubilee wako nayo, manifesto yao. It was amazing. It was embracing. It was very good. It was nice, I'm telling you. Acha nikwambie kitu mshikadau. Nchi ikiwa na chakula, nchi ikiwa na chakula ni nchi tajiri. Kwa sababu gani? Hapa hivi naongea mimi niko Mombasa. Kule bara kwetu kukiwa na unga, kukiwa na mahindi, kukiwa na mboga, kukiwa na matoke. Unajua ile pesa yenye napata hapa, sala napata hapa, ndatuma nyumbani pesa kidogo sana za matumizi. Ina maana kuwa kama napata tuseme 40,000 per month, nikituma pesa kidogo ni askari tu ama vitu zingine ndogo ndogo, kwa sababu chakula kiko cha kutosha. Sasa wakati niliona mpangilio wa Jubilee kuhusu kutosheleza chakula Kenya, na huyu Ruto, huyu rafiki yetu Ruto, huyu ndiye alikuwa anafanya nini? Anaeleza vile galano sijui golona sijui wapi, akaeleza kila kitu, na kweli tukaona huyu jamaa, hii system amekuja nayo, chakula kitakuwa nyingi Kenya. Akasema hata tuna uwezo wa kuimport mahindi tupeleke nje, tuna uwezo wa kuexport mahindi tukipeleka nje, kwa sababu tuna mashamba, serikali ina uwezo, tutaweka bilioni. Akatenga bilioni za kuenda kwa mahindi, akatenga mabilioni za matunda, akatenga mabilioni sijui za beans, akatenga mabilioni za ngano, za vitu mingi. Nikaona Kenya ikiwa na chakula, basi nchi yetu itakuwa tajiri. Hata wenzetu wenye wako nje ya nchi wakipata pato lao, wakituma huku Kenya watatuma pesa kidogo sana, kwa hivyo pesa zitakuwa na manufaa. Nikajua anyway, kama Raila hata power ama hatapita, hawa bado akipita, nchi itakuwa developed. Akatuambia kuna viwanja, atajenga viwanja vikubwa kama Emirates, kama vile vya kina Chelsea na Manchester, viwanja vikubwa vikubwa hivyo, kama viwanja 11 I think so, alisema hivyo. Hivyo ndio alituambia. Mombasa, Nairobi, Eldoret, sijui Kisumu na wapi, international stadium, mpaka inafunikwa hivi, mkiwa ndani hamnyeshewi na mvua. Tukafurahi, tukajua vijana hawa watafanya kazi nzuri. Haya, kila kitu kilinishusha moyo, washikadau. La kwanza kabisa nikasenza hapa kuna shida. Tulianza na reli. Wakati wakina serikali ya Kibaki na Raila ndio walichora hii mpango wa reli kutoka Mombasa hadi Nairobi, hadi Kisumu, na wakasema reli inaenda kwa nini? Ya stima. Tutakuwa na train ya stima, standard gauge railway ya stima. Wakaongea na wazungu, sijui ni France ama wapi, wakakubali watajenga hiyo reli kwa kipindi cha gharama ya pesa fulani. Wakati hawa vijana wenzetu waliingia, ambao saa hii ni wazee, si tumebaki vijana sasa, wakati waliingia pale, nini walifanya? Walirudi wakatafuta mkandarasi mwingine Mchina. Huyo Mchina akapigia double amount ya ile pesa yenye ingejenga reli ya stima kutoka Mombasa mpaka wapi? Mpaka Kisumu. Na hiyo double amount ikatoa reli hapa mpaka Nairobi, na si ya stima, ya diesel. Wakaenda wakachukua mabogi mzee locomotive, wakakuja wakapiga rangi kule. Kuna wajasusi wetu walikuwa kule wakipiga rangi hizo manizi zikifanywa renovation, baadaye zikaletwa huku Kenya. Tukaambiwa sasa hiyo ndio standard gauge railway. Can you see now? Wakati mimi niliona hivyo nikaona hapa kuna problem. Shida ya pili mahali ilitokea, nikiongea kuhusu sasa ya leo, nikiendelea kumalizia, wakati naona wanatoka press conference at the morning hours wakisema ati mambo na low food prices whatever, sijui serikali imekupa mabilioni what. I do remember it was 2015 if I'm not wrong. Kuna wakati Orengo waliteta sana, Kennedy Msifuna, kina nani waliteta sana wakisema mbona serikali inakopa bilioni nyingi za pesa hivyo, mbona kama ni railway standard gauge railway ilikuwa ijengwe ya stima, na pesa yenye najenga saa hii ni mara kama 2 mara 3 ya ile reli ilikuwa ijengwe ya stima, niipeleke mpaka Kisumu, lakini imefika Nairobi, lakini wameendelea kukopa a lot of billions na hata ijafika hiyo Nairobi. Nakumbuka Ruto ndiye alitokea kwa press akajibu kina Orengo, nyinyi mnapenda kupiga kelele, ndio nchi iwe developed lazima tukope loans, ndio to develop nchi, ndio nchi endelee. Nchi bila loans iwezi kaendelea. Alafu anatuambia hapa ati ni bilioni ngapi? Ati only 4 billion ndio alikuwa amekopa, sijui 4 wapi. Ni uongo. Ilikuwa imefika huko karibu 6-7 hapo trillions. So najaribu kusema nini? Wanajikanganya na media nao wanatukosea. Kwa sababu gani? Media houses, wakati mtu ametoka kama hiyo na mambo na kusema serikali inakopa loans, sijui food prices, sijui whatever, yafaa inaleta hiyo yenye alitoka aliweka hiyo akisema lazima serikali ikope pesa ndio nchi iwe develop, ndio mfurahie barabara, ndio mfurahie vyakula, ndio mfurahie nini na miundo msingi. Wanaleta hiyo ya kitambo akisema, alafu aleta hii akiwa kwa press akisema namna gani? Akisema nchi inakopa pesa mingi. Unaelewa sasa? Haya, Ruto hatujasahau tu mambo ya Around Kimwerere Dam. Hatujasahau. Bilioni ngapi zilienda pale Around Kimwerere? Kama sio majasusi wa baba kutambua hiyo story, ndio akalipua. Ndio ikalipuliwa, ndio ikajulikana kwamba kumbe aliletwa kondarasi wake bandia. Wakaja wakapiga overprice ile pesa yenye ilikuwa itengeze hiyo damu. Na ni watu hata ambao na makampuni kule nchi za nje. Tuachana na hiyo. Ni juzi tu rais wetu Uhuru Kenyatta mpendwa amejenga kiwanda cha silaha ya bunduki.
Ndugu, fupisha kidogo, umeongea 16 minutes, fupisha tu kidogo.
Wacha nimalize na hiyo kabisa. Hii ni ya mwisho kabisa jamani, naomba msamaha. Ya mwisho kabisa hiyo. Amejenga kiwanda cha risasi hapa Ruiru. Juu rais aliona wanatumia pesa nyingi kutoa silaha nje kila mwaka wakifanya budget ya serikali. Wacha tujenge kiwanda, tupunguze hizo pesa zenye tunatumia kila mwaka tukileta silaha kutoka nje. Haya, akachukua tu bilioni 10 wakajenga kiwanda pale. Kuna vijana wako pale wanafanya hiyo kazi. Ruto anaita press conference. Anasema namna gani? Ati hiyo pesa Uhuru amejenga nao kiwanda cha marisasi, angeenda ajenge kiwanda in Australia, aweke vijana hapo afanye kazi, sio kujenga kiwanda cha marisasi, anafanya kazi bure. Haya, after 2 weeks Mwarabu mwingine anashikwa ameenda kuchukua Equity Bank bilioni 100 ngapi? Ilikuwa sijua 100 billion ama how much. Ameenda kuinvest Uganda. Signatory alikuwa nani? William Samuel Ruto. Ndiye alikuwa signatory wa hiyo pesa. Sasa huku anasema Uhuru anafanya vibaya akichukua pesa akipeleka akijenga kiwanda cha risasi 10 billion. Alafu anadhamini Mwarabu amekuja hapa bila hata ndururu. Anachukua pesa hapa kwa Equity Bank, hapa pesa zetu hapa Kenya, anaenda kuinvest Uganda. You understand? Who is fooling who? Kenyans, let us be wise. Nashukuru kwa dada mmoja alisema hapo, Mkenya Spain. Let us be wise and educate our people even at the ground. I was at home the whole of the last month, kuanzia tarehe 4 mpaka huu mwezi nimekuwa bara huko kufikia last week. Nilikuwa nafanya survey fulani ya mambo na election at the ground. So wakati nifika mahali nikiongea na watu pale ground, nikapata kumbe watu wengi wajaelimishwa kuhusu election. Wakati ulikuwa naongea na mama fulani na vijana, wale wanasema tuko Yuda. Tukiongea na wao wakati niliwaelimisha mama wili matatu, wakasema kumbe tunapotea njia. Sasa ni vizuri tuelimisha jameni, wamama tuelimisha dada zetu, ndugu zetu tuelimisha. Jambo moja ambao nilijualo lile, wacha nijaribu kuambia mpaka kazini yangu, ndugu yangu, dada yangu, tuelimisha. Baba amekuja kutusaidia. Mimi najua baba hayuko pale kutafuta fame, but yuko pale kwa sababu ana roho ya Mkenya. Anajua, he knows very well what you are going through. God bless you and God keep you, my friends. Bye bye. Shalom.
Thank you, Oscar. That was a long one, but I believe it has reached. Twende kwa Dan. Princess Emily, I can't get your request. What was your request? If you could remind me, I didn't follow. Dan.
Okay, I thought you were still speaking. Do you hear me? Okay. I lost along the way, but I will maybe try to address the rising in prices, food prices, wenye vyakula zimepanda na vitu zimepanda, but watu wanafaa wajue kwamba when a country tries to develop, generally bei ya vitu lazima itapanda, na uweze expect ujenge SGR, ujenge barabara na bado uendelee kununua maybe kiberiti na shilingi moja. Na juu hata ukiangalia everywhere penye kuna pesa, ikuwe majuu, ikuwe wapi, bei hakuna mahali unaweza sema kuna hiyo gap mingi. Maybe kama it's in a very very low country, but still they still complain even in such a state. Juu wewe unaweza ona Uganda maybe vitu ziko bei ya chini, but pia maybe ukienda in terms of development, wewe ukikuwa Kenya ukienda Uganda unaweza ona ziko chini, but wewe ukikuwa Uganda utaona tu bado ziko juu. The same way like wewe unaonanga wazungu wanatoka huku wanakuja maybe Africa hizo vacation, wanakuja juu ya nini? Wakikuwa huku hizo pesa haziwezi wasaidia at all. That's why they look for cheaper countries, waende huko maybe watumie hizo pesa wako nazo. Na pia kama uwezi earn pesa mzuri ukikuwa huku, ukiona hiyo pesa, ukiona in terms kama ukiona ni euro ama uone maybe ni dollar, ukikuwa Kenya utaona ni pesa kubwa sana, but mtu mwenye ako in that country that is using a euro la dollar, it is very small. Mimi nikikwambia like once I go to the supermarket, I rarely spend like less than 20 euros, na hiyo pesa convert into Kenyan money ni pesa mingi sana, na hiyo maybe nimeenda like every week, na Kenyan money inaweza kuwa ni pesa mingi sana, but ukitumia euro it's nothing. But kwa sababu facilities wenye wameweka and all these taxes, so zinaenda kwa hizo vitu. The main problem could be the circulation of money, because maybe in developed countries pia kupata pesa inaweza kuwa rahisi juu maybe pia wako na regulation like hakuna hiyo gap ya mtu mwenye ako highly paid na mwenye ako lowly paid, like kuna hiyo gap mingi. In terms useme hata kama ni maid, kuna law yenye ina govern like maid anafaa alipwe pesa ngapi and all this, so she can also be able to afford what hiyo mkubwa wake tu anaweza afford. We don't have this discrimination yenye unaweza sema like hapa ni wapatajiri ama like hakuna, si utapata like same services. So tukiangalia lazima kama developing country lazima hizi vitu zitaendelea kukua, na so Ruto akisimama hapo nyuma ya Mudavadi akisema, Mudavadi akitusomea hizo allocation, anasema bei imeenda juu na amekuwa hapo hizo vitu zikifanyika, that is a total lie to all Kenyans, and they should know like our jamaa, I think they are just trying to look at everything like nini Wakenya wanataka kusikiza, nini inaweza appeal Wakenya, like is appealing to Kenyan ears waweze kusikiza. Jana nasoma tweet ya Sudi, yeye pia anapiga mdomo venye sisi tunapiga mdomo lower the price. Why could they go to the parliament na waseme hizo vitu kwa parliament? Mbona wakuje waseme kwa press conference kama wako na numbers and all this? So tusichukulie like, unajua mtu kama ako na power, hakuna venye babaka anaweza kuwa analia na wewe pia unalia. Sasa nani atasaidia mwingine? Sasa wakitusomea hiyo press conference, nani anafaa tusaidie? Hiyo ndio inafaa maswali tujiulize. Then maybe hii issue ya Livondo, this issue of Livondo is beyond our own ears na vitu tunaona juu. Livondo hakuamuka tunaenda aseme hizo vitu, na unaona anaenda DCI na hata take more time, within just maybe 2 hours anatoka na ako free na anatembea. So whatever is going on, maybe it could be big, because kama ingekuwa wanasema ni ati ukweli ama ni ukweli, huwezi jua kama ni ukweli ama ni ukweli, but I think it could be beyond this. But pia mtu ana allege like anasema ni president, najua pia kuna watu naweza singizia ati ilifanyika, but the whole president, it could be a big thing. But anyway, hii ni siasa na ni wakati wa siasa, so we should expect such information, so of course. Na nini ingine mlikuwa mmesema? I think that's all. I think maybe this could be so personal. Kenya, Spain, I could be planning to come to Barcelona maybe in May.
You stay in Barcelona?
No, I'm not in Barcelona, I'm in Austria, but maybe in May I could be coming to Barcelona, something like this.
Welcome Spain. Karibu.
Okay, asante sana.
Ukinini utatualat.
Santa kwa lataji.
Ukinini hiyo ni nini sasa? Ukinini utatualert.
Ndio hapa mimi nimeshindwa.
Alexi.
Mimi unajua mimi nilisoma ule wakati Kenya Sheng ilikuwa inaanza. So tulikuwa
Hiyo ni kali hiyo, but tuendelee.
As long as the message is at home now.
No, maybe I can get.
Understood what she said.
No, I didn't understand because in Mexico. Maybe I can get your messenger name, something like this on the private chat.
When you're ready to travel, you will let her know. That's what I go.
Bernard, wachana maneno yako.
No,
Bernard, inaonekana ulikuwa wa my time tulisoma. It seems you are my age mate. Unalewa na hiyo lugha vizuri.
So let's move on now. So you Emily is requesting that we give to Penny Nyagaka to make his submission, and I'll go straight right there due to public demand. Penny Nyagaka.
Mkinifungia mtanifungia, lakini wananchi wananipenda. Habari? Hello?
Nani anakuchukia?
Wewe ndio unanifungia nje.
Kivipi?
Sijui. Habari yenu, habari wananchi.
Mimi ndio na control wifi ya kwako.
Ilikuwa mistake kama hiyo. Hapo ni kweli kabisa.
Sawa, karibu, toa maoni yako.
Asante. Hakuna taabu. Nimesikia sana. Hata kukaa nje ni mzuri sana kwa sababu nimelearn a lot of stuff. Hata huyu Temba sijui kwa kazi gani atakuja, lakini amenifundisha mengi. Nina mtoto mmoja ako an accountant at Deutsche Bank. Alafu huko Germany. Alafu nikamzungumzia nikimwambia bottoms up, yani John Maynard Keynes economics. Mtoto akasikiza akaniuliza, "Daddy, what books have you been reading?" Nikacheka kwa sababu hiyo nilisoma kitambo sana. Lakini Kenya sasa tunaendelea mzuri. Vile President Kenyatta alisema, sasa elections are open. Waje tuzungumze yale tunazungumza yote, na vile mzee anasema, hata mzee Katindu Bey anasema, we need a peaceful country. Otherwise, wengi wenu mnachukia Ruto sana, lakini akiwa president, okay. Raila akiwa, mimi sichukii Raila, lakini mimi najua mengi sana ambayo yaliniweka outside ya kufollow Raila. Kwa sababu I was trained by Mzee Anyona and my uncle Abuya. So I have a different history than you. Most of you guys are young people. You are getting into politics. You are learning in politics. Ni mzuri. Hakuna taabu. So long as the police stays outside, watu wa DCI, nini, watu wache tusungumuze yale tunasungumuza. We fought for this freedom for a long time. Shikukunem. Our water, kina JM Karaoke. We did not fight so that we can go back to dictatorship as Kenyatta and Raila are trying to do now. No. We wanted the freedom to speak our mind. Nyinyi mkiwa ina yenu ni mzuri. I have no problem. Ya mwisho kabisa ni kuambia vijana yangu, kina Alex, kina Patriot, I feel very good about them. Even if they are in a different camp, that's okay. All of us grew up from that kind of generation. If you're in your 30s, your 20s, your 40s, you have to have a certain mindset about kuweka ufike mahali unataka kwenda. Lakini mimi siogopi Ruto. Mkizungumza, wacha niseme nimalizie. If you listen to what Ruto said today, what the debt indeed said today, that's where we are going. We want an economy that looks at the poorest of the society. How they do that? We have to debate that. David doesn't have all the answers. Ruto doesn't have all the answers. If anybody tells you that they have all the answers, they are wrong. We all don't have every answer. We just prefer to have a dialogue like we are doing in your show today. And then whoever wins, wins. But your show is skewed towards Azimio or ODM. So we understand that. There's no problem. Mimi nakujaga hapa na learn a lot. Na hiyo masimu ilikuwa na problem ya cookies nini nikachukua wakatengeneza. So I have no problem with you guys, anybody at all. Mimi na enjoy sana, nasikiza maneno yote mnasema. Asa kijana mimi sijasikia ni yule anaitwa Mwango. Sijui alienda wapi. Alex anatuambia, huyu mchukua hiyo vijana wapi? Otherwise Alex
kabla Alex akuulize swali, mimi nakuuliza kwanza. Ulijuaje tunamkia Ruto?
You can, if you listen to this show even yesterday. I mean, you are anti, you not hate. I can't assign anybody to hate. You are anti-Ruto.
Yes, we don't hate Ruto. We are anti-Ruto because of his poor policies.
Exactly. That's why I'm agreeing with you. I'm not having a problem with that. But some of us love his politics, especially the speech he gave today, the speech David D gave today. That's what we love. But at the end of the day, one person will win. You know,
okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Get question from Alex.
Unajua Penny, habari yako mzee?
Niko vizuri. Upo ile kesho koro ikatuareta.
Hata amesema kitu nataka kumuuliza. Penny alisoma na my grandfather. Akafanya kazi na baba yangu. Alafu anataka kukaa na mimi kwa comment. Mzee, si unakuja hapa kwa panel kuliko kaa kwa comment. Ulisoma na my grandfather. Ukafanya kazi na baba yangu. Unakaa kwa comments na mimi. Sasa hiyo ni tabia mbaya mzee. Unakuja hapa, unaongea vile umeongea. Si tumekubaliana hivyo, wewe utoke comments. Comments nyingine inakuanga hit nyingi sana mpaka tunashindwa kuongea.
Penny, unmute and respond. Unmute to respond.
Okay, it was my problem, Alex, because they told me about some cookies that were enabled or disabled, whatever, but now I'm in the show. I'll always be here.
Usiingie comment, ulisoma na baba yangu, ulisoma na babu yangu, ukafanya kazi na baba yangu. I don't feel comfortable kukaa na wewe kwa comment.
Ukikosa kuona your uncle, let me know. Nitakukuta huko.
Okay, I'm coming next week to Dallas. Tutaonana.
Okay, nitakuja huko. Huyu mzee sijamuona, ni mgonjwa sana. Okay, brother, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope hakuna swali lingine kwa Penny. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele.
Aliblock Olo. Kwa nini aliblock Olo?
Jibu swali. Penny ako wapi? Jibu swali. Kwa nini uliblock Olo?
Hapana, sija block anybody. Bila Alex anasema mimi ni mzee sana, hata sijui simu inafanya kazi namna gani.
Basi nikikuja tuta-unblock Olo. Olo hata mimi ananikasirishanga lakini sijawahi mblock. Tunapigana tu, tukimaliza jioni tunaimba wimbo wa taifa, mambo inaisha.
Alex, mimi nimewatch politics kutoka kwa Raila Odinga, tuonyoka, tunyamweya, tunyachaka. Siasa sio kitu ya kusumbuka nayo sana. Siwezi kumblock kwa hiyo. Ambia Olo hata ndazungumza lugha yake.
Okay, I think that settles there. Alex?
Mimi ni sina mengi. Unataka nitoe submission yangu? I can give my submission now.
I think that's better so that we can start. There's a new lineup. Abaz ametoka, he was the one to be next. So before we begin the new lineup, make your submission.
Yeah, my submission is very short. Unajua tunapoongelea maneno ya maize prices kwenda juu and food commodities, we must acknowledge that is a collective problem. That is not a UDA problem. That is not ODM. That is a collective problem that is affecting everybody. And we need a collective solution. Unaona hata wakati Uhuru aliingia kuwa rais, alikuta deni la Eurobond ambalo hata hizo pesa hazikuingia kwa nini kwa government, but he was forced to pay because we could not default on the loan. If we defaulted, the consequences could have been dire. Actually, our rate, in fact, South Africa, their treasury bond is a junk because they defaulted. And once your treasury bills and treasury bonds become a junk, even other governments are, some of the ways we raise money as a country is through treasury bills and bonds. Other countries buy because they are guaranteed at the end of the year they will be paid. Now, when you look at how expensive our loans are, it's because we are borrowing to pay loans. And you can understand how that bad is. So I think kitu tutambia baba, we need to acknowledge wakati ana campaign aseme ukweli kuwa we have loans that we need to pay off. That is what Magufuli did. Magufuli decided to pay off all the loans so that the country could breathe. Even if it could now borrow afresh, it could borrow on interest rates that are viable and also affordable. Kenya interest rates of borrowing, especially from Chinese and others, umesikia juzi tumeuza the Chinese loan to now Arab country, and that is how we are just gravitating. We are not solving the problem. We are changing one loan to another country, and that is why in the end we have to realize that the revenue is not coming from loans. In the end, the revenue must come from collection of taxes, and that is why we had to raise our VAT. That is why even when Baba comes, we will still raise the VAT. So we need to acknowledge that before even Baba comes in, or whoever who will come in, so that we don't blame a government for no reason. This government overborrowed, and you saw what happened to the money that was borrowed. It was never put in all projects. We accept that Uhuru has done what he has done, but we are in a conundrum whereby we don't want to criticize Uhuru what he has done wrong because we are on a handshake. But even if we are in a handshake, we are not in a coalition. We must criticize him because that is his government and the government of who? Ruto. Ruto cannot take credit when he wants to and refute to acknowledge why the food prices are high, because as people who are in a handshake, we have acted as if we are in a coalition. We are not in a coalition with anybody. We came to save the country because of the menace and the demise that we were seeing that is happening in it. And therefore, even when we are campaigning, we should not fear to tell the people exactly what transpired, what is happening, and what we are going to solve immediately we get into government. Otherwise, the buck will fall on us, and it should not fall on us. Uhuru Kenyatta must take the responsibility, whether directly or indirectly, because he chose Ruto as his running mate. So some of the problems you're having is the monies were not put where they were supposed to be put, like Galana, so that they could generate revenue, and that revenue could be taxed and the government to get money to pay the loans. Now we are paying loans on borrowed loans. That is the problem we are having. So when the tax are going to increase, it's because of the predicament this government is having. How do they raise the revenue? Yatani said 80% of all the money that is collected goes to the human resource capacity. We are paying people. 20% remains only on a few things. The county government does not receive money on time. They receive money after 3 months. Then we blame the county government. You know, the country is in a mess. If it's in a if a country is a house, this is how we can describe it. The bedroom is where we are pooping. The kitchen is where we are peeing. The bathroom is where we are cooking. I mean, nothing is correct in our country. So we must, first of all, diagnose the problem we have, and it's simple. The buck does not fall on a man called William Ruto. He has precipitated this, but the person who the buck falls on is Uhuru Kenyatta. So Uhuru Kenyatta must tell us that, you know, this is what has happened to this government. We are trying to resolve it. And once he takes responsibility, then we allow ourselves to try to solve together. But if we keep on massaging the problems we have, the next government must bear responsibility. And when it starts bearing responsibility, we will start by blaming it immediately, because they will not have time to do what? To breathe. So the situation we have now is that no revenue is there. People are not being paid on time. For 5 years, the GDP is not increasing, but also the amount of money people are being paid may increase, but the cost of living has gone so high that now it's like a pay cut. When Corona came, people are told to work from home, and their salaries were reduced. Some of them were never hiked up until today. So that is the situation and the government we have. And we are going to see the government have to do one thing: austerity measures, as Spain did. Kenya, Spain know that when the buck came to fall on them, the loans they had and the kind of loans they had to do austerity. They had no option. They had to go back and cancel on the many projects they had and gear up on finding how the food prices will go down and the cost of living will go down. So in as much as we are trying to do that, the government must take responsibility and know that it has failed us. So if it has failed us, we must find a solution, a true solution. Borrowing and raising the debt ceiling, it will not solve our problem. We are postponing the present problem to the next generation, which also happened to us. The previous generation postponed their problem to our generation, and we should not do that. Our children should live debt free. Hayo ndio niko nayo for today. Oh yeah, Livondo had an intent.
Bwana, toka nyuma ya curtain, toka nyuma ya curtain. Giza imezidi.
Okay, Livondo, whoever that sent him had an intent. The intent was to change the narrative of the politics, and it has changed. And we are not going to stop it. From now onwards, we are going to talk about it. And it will be talked as long as before the election happens. That was the intention, to introduce a new narrative. And that is why twice we have talked about it here, and other media houses are talking about it. Politicians are talking about it. Now it's the new narrative in town, and it's going to intensify. So the intent was to introduce a new narrative. It has been introduced. Whether you like it or not, it is there. Now we are going to question whether it's true or not, but it's going to affect the DP. It will affect him, whether we like it or not. It is an remote issue that we shouldn't politicize security, but the truth imewekwa kando, imewekwa mbele, iko nyuma yetu na tutaiongea, na kama ni kweli kama si kweli hatutajua. But the intention was to distract the DP so that arudi nyuma kidogo, na ninaona hii kitu imefanya politicians ambao wako side yake wameanza kuongea about it. That was the only intention, and it's being done now. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante bwana Alex. Naomba wale watu wote mko nyuma ya curtain. Sababu mko quarantine ni kwa sababu mko nyuma ya curtain. The screen is too dark. We must keep it alive. So until I see your face behind the for quarantine, you don't qualify to be added on the screen. Here too, because the demand of the viewers is not my, although it's our policy. It's our policy. Also, let me also highlight the aspect of we meet on this platform as adults. I should highlight this because I've had a lot of complaint in my inbox and elsewhere. There are people who are taking advantage of the people they are meeting on this platform. They begin to have personal, they exchange contacts, and then when they run into problems, they run into my inbox to report each other. Mtembei TV does not exist to join people. Sawa, let me make that clear, especially this specific show, the show that I host. So nataka tufanye hivi. If you meet somebody here and you want to have a personal engagement with the person, you do it at your own risk, number one. And number two, do it because you want to, not because you've been pushed into doing the same. You can meet for business, you can meet for anything, but let it be is between the two of you. Don't make Mtembei TV responsible for what you as adults have agreed to get into. We'll advertise business, we'll encourage you to subscribe on our channel or anything like that. But when it comes to personal decision on getting to meet physically, I have met some of you and we have had coffee together. Others, I'm yet to meet you. But that is a personal evolution. It is not a policy for this station. This is a public platform, just like you meet in Marigiti. And if you meet somebody in Marigiti, decide them to take them to your house and they carry away your TV, it is you that carried them to your house. I'm not saying anybody is here to go and carry anybody's TV. I'm just making that clear so that when you begin to exchange contacts, understand what you're doing and understand that you're 100% responsible. Don't run and begin to say, huyu mtu nilifikiria ni mzuri, nilimuona kwa Mtembei TV, nikamwambia ni hivi na hivi, alafu imeenda hivi na vile. Alafu kuna wale ambao wanachukua your personal contacts and they begin to send you funny pictures and funny proposals. Please be careful and understand that. I decided to make that clear because I've received a lot of complaints, phone calls, and all that of people who want to, mess up others. Thank you very much. Now I want us to make progress. Let's listen to Ladema. Is it Ledema?
Bernard, thank you. Even though I have nothing to say because I was behind the cameras and we had so many people spitting wisdom. And today the show was so nice. I can see my friend Alex now has decided to make some vision because last time in the previous hours ago, he refused to give the submission, and now he has given a very nice submission. But I cannot deny to say that I cannot deny to say that I want only to talk about the issue of Livondo. The issue of Livondo is well strategized, well planned to change the political arena or the things that should concur when the president goes to Sagana meeting and all those things. I don't have so much to say. Thank you.
Okay, asante Ladema. Aya, tumsikilize huyu anaitwa Crispinas. Crispinas, are you still there? Unmute and speak. You unmute the mic beside your name. Okay, Crispina seems to have issues. Favor? Favor. You unmute and speak, or you're stuck. Okay, basi wacha turuke tuende kwa ancestor kwanza. Ndio tutapata hii favor baadaye.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, asante sana Mr. Panad kwa kunipa nafasi angalau nipate.
Mhenga, wacha tukusalimie.
Yeah, yes. Nipate
nasikia unaumwa nini tena?
ni
yuko ende daktari.
Ni homa tu ya kawaida hii. Imenikimbisha mchana yote but
Mungu ni mzuri ya. Nimekula mandimu na tangawizi manze.
Sawa sawa, hiyo tiba tosha.
Asante. So in fact kwa topic ya leo nilijaribu kuangalia Ruto through huyu whistleblower yake ambaye anaitwa MaDVD akisema kuwa debt ceiling in fact skyrocket from 1.8 trillion to 11 trillion, na wanajaribu kusema kuwa hiyo debt ceiling skyrocket wakati baba alipofanya handshake na Mheshimiwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Mimi in fact ninashangaa sana cause wakati William Samoei Ruto wakati baba walipofanya handshake, baba in fact hakujiunga kwa serikali ya Ruto. Baba ile advantage tu alipata pale ni kazi ya minister ya infrastructure hii ya envoy ya Africa. So hii debt skyrocket tu kwa macho yao wakiwa wanaangalia. Na in fact nchi mingi in fact ziko na debt. Hata tukiuliza brother Alex anaweza tuambia kuwa America iko na so many trillions manze, imekopa China, imekopa wapi. So kukopa sio mbaya, but hii pesa madhumuni yake ambayo yalifanya ikopwe, je, yalipata kutimia ama iko namna gani? Na then uanga nashangaa na William Samoei Ruto wakati anapolia kuwa hii debt ceiling imeenda juu namna hii, na juzi nimeona akisema kuwa baba asaili achukue credit on achievement of Jubilee. So hizi achievement za Jubilee ni hii debt tu ndio imetumika kufanya nini, kuleta hizo miradi into existence. So in fact William Samoei Ruto anaruka sana mpaka yani ananishtua sana. Then kuna hii mambo ya kusema kuwa wanataka they want to ensure they cut the budget of running the government by 400 billion ama whichever amount of money which they want to initiate. Now my question, how are you going to cut government budget irali kuna ongoing projects ambazo hizi ndio zingekuwa legacy, yani ndio ingekuwa tool ya William Samoei Ruto yeye kama presidential candidate angeitumia kufanya campaign, aseme kuwa in fact tangu tuchukue uongozi 2013 up to this very moment, haya ndio mafanikio yetu. So ninaomba munipe kura so that I can be able to continue with hizi project zenye President Uhuru na sisi tutakuwa tumefanya nini, tumeachia njiani. But yeye anaanza kublame the government through MaDVD. Then wacha Wakenya tujiulize, when Ukuru ya tani huyo CS wa Treasury wakati alipofanya hii debt ceiling ikaruka from 9 trillion to 11 trillion, my question, where were members of parliament allied to William Samoei Ruto? Were they in Kenya or walikuwa Morocco ama walikuwa United States of America? Where were they? Because that is the very time wangekuja na mawazo kama haya, watuambie no, we are not supposed to increase the debt ceiling. But wao walinyamaza, vitu zimeenda, damage ishafanyika. So William Samoei Ruto, in fact, and his team, I'm sorry, sasa hivi you cannot be able to reverse hii debt ceiling mahali imefikia. So it is high time baba aingie, cause this yeye hayuko kwa Jubilee, cause kama William Samoei Ruto hakufanya chochote kuzuia, then this is the right time baba ingie. Na baba akiingia, what will he do? First of all ni increase kitu tunaita accountability, na increase accountability ni ensure kuwa stopping of looting of funds from government coffers, in fact imekuwa minimized ama imekanyagiwa chini kabisa. Then he has to boost kitu tunaita alternative to borrowing, e.g. by ensuring that creating of enormous tax collection base through job creation by building industries. So hiyo itatusaidia sana. And also there are these minerals ambazo they are lying dead in our soil. These minerals have to, baba has to ensure that ameweka a kamati so that zikue resurrected by extracting them. We add value on them, we sell, the money we get tulipe hii deni. Alafu kuna hii mafuta yenye iko pale Indian Ocean na gas. We are supposed to ensure kuwa tumepeana, kama if it is Russia, if it is China, in fact waanze kuchimba hayo mafuta na gas, then hiyo pesa yenye tutapata kutoka hapo it will ensure itatusaidia kuwa tutalipa hiyo deni very fast. La sivyo, in fact kama tumekopa sasa hivi 11 trillion na baba akiingia naye akope maybe 11 trillion, that is 20 in 5 years time, which means vizazi vyetu manze vitabeba mzigo mzito through independence. Back to you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you Bwana Harun Ancestor kwa maoni yako, and I believe there is an elaborate plan to tackle the date issue. Nobody should I think should be focusing on the aspect of borrowing more to settle the date. I think our focus should be on how do we increase our productivity and ensure that we have excess that we can use to pay the debt. And with the corruption under control and the Kenyans being productive, that is the majority of the actively productive Kenyans are being productive. Wale wanapaswa kufanya kazi wanafanya kazi, tax zinachukuliwa, tutakuwa na pesa kutosha kulipa hii kitu mara moja, alafu tusonge mbele. Shida ni wachache wanaokula vingi wakizuia wengine wasipate. Hao wachache wakishanaswa, alafu tuhakikishe kwamba kila kitu ambacho kiko ndani ya nchi kinakuwa productive. Kama ni education is productive, kama ni industries are productive, kama ni agriculture is productive. We have a large some lands within this country that are just lying, and they have title deeds, yes, but they are not put to use. And then mnakuja na project ile mnaenda kwa desert huko mnaeka huko irrigation sijui what. There is fertile land that is already there with absentee landlords. Hao watu walipe tax ama land ilimwe, watu wapande mahindi, tukue na mahindi excess. Badala kusema reduce the price, just produce enough maize, the price will reduce by itself. Hii maneno ya UDA kutuzungusha na akili. We understand economics. Well, when the supply is plenty, the demand is low, the price will drop. They are the same people who are controlling the incoming of the maize production. They are creating artificial crisis of products. Then they come to cry before the screen and say maisha ya mwananchi wa kawaida. Mwananchi wa kawaida ni nani? Hakuna mwananchi asiyekuwa wa kawaida hapa Kenya. From every circle, we enter the same supermarket. Hakuna supermarket ya walalahoi na walalahai. We enter the same supermarket, we buy from the same sellers, and we pay the same price. So tusijaribu kuzungusha watu akili. Then from after 9 years of running government, all of a sudden you realize that the cost of living has gone up, and you call a presser. I fell for my reverend. I call you Reverend Oscar. Mtoto wetu wa Mululu na amepewa karatasi awasomee. May God help us. Now, naomba tumsikilize Favor kwanza, alafu John ulikuwa umedrop sasa, tumaliza na Favor tuko kwako.
Mr. Bernard.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bernard and all the panelists. I am really happy to join us this time. I think it's different. For some, it's very early in the morning. For others, it's at night. But we are grateful to God. At least we have such a platform. Now, there are a few what I call fadisms that we need to deconstruct. You know, we call fadism because they are falsehoods that really need to be put into perspective. When you talk about myth is just an imagination, a story that tries to explain something, but it is not necessarily falsehood. But when you talk about fadism, it's actually what is false. I want to start, for example, with Livondo's issue. When you look at Livondo, to me, I don't have so much to talk that why did he have to come and say or whatever. I look at the end game. He just had to open his mouth and say that. Then it has created a conversation now countrywide. And their objective is achieved. You know, the way they say you want to know if there are birds in the forest, you throw a stone. And if it lands there, then birds will fly into the air. Then you can shoot and kill or catch the one you want. But you see, before you throw the stone, you may not know if there's anything inside the bush, whether it's a bird or an animal or something. So he has achieved that objective by creating that narrative. So whether it was true or it's not true or whatever, there is a discussion. And now it has an agenda. The target would definitely be, for example, I think I had one of our panelists speaking passionately, I think the day before yesterday, when he was saying, we heard that one of our own was going to be killed, you know. Already we have moved back to that cocoon of personalizing and owning, you know. And the moment we go that direction, then the objective is achieved. And I think, so that is what I'll say about that and leave it. Then I come back to now looking at what we are talking about our economies. I feel a little bit disappointed because I know when we read our constitution, it is a very good document when it was actually promulgated. And when you go towards the end of it, we have the schedules, the first, second, third, and fourth, and I think the fifth one. Now, there were clear roadmaps that were put in place that after 1 year, we should have this in place, after 2 years, after 3 years, after 4 years. So I will squarely put all this blame on the Jubilee government, because when they entered power, the first agenda or business order of business was supposed to be to legislate all the laws that needed to be in place to safeguard the constitution or probably guide the constitution, because constitution is a general document. Like you say, a policy. When you set up a policy, policy does not guide the everyday operation. Instead, you now go ahead and come up with regulations that provide us with the everyday steps to do. You cannot put in the constitution that now when you wake up, everybody should wake up at 7 o'clock and go to work. No, but you will put a direction like everybody has a right to work. And then what work they will do, how they will do. For example, the constitution has given us a guide on what will be considered a marriage in Kenya. But then after that, laws are put in place to now articulate how that marriage process can be. You cannot start putting in there a man will go and get a lady and all that. So they failed in that. For example, I had one time Murkomen complaining that the deputy president doesn't have work to do. And I said they were supposed to have just come to parliament and articulated a simple legislation that will just provide what are some of the things that the deputy president was supposed to do. But up to now, for example, it is not there. It just remains a general statement. Any other business, he shall deputize the president and then do any other business given to him. Any job or employment anybody gets, there is one clause that all our supervisors take advantage. After they have given you all your tasks, they always finish with one line that any other duties assigned to you. So that you can always live in that any other duty assigned to you until you become irrelevant, until you even lose your purpose and your focus. So I look at it from the point of legislation was not well articulated, and squarely that falls on Jubilee. And then I have heard the third thing people always say, Raila is a leader of opposition. I am sorry to remind us, the moment we promulgated this new constitution, we ceased to have a leader of opposition. What we have is leader of majority and leader of minority. So Raila is outside. So to tell me that, for example, Raila can come in and marshal and whatever, what he will do probably is to use his party, and that's the reason why then he would want to have many members of parliament in the parliament and in the Senate, so that then they can be able to speak a position as a party and say, on this issue, we'll take this position. So when you come to, for example, the date that has risen up to where it is, fine, when the time to discuss the issue, the government expenses, when they were bloating, the government should have actually put all these things into check, but they were enjoying that time because they were in power and they were celebrating both sides, whether it is the UDA side, with that time they were still in Jubilee. They were enjoying because they had access to all the resources and power. They didn't care how spending was done because it was in their favor. And so they allowed our expenses to go so high. And then at a time when the government now was facing a crisis because they could not spend anymore, so they needed to raise the ceiling. And that is the only time you can now come in to say it came at a time when the handshake had come in. And so ODM and the NASA parties had to come in to try and support the few members of parliament who had remained loyal to Jubilee to try and pass that. So you cannot again fault them and say they are the ones who have made the government to suddenly rise to this level where we are having all this. So this is something that started gradually. When Uhuru was taking power, the economy was growing at a certain rate. The debts were below a certain level. Now, if they had worked towards looking at, for example, instead of running to China, would have considered internal borrowing first, because internal borrowing, meaning you are getting money from just Kenyans and using that money to build the economy. Number two, I'm looking at reviving companies or rather industries that were already running in the country that could have put up and set up counties to actually be economically viable. You look at, for example, let's come to Western region. Pan paper just grounded and it is a shell. Anytime I pass that road of Webuye, I am so disappointed because I can remember the glory. Webuye came to be a town because of pan paper. Then you come in, you look at Nzoia, then you have all these sugar companies, Mumias, all these, they have all been grounded. And I can remember when Oparanya came into as a governor early in 2013, one of the things he was trying to lobby was if they could be allowed to set up a board that will regulate all these sugar factories in the Western Belt so that then they can be able to control the sugar industry. That idea was thwarted out because it didn't sound good. And unfortunately, right now, nobody knew by that time Mumias would also ground. But you look at it, who are the people importing sugar? Who are the people actually importing maize? Who are the people grounding all these agricultural businesses? It is unfair. So to come up right now and say suddenly cost of food and prices have gone up and we want to level it only to the president is actually unfair. And then you actually are this person sitting in the office and you're supposed actually to be articulating the government's policy and direction. I will conclude by saying, look at a country like Singapore. Singapore came to Kenya actually in the late 60s to do their benchmarking. When they decided to fall out to leave Malaysia, they came to Kenya because that time Kenya actually was beginning to show some sign. Because I remember I did economics and we used to look at the GDP of Kenya. It was recorded up to, I think, 1988. Then after that, we stopped because then by that time now we could not match again. They did their benchmarking. And one of the first things Jubilee government did when they came to power is to send a team of parliamentarians to Singapore to go and do benchmarking. Is that going forward or going backwards? And that is a country they have even set a minimum wage. For example, the minimum wage in Singapore is 2,000 Singaporean dollar, which is equivalent to, because a Singapore dollar is equivalent to $1. So it's like $2,000. That's 200,000 Kenya shillings. That is the minimum. That is a guard who stands at the door. That is that maid you want to bring in to serve in your house. That is the minimum, because house rent is $500. Then you need to pay your insurance, you need to pay the tax and all that. So they make sure you have some money remaining with you, close to like $800, for then you can use for your own ways. Why would the country not grow up? Why would the country not develop? So these are things that they should have put in their agenda the first 5 years, even up to now, to articulate it. So to stand on the street and be shouting and saying the government has failed to do on this thing, and yet you're part of it, is unfair and is misleading. And that is the sad part, that I feel I am empathetic about people following UDA blindly and then always wanting to run away from history. I've been able to cite Singapore because I went back to study history. So there is no how we can leave history and just say we want to go forward. Where are we going? Even when you look at the Bible, it begins by telling us about history. First, Genesis chapter 1 and 2 is history. You come to Matthew, when you start talking about Jesus, it is history. So we cannot run away from history, but we have to own up and take responsibility. And then as we look forward towards voting, let's look and interrogate our leaders. We don't just pick people because we feel they're in our party or they're in the side we like, but let's interrogate leaders that actually we can pick. Because I felt so disappointed, because I came from my home is in a county that I think I visited there recently, and I was so shocked that even when we used to have a municipal council, it was better than when now we have a county government. I will end there and probably continue. So I appreciate all the panelists and thank you. Yep.
Asante sana Bwana Favor, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na
you.
mchango wako. Naamini Kenya inakusikiliza na watu watamakinika kusimama na ukweli badala ya kufuata uongo. Kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Mwangi Madhira anasema lower the food prices. Tell us how, okay? Because just demanding to lower the food prices will not drop it. Tell us how. I suggested let us overproduce maize, then let us see if the price of unga will remain where it is. Let's get down to ensuring that we have more producers than consumers, okay? As long as we are producing less than what is demanded by the consumers, we can't control the prices. History ya kupiga kelele ya kusema hiki kifanyike kile kisifanyike bila kupeana mwelekeo ni mchezo ambao tunachezwa. Na mimi naomba tu tusikubali kuchezwa. Ni muhimu tukubali ukweli, haswa tukichezewa akili. Na sasa hivi tuko na nafasi ya kubadilisha serikali, tuko na nafasi ya kubadilisha viongozi. Don't get caught up into lower price, high the price and all that. Wakati tulikuwa tunakula tear gas every Monday. you people, where were you? These lower prices, you don't scream it online, okay? Block the highway tomorrow, okay? Stand, demonstrate everywhere. The prices will fall. But this one on your keyboard, iendi kokote. Pole lakini. Naomba Bwana John aje, alafu tutamsikiliza dada ndio tuende kwa wengine. Thank you. Kuna dada Julie na kuna dada Emily wamekuja. John, mbio mbio tafadhali.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Bernard and other colleagues. I say hey to you. I have like two objectives that I need to put across today. The first one is about I guess umemaliza kuiongea saa hii. When somebody goes online and types we need food prices to be dropped, like you lower them. Do these guys think or go back to what made these food prices to be up? Like, we need, this country is overwhelmed with loans. We need to pay some guys who are working within the country. So it's like what we are producing and what we are consuming what we are consuming is much more than what we are producing. So that is why the government has gone ahead, right, to increase all this stuff so that they can meet some limitations. Like, we're gonna pay this one, we're gonna do this one. Like, now what they're trying to speak is irrelevant. Right? You are telling me today lower food prices. What can I do? And another thing, the government, you yourself, you know, the government has loans, right? The owners of those loans need to be paid back. What do you want? What do you want the government to do? Hawataenda kutoa pesa za uhuru walipe. We kama mwananchi sisi ndo tunalipa those loans. So watu waache hiyo maneno wako nayo. Those hizo terminologies zenye walipata kutoka mahali fulani, they are outdated. We need to find solutions over some issues that are affecting us directly as Kenyans. Secondly, now that we are blaming maybe the government, I heard the DP saying the other day, no, let's not exclude him from the development that has gone all over for all these 10 years he has been in office. Then another thing or another event, the same person who is saying, don't exclude me from this government development projects, is the same person who says, when they were borrowing the 7 trillion, I was not there after the handshake. What I'm asking, which is what is this guy trying to tell Kenyans? Are these people who are listening to him, are they blind, deaf, or, you know, I really fail to understand. And you are there, honestly, you are monkeying, right? This person needs to be the president. He's denying, he's like contradicting himself. You are saying I killed, then you go another place, you say I saw him killed. So it means you're contradicting yourself. You agreed the first place I'm the one who did the act, and another place you are saying no, I saw it being done. No? Don't let those ideologies ruin our country. We need to fix our country today. What do I mean today? This is the elections that will shape our future, the future of our kids, the future of our generations to come. These are the general elections that will save our country. All of those debts that we are owing China, the likes of Eurobond, of which Eurobond, the last office that was mentioned, that was involved in that scandal, was the DP's office. Now he goes out to tell people they hacked the prices, so within the next 5 months, I lower everything. You know, don't use Kenyans like trash. Don't you think that Kenyans are sleeping? And the final thing I'll talk today. I was online, but that was like a little bit personal. Kindly, if I'm submitting something and you see you're not buying the idea, kindly, you can, you can abuse me. I'll take it because I'm a little bit younger. I say this our generation, I understand, but respect people. Respect doesn't cost you anything. If you see somebody who is trying to sell his idea and you don't buy the idea, kindly, if the best thing that you're gonna do is just quit, come later. I saw something that made me a little bit. That's why the first time I joined the presentation, that I went by, and then I just exited. So kindly, those ones who are commenting, please don't musitukane hawa wazee. Huyo akisema saa hii takuwa wazimu na hivyo amemaanisha hivyo. That is why God amewaacha hapo. That is why till today nasema na nina uhakika this generation will save Kenya after tumekuwa more than 50 years. But for now, even the Bible, ndo maana Moses fighted for the Israelites till the last time hakuwa na nguvu, alikuwa anainuliwa mikono juu. So what am I trying to drive home? Raila is the best candidature, the best candidate who will shape the future of Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, asante Bwana John kwa maoni yako, na amini hakuna swali kwako. Ningependa tu confirm kwamba Deputy President is on record confirming that there is nothing that this government has undertaken other than what he sat, planned and executed. He has not said that once or twice. He has said that everywhere. And that's why he wants to, he must be part and parcel of the credit for this particular government. So for him to turn around and now begin to say, they borrowed, I was not there. They borrowed, I was not there. Where was he when the borrowing was taking place? He sits in cabinet. He's the deputy chairman of the Security Council. He's the chairman of the revenue allocation. I mean, Deputy President needs to respect us as Kenyans and understand that although we may not be as learned as he is because he's now a doctor, okay, we are not also as dumb as he thinks we are. If he really wants a campaign on economics, let him run it credibly. If he wants it on politics, let him do it rightly. If he wants it on excuses, we know it for that is his oxygen, and it's not going to help him much. All the same, this is our country and we will not let it go to the dogs. Naomba tumsikilize Julia, alafu ndio twende kwa MC. Yule dada mwingine akirudi basi sawa. From Julia is to MC, then tutaruka nani huyu? Wale watu wamefanya submission tunawaruka wote ndio twende kwa Richard, alafu turudi ile round mbili. By that time Themba will have come, na mimi nitakuwa nang'atuka. Naomba tumsikilize Julia, karibu.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. I need to appreciate the panelists who have been talking, received such levels of insights. My comments may be just brief about Livondo. Sitaki kusema chochote, lakini nakubaliana na wenye walisema panamoshi, panamoto. So let's leave it to the DCI and whoever is in charge. If they're going to do any investigation, that's their business. Now, I just wanted to comment about the issue of prices, food prices. Generally, right now, there's a lot of inflation across the globe because of so many factors, especially because of the COVID crisis. And I need to appreciate what many members have said here, that the prices of goods are determined by the forces of demand and supply. So if the supply is less than demand, then we experience what we call inflation in a free market economy. And Kenya mostly is a free market, it's a capitalist republic. So we run through a free market economy. So we expect that our prices will be fluctuating. However, this does not mean that the government of the day cannot caution their people. But it's, from my own point of view, it's a long process. And there are so many factors that are going to determine the prices of goods and services. One of the factors is taxation. Now, I think the level of taxation in Kenya is quite high. But beyond the taxation, the level of wastage in Kenya is extremely high. There is a lot of wastage of public resources that do not need to go to waste. Why is there so much wastage? because of lack of accountability by most public officers. And to an extent, even us who are talking here, I'll not be surprised that some of us are like, wakati wetu kikuja, ni wakati wetu wa kukula. That is why some politicians have the audacity of calling meetings and saying that if we're going to support you, you're going to give us 1, 2, 3. You're going to give us these ministries. I do not think that is right. I am praying that if Baba wins, and I hope he wins, I am praying that those people who are going to support him, they give him the freedom to appoint the right people to run this country. People who are accountable. People who are above board. Above board means we can entrust them with our resources. Because even as we talk, some of the people campaigning for Baba are not above board. That's the tragedy that we are going to get into. We are going to go back to the same cycle of psychophancy. So it's my prayer that when Baba wins, that Kenyans give him the opportunity to work with the right people that are going to be accountable. Now, someone compared this country to Singapore and say that some years back, we were at the same level, economic level with Singapore. The difference is Singapore has zero tolerance to corruption. And countries in the West, even the America, it is not that Americans produce more than we produce. Surprisingly, the coffee that is being taken in America and the rest of the world, most of it comes from Kenya, even tea. The tea that we have in here comes from Kenya. Someone talked about Rivertex. I sent some pictures earlier to some WhatsApp groups showing them that when I go to Walmart, I find clothes manufactured and made in Kenya by Rivertex. Americans are buying clothes that are made in Kenya. So it is not that we are not producing. We are producing, but there is a problem somewhere. There is wastage and there is lack of accountability. So what we need to address, our biggest virus and disease is lack of accountability. It is not even that we cannot produce, it is because we cannot be accountable. So we need to begin with ourselves and the leaders that we are going to have. We need to pray for Baba so much. Me, from my own judgment, I don't think Raila is corrupt. I have never suspected him for corruption. And I totally believe that he's given the right people, he's going to transform this country. But he needs people who have zero tolerance to corruption. Now, I ask myself, when I see people, Americans don't own jets. I mean, even American politicians don't own jets. I never understand why there's a person in Kenya who owns a jet and so many Kenyans are going hungry. It's because we have our priorities wrong. We just talking, but we have our priorities wrong. The issue is not even the prices of goods. The issue is that we do not do what we are supposed to do for our Kenyans. Now, for example, why are our children, I've said this again because I'm an educator, why are people paying for education at this time in our country? Why are they paying? Why can't our children go to school free? We need to investigate that. Can we imagine if all children in Kenya were made to go to school free? How much burden will you have taken away from all Kenyans? If that happened, it means that Kenyans will stop spending their meager economy, their meager income on paying for education. Now, I need to appreciate that the government is doing something about health, though the health facilities are yet to be improved. But I need to appreciate NHIF, that is wonderful. So those Kenyans who are still criticizing NHIF, it is working, it is working, it is working, it is working. That's a milestone that Kenya is making. So we can look at health services, we can look at education services, and then we can look at food, shelter, and clothing. Now, the food production in Kenya, we can improve in our food production if we do the right thing. I am very surprised about the same people who are talking about the cost of food are the same people who have messed the projects that will improve the food production. Those people have scandals, the scandals of Kimwarel dams and all the others. That is irony. That is really, that is ironic to have anybody in that camp opening their mouths talking about food security when they have themselves sabotaged projects that could have improved our food security. So I pray, my prayer is when Raila gets to power, he just puts a few things in place. He decides that I have 5 years. By the end of 5 years, no Kenyan child should go hungry. How? We need to produce food even in Northeastern. We can collect rainwater and produce enough food for all Kenyans. Kenya is an agricultural country. Number 2, we need to make sure that all children walk to school. And my suggestion, I hope one day I'll get this opportunity to suggest even to the government. I have been thinking that I may draft a proposal. The only way, whether Kenyans like it or not, the only way of having Kenyan children access free education is making sure that our schools are day schools. Because parents are exploited in the name of boarding schools. Parents do not need to pay that boarding school. Now, some of the schools in central Kenya are a waste of public resources because there are too many schools in central Kenya in the same place, and parents in those places take their children to the boarding schools, and the boarding fee they pay is very high. Did you know that the government of Kenya provides notebooks for students? If you didn't know, I want to tell you that. I was teaching in Mutira Girls High School in 2018. I was the deputy principal, and I can tell you today, the government of Kenya sends money for students to be bought notebooks. So all Mutira Girls students, every year they report they are given a 200-page notebook for their notes. Every year they are given 12 200-page notebooks. Did you know the government of Kenya provides textbooks? Students in a school like Mutira Girls have textbooks of a ratio of 1:1. The parents did not buy those textbooks. The government bought those textbooks. Did you know that the teachers in Kenya are paid by the government? Now, ask me, the fee the students in Mutira Girls, what are they paying for? They are paying for boarding fee. What would happen if Mutira Girls was called Mutira Community School? Mutira Girls now has a population of about 1,000 students. It means 1,000 students in the locality would enjoy the same facility and their parents would not pay a single coin. It means that those parents would have enough money now to run their budget. And if you are doubting what I'm saying, Kisumu Boys is a day school, and Kisumu Boys is performing. Kisumu Girls High School has a day section, and Kisumu Girls is a performing school. Lions High School is a day school in Nyalenda. Lions High School has about 800 students, and those children are day scholars. So why are they paying fee? Kisumu Day is a day school. So I'm telling you things that can work in this country. So if we take away the burden of education from our parents, and then we deal with the health services, and then we invest in agriculture, we are going to make sure that nobody in this country sleeps hungry. We are going to make sure our children go to school. We are going to make sure that people can access health. Then we shall stop talking about the prices of goods and services. The prices of goods and services in the West, as I conclude, are very high. In America, if you talk about rent, the rent is very high. But why am I still comfortable? I am comfortable. If I have a child here, I would be comfortable for just one thing, that my child will be picked and taken to school and given breakfast and lunch, which means all the way from kindergarten to high school. I do not have to spend sleepless nights wondering how am I going to pay my children's fee. So that is why the Western world, the people are comfortable, though the prices of goods and services in those countries are high, because they have what is called accountability. They provide basic services for their people, and they have zero tolerance to corruption. So those who, this politicking in UDA, I cannot buy it. I cannot buy it, because unless you are accountable, you cannot tell me anything about improving the economy. Thanks, Bernard.
Wow, thank you, Julia. That is a good one. And I believe the concerned people are listening. Probably we need you as the Minister for Education in the new government to help us establish that new order, because we need a different line of thinking that is supportive to the entire country. In the entire country, in the sense that we address issues locally, then nationally, then internationally. Because we are so much caught up into national and international that we forgot the local approach to some of our issues. For example, like we will have people in Kilifi dying of hunger, and the people in Kinangop are complaining that their cabbages and their potatoes are rotting in the farm. Hey, why can't the government just go to Kinangop and fill lorries and roll them down to Kilifi to keep the balance for the food? Because there's too much food in Kinangop, there is no food in Kilifi. And then the same government come and declare famine or hunger as a national disaster because it's happening in Kilifi. We need some different way of doing business as a country. Thank you very much for bringing in that light. And I appreciate those of you in the comment section. Please let us keep civility. Anaitwa nani Mathira, nimekuambia kupunguza bei ya chakula ni kuhakikisha kwamba kuna chakula cha kutosha, sio kudai. Wewe huwezi kwenda kwa hoteli useme umekwambia lunch ni 500, unaambia punguza wakupunguzie chakula ama wakupunguzie bei. All the same. Na MC upo? Watu wakukaa nyuma ya curtain tunawafagia.
Niko.
Ehe, imekuwaje umekaa nyuma ya curtain?
Nimeona
Sura
ikuwa
yako
hivyo.
inahitajika ama kwako hakuna mshumaa?
Ni kama si kununua mshumaa.
Okay, pole. Basi endelea, toa maoni yako haraka ili tusonge mbele.
Kwanza, let me thank you, the panelists. I'll be very brief. To my honest opinion, Jubilee government has tried its best to execute its manifestos. If you look in keenly, the manifestos that are dragging behind mostly are for that guy who boycotted, the duties of a co-principal for his own self-interest. I mean, if you check on, if you take scorecards from, any country, you will find out that there are credits and at the same time there are failures of every government. So what matters to me is what the principles, what the leaders do to fix what goes south, So to this effect, since we are on the electioneering, period, I could wish that Kenyans use this, to see and, to identify the ideal leaders for the next government. Take, for example, things have gone south. We don't know, what aspired in the Aphaso divorce between our co-principals. But from the look of things, to my opinion, there's self-interest in it. Uhuru, as the principal of this regime, wants to leave a legacy, as it happens to any president of any country. And by realizing that his deputy has started early campaigns towards his 2022 election, It could be common sense to anyone to think, like, if this person can't help me push my agendas and leave a legacy, what do? You will always find partners who will help you through. That's ideal thing to do. So as at now, since we are that ideal time where we choose to change or remain where we are, or make even things worse. At this time, I could caution any politicians out there to take caution on every word they speak, more especially in public gatherings and on social media and stuff like that. But to that effect, I can't say, I'm not in a position to say that Livondo's, speech was unfortunate, simply because he looks certain on what he's saying. That is why he went ahead and, recorded a statement. And even as at now, if you look at the guy, he looks like he knows what he's saying. But that we leave it at that, because we will see what will unfold from it. But what I want to say, as at now, bringing all those together, UDA is not a place to be if we want this country to move forward. If you look at the composition of UDA, the MPs, everybody who is there, those people looks desperate for a fact, because most of them look at Murkomen, look at Kangata, look at all those kind of people. Most of them are just bitter because they were ejected from their positions for the reasons best known by who did it. But by speculation, I can say it's incompetence or something. So these people find UDA as the forum to spit their bitterness, mostly to the wrong people for wrong reasons. Look at Governor Sonko when he was, when he was defeated and was thrown out of office. UDA was the first forum that Sonko used to spit his words. What does that tell you? Look at Governor Waititu. The first forum that Governor Waititu stood on public and spit his words to is UDA. What does that tell you? Is UDA there for people or for criminals? So this is that ideal time that I want to advise my fellow Kenyans that as at now, the responsibility is on our hands. This is the right time. Let's go do what we have to do to make this country better. We know what has been going on. As at now, we know the best leaders who can move this country forward. And for me, I propose Engineer Raila Odinga. That is an enigma. That guy is a go-getter, from history. You go back there, talk about the what we are enjoying now, everything from behind, that can tell you that this is a leader. So let's go and do what we have to do and make sure this country's tomorrow is better than now. And thank you, guys.
Okay, asante bwana MC. Thank you MC for your submission. John, what is it?
Kindly, can you give me like 2 minutes because I made a job. In our chat, I see something small that I draw.
Sawa. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. I needed to divine something like, you know, I'm remembering history. Like there is a day nilisikia, oh, earthquake. Maybe I can divine earthquake in the Kenyan way. Like an earthquake in Kenya is when a team joins another team, then they recruit another watchdog, and they call it an earthquake. So it means all these people who are in that mrengo, as the last presenter said, these are all criminals. If I was Baba, once I get into power, they may stabilize the economy of the country. The next move that I was to do, or the next move that I was to go for, is to make sure that everything that was stolen, that it belonged to Kenyans, in Arudi. Ama si hivyo, we changed the constitution favoring Kenyans, and we gave people jail just because of what they did. You can't tell me you were in an office, we lost over 200 billion, nobody's accounted for that, and we are keeping quiet, and this burden was to the people who are not in office. So that is what I was to say. So kindly, Kenya is great, more than this ideology that you are seeing people selling outside here. We need a country whereby we will be proud of. Kama sitakuwa proud of, mtoto wangu aseme, my father and my forefathers, they did a good job that I'm enjoying good services right now and whatever. And another thing, Mrs. Julia had something very, very important and very crucial. If we manage to get all of the bodies out, we know our kids are getting out of the house in the morning and they come in the evening. It's gonna be the best thing. In which way? We are paying school fees that is going to other people's pockets. The government too is donating money to the same schools in form of to accommodate these kids, like wapewe food, wapewe good places to sleep. All these things zingeachua mzazi ajue, the only thing I need to do is to get my kid to school in the morning and I receive him in the evening, he or she. So if we do that, we are going to change Kenya. We will go far as a country. Thank you, Mr. Bernard and the other guys. I wish you all the best. Those ones who are kwao ni asubuhi, I thank you. Sasa mimi acha niende kazi. Good night kwa wenye wanalala.
Okay, asante Bwana John kwa maoni yako, tunashukuru sana. We pray that everything will work out well. David Olo, he says, I'm in specs today. These are my specs. I'm using one light here that cannot let me use wherever, not wear the glasses. There's nothing wrong with me. Everything is right. Thank you for your concern. And I want us to move to Richard to give his submission. And then we'll now go back to who else? Okay, Richard and then Peter, as we wait for now second round. Richard Okemwa.
Okay, thank you. As I can see this about Livondo, he has something to say because he has recorded all the statements. I saw him saying that he has given all the evidence. We have to wait and see. At least he has something. That one we finish there. From the campaigns of Baba, I think last time I said that I pray that this round, Papa should be given that opportunity so that we can see what he'll do. And I'm very much convinced that this round, we get more than 10 million votes. So that even if somebody wants to go to court, he cannot convince even the court That is my prayer always, because Papa, he has done much. To go to the side of Yuda or Uda, in fact, these people, they are hypocrites, because every time they change the scenario. Like now, DP cannot claim the rise of prices of commodities, and is the one who is in the whom is he asking now? Is he asking Raila to lower the prices? He should take that responsibility and explain to us why are the prices going high. But now, when it comes to what the government of Jubilee has done, which is good, is inside. The failure is outside. That kind of person cannot be trusted anymore. Please, Kenyans, let us wake up. Even if you are in Uda, wake up and see. We should not be every year, we should not be cheated. Let us wake up, vote wisely, and vote in the good leaders who have the good vision for our country, Kenya. People have compared Kenya with the other countries. Yesterday, when I was calculating the sugar, 1 kilo of sugar in Kenya, I found that the difference between the sugar I buy here and in Kenya, it is twice. The price is twice. I was asking my friend, now, if we buy sugar here, the sugar of Kenya is put twice the price. If we give Ruto as the president of Kenya, then next year people are dying. All Kenyans will not be there anymore. So please, when we vote, when we go for elections, let us think twice. Let us know that we vote for people who are serious for a change, not people who are double standard. They talk today this one, tomorrow they talk a different thing. What was another one? I think it is there. And I'm very happy that now Papa, he has sent so many groups to campaign everywhere. I saw the campaign for Western. I saw another one for Central. I'm seeing Papa was at the coast. That is very good. We want to just win with a landslide of votes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, asante Bwana Richard, nakushukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tuendelee mbele. Peter, ukoaje?
Niko salama Bernard. Kwanza wacha nichukue nafasi hii kuwasalimia. Nimewafuata kwa muda. Mimi ni yule mtu like following. Nashukuru sana Bernard, mnafanya kazi mzuri nyinyi panelists wote. Nashukuru kabisa. Leo mimi nimeshinda like nataka kukaa watermelon kama Kalonzo like katikati. Since sitaki kukaa mahali, but kuna swali moja mimi mtu hajai nijibu. Na naweza shukuru sana nikipata mtu akiniulizia our DP kama bado anapata mshahara kwa government ya Kenya. Hiyo sasa tukijibiwa hiyo, sasa hii conversation nyingine inaweza endelea. Sijui Bernard analipwa bado kama DP?
Ngoja dakika moja hivi ni kama ya kujibu. Hebu nione ni kama nitapata hiyo video. No, just continue. I'll find it and play.
Okay, basically Bernard, mimi sina much ya contribute at this time. Ni kuwashukuru na kuwapatia salamu kutoka North Carolina, kuambia you guys are doing a nice job. Na ni wengi tunafuata, hatuingii kwa comments nini, but like in my house, my colleagues, mahali tunafanya job, unapata tumeclick in Mtembei TV, like following. So you guys, ile kitu naweza advise other panelists, just let them know kitu yote wanaongea, people are watching. So we want this show to grow. Like tunataka hii TV station next time ukiweka kitu kama ile mulieka ya kwenda sijui Maralal, tulipita na wakati unapata at least kuna like tunasema this is our show. So at least anashukuru, and niyo tu kwa sahi, maybe next time tapata na kitu ya kuongea sahi, niyo ya Ruto tu nijibiwe, alafu Bernard, kitu kingine unajua nimenunua majani $6. Fahari ya Kenya Ketepa. Niko nayo hapa kwa trunk. So sasa hebu niulize sasa. Nani anakuja kutuuzia hapa na pharmacy wapati hiyo pesa huko? 500 grams. Hii ya karatasi kubwa hii. Ketepa. Asante Bernard.
As Kenya Kwanza Alliance,
unakuja unasema kwa mdomo moja,
we have a huge public debt.
Mdomo mwingine,
the total loan commitments and stock of debt procured exceed the public debt of Kenya shillings 9 trillion as approved by Parliament in 2019, thereby breaching Article.
Now get a better one, good sound. All the same. Thank you, Peter, for your submission. Tunaamini kwamba with the good governance, we'll get good business and good returns on our products. I believe that the reason why we don't take off is because we transact with the international community by us supplying raw materials, and they bring us finished products. As long as we are not processing our products, we will not feature on the international platform properly. And so with the proposal by Baba to bring industrialization and processing of our products before they hit the international market, our recovery is sure. We just need to...
Bernard, wait. Bernard, yes. Hii majani nimenunua ni hiyo yenye kotaski sapo Donham. Sieti imetengenezwa hapa. Made in Kenya.
It has been programmed that way, that as long as we traded the majani in raw material, from now I'm talking from the colonial days, okay? Until now the mentality is the same. And when they put it on the shelf, whether they made it from behind the supermarket, they will still sell it at the price of imported back. Now, yeah. But thank you very much. Naomba sasa tuende kwa nani huyu? Penny, una la kusema kabla tu? Oh, niko na washirika huko chini. Sijawaona.
Wanajifanya wanatutetea. Malori ni yao. Sasa tumeingiza Yelena, tunaenda. Wakati tumeingiza kazi ndani ya Azimio, wanapima maingia na kusema ni maoso. Sasa tumekuja hapo kwa kiwanja kwa kikaze, mtu anakufuata. Anakuambia sasa Azimio ni 32. Anakuambia unipe mahindi hii kwa 20, kwa shilingi 2000. Ukipea kwa 2000 anakimbiza mara moja, anamwaga kwa ile Azimio, malo unitoka tu. Mheshimiwa Rais, hata director kutopea muungano namna gani? Wapi kwa mafanya wengi hapa? Nataka kuingia kwa hili gate, fakia hiyo nyumba kutoka jumba.
Mr. Banner, unmute.
Thank you. Ni si shida yangu. Nilikuwa natafuta tatizo linatokea wapi. Nikalipata liko na Njiru, anasikiliza station nyingine na ameweka mic on. I was suspecting maybe I'm the one playing the video background. Asante sana Bwana Stony PK, umefika vipi?
Salama brother Bernard, vipi na wengine wote huko nawaona, kina Haron na kina Penny Nyagaka wote, Julia, Peter Chroma and Peva. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Ground inasemaje? Unajua wewe ndio mwenye ground.
Ground inakuwa noma sana, iko noma, yani mbaya mbovu.
Mbona hii Sagana inakuwa earthquake kubwa hivi mpaka inaleta watu inatafuta mwandishi wa habari, msomaji wa habari na wanaosimamia kusoma habari.
Bernard, unajua tulizungumza hapa sometimes back I think we talked tukaambia watu waache kucheza na mlima. There are two things you cannot joke around with. The president of this country and the people of mlima, you know. The president kwanza alafu anatoka mlima. And then you guys mnafikiria ati mlima imelala, mnatukana mlima. You know, when you insult the president, you are insulting mlima. Now mlima wants to show people kwamba they are actually, let me not use the term indispensable, but they are stakeholder, you know. And they want to show people that everyone matters in this country. Don't demean any, and never demean a leader, whichever way alikuja ni kiongozi, you know. Sasa mlima imemuscle, and UDA walionyeshwa example when Ruto said watu wa resign. You know, he was told in the face, we are not resigning. We are resigning to go where? Can you imagine the 130, the one whatever 100 plus MPs he claimed to have? They told him out of his face, kwamba we cannot resign and you cannot take us anywhere. So atajua ajui when Sagana 3 meets. Sagana 3 meets inakuja kuleta hata si tsunami, haileti mtetemeko, sijui itakuja inaleta kufagilia wote, you know. Itafagilia, alafu kando kule utakuwa unaona remnants za yellow huko, you know, the way you see maji yakija ya mvua yanabeba takataka huwa inawekwa kando, and then maji yanapita kwenda baharini, takataka huwa ibebwe baharini as such. So in short, this will be, imagine a delegation of almost 30,000 people. Hiyo si ni kitu kubwa sana hiyo. It's unbelievable. And they'll just be coming to listen to their mudhamaki. This is where now people will know what mudhamaki means. Yeah. And he told them that ngojeni sasa nimeanza kazi ya siasa. Kazi ya kujenga nchi nimefanya na mnaona, sasa wacha nikuje kwa siasa ile mlinichagua nayo. Yeah. And what will happen there, Uhuru might not even talk a lot, but unaona mambo ile imeanza. Livondo haikuwa accident. Yeah, it was not by accident. These are just sindano zinatupwa. Leo unaona Livondo anaenda anaandika statement, anapewa bodyguards. You know, people should start reading. Na amesema ngojeni kufika Thursday mtaona mambo ile itaanza. Who talks like that? Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that let's never joke around with the leadership, and Mulima especially. I'm not saying they are indispensable, but they are very organized. We admire their organization. And also, I must say, you don't just see Mulima and you think ati umefika. They are saying, which they say, when I smile at you, it doesn't mean I love you. You know, hiyo inasemangwa kwa mlima. Nikikusmailia usifikirie nimekupenda. Lazima ufanye bidii, ufanye bidii. Sasa hiyo ndio bidii ambayo UDA wataona, na ndio unaona they have camped in Meru, because that's where they have hope. Unfortunately, Meru sometimes can become very, very, very shaky, very unpredictable, just like what you are seeing Kalonzo doing. But Mulima remains firm, and once they decide, wanabomoka one side, wanaenda. Yeah, if you listen even to how they are talking, the people who are screaming and talking, you know, kina Kangata, they have toned down. The only guy who is remaining is Ichungwa. Okay, huyo Ichungwa na yeye ataona kile hajawahi ona. Yeah, in short, let me tell you, all those guys who are with the Ruto will not go back to parliament. They will be shocked. They will be shocked. They will be swept by, na watajua ni nini imewagonga. So, so in short, let me talk about the Azimio now, or rather I talk about Meru first. Meru, the UDA is seeing some chances. KKA is seeing some chances because Meru is still there were fights between Kiraito and Munya. So now UDA has tried to elevate a matching person of Munya, who is supposed to be Kindiki, to match in case Azimio decides to support or to elevate Munya, then UDA want to elevate Kindiki. Okay. Unfortunately, immediately after that meeting in Tharaka yesterday, Muthomi Njuki went to State House. You see? Now, these are things you can't understand. Muthomi Njuki, who was, wearing yellow and talking all that, the following day is in State House wearing a suit. Na wengine huko. Yeah. So, so the game, Meru, again, it's not anything that UDA should rely on. Of course, you will get some votes there. Yeah. Kiraito is not sure, because he thinks he's being tricked and he's threatened. Ile seat yake ya governor, there is another person there who is doubting whether he's not being supported by Munya. So that's why he's not friendly to us, to Azimio. When you come to the things they are talking about, Mbolea, what do we call it? Mbolea, these fertilizers and all this. If you realized what he did, Ruto, they held what they were calling consultative. He met with the farmers and the business people to do what Baba has been doing all along, because Baba has built his MOUs with each and every group, business people, farmers, and all that. You remember he used to do a small meeting, which was consultative. He would come up with those notes and keep. So, hata jana na leo niliona Ruto anabeba notebook, that notebook which he writes. And then after that, he's also given a written document. It's jolly come too late. It's too late to start adopting a methodology that he's not a student of. So he did that in Meru, and also in Meru is where he also put his professor to try and explain the bottoms up. That backfired very badly, although it was not shown by social media. One of my very close relatives was in that meeting. He said it was one of the embarrassing, where you have learned people seated, listening to a professor. I hear Ndi is a professor these days, but the people are like, excuse me, where is this guy taking us? He went round and round. He started demonstrating that, 85% of people, 65, they are with the small businesses. Then akaruka akasema the rich, the capital holders are this. People are waiting for him to land to see this money you are saying we should take to the 85% who are the small holdings. How do we deliver that money there? Okay. So by the end of his lecture, watu walikuwa you can't fool people. You see, it was like an egg slammed on his face, After those of you who have not seen, you replay that clip. So when my friend called me, he told me, please switch on TV. So it was so embarrassing. And when Ruto stood to talk, again, it was just swallowing salivas, nothing coming, because what they are explaining, the answer, the sum total comes to devolution. Ile iko kwa Baba, kwa Azimio. All that billions wanasema, pump it to the ward level. All the engineering, the factories, the juakali, the cottage industries will spring and sprout from the ward if you put money through the system that is there. The only secret ni ile Baba anasema, elect good people from MCA up to governor, good managers, people who want to help people with innovative ideas, people who can lead the communities to have, great ideas and innovations. Tutajenga hivyo. That's the answer which they are running away from. Yeah. Lastly, I saw somewhere he was talking about fertilizers, and then somebody asked him, when you are in agriculture, what happened? So how will you be able to how will you be able to do a magic that you are not able to do when you are in that ministry? Okay, and then the 10 years you have been in the government, is it that you didn't know that the fertilizers and all these things are up there? So basically, Ruto's things are just effortless. Is lost, and actually he's just talking and speaking to pass time. People are going in those meetings to get the tokens they are getting. Those who are following him, Akina Lintuli, they are on very good allowances. But after the bomb over the weekend, by next week Monday tutakuwa tunaongea mambo ingine. Asante, pole nimechukua muda mrefu. I'll come again. Thank you, Bana.
Okay, asante sana. Ni kujaribu ili, lakini kulingana na mimi, William Ruto amechelewa. Ni vile amekuwa overtaken by events. He thought he's ahead, but he discovered that Baba had left long time ago, and I think he got deceived to think that Baba will start when Baba had started in 2017, but doing his work without blowing the trumpet. He went to blow the trumpet. He has already pocketed the mountain. He has pocketed the western. He's pocketing Nyanza. By the time the campaign begins, he will have the entire country in his finger. But now everything is slipping away, so he will need to scramble to hold on anything. Before we bring in another person, I don't know which group this Princess Julia is talking about. This is called Mtembei TV. Mtembei TV is an entity, a legal entity, and we're here to see to it that we facilitate Kenyans to discuss especially politics, but we also do other special shows that expose you to opportunities, especially those of you who want to go and work and live abroad. We have shows to that effect and how you can do that. That is usually hosted by Mtembei himself. Open forum. In the meantime, I'm the one hosting for political discussion together with Temba and Wekesa. So we're just one big family, and we work together to that effect. So it is not my creation, it is our creation. Sitaki kusema eti mimi ndio nilichora hii map. Mimi sio William Ruto. Hii ni map ambayo nilikuta imechorwa na nikaona inalingana na shauku ya moyo wangu, nikaona mpaka nitoe muda wangu kuhakikisha kwamba tunaendeleza masuala haya. So it is not a personal something. It is a collective responsibility that we are all pulling together and make sure that there are available resources to see to it that we keep doing. And we are doing much more than this. There is that aspect of the people who go to the street to talk to the street. That's a different wing altogether. We have the restreaming of other rallies. That's a different department. This one is a different show. So tunashukuru Mungu kwa kutuwezesha kufanya mambo kama haya, na tunaomba tu mkaendelee kutusaidia ili tusikwame njiani. Thank you. Sasa tumsikilize nane. Julia, I think you can come in now.
I think I said all. I don't have much. I'm just listening.
Thank you. Aaron?
Yes, asante sana Mr. Panad kwa kunipa nafasi nyingine ndiposa nipate tena kuchangia hii mada yetu hii. So ningependa kuuliza Stone BK kwanza hii Sagana 3 ni lini? Ni leo ama itakuwa lini? Cause niliangalia KTN nikaona Lichungu akisema kuwa maybe kesho. Hiyo ilikuwa jana, eti kesho. So utatupatia clarification kutoka kwa ground tujue ni lini, then kutoka hapo our eyes tuyafix hapo hivi, ndiposa tusikie mudhamaki anaambaje. So in fact mambo ya Livondo sikuguzia in my earlier submission. Mi nikasema kuwa nilipoangalia Livondo wakati alipokuwa anatoka pale kwa afisi za DCI niliona in fact aliongea na ujasiri mkubwa, which means this man kuna kitu ako nayo mazi. So on Thursday it seems that volcano itatoka, na ikishatoka then lava sijui itamwagika nani itaangukia, but tuta put our eyes closely on that day wakati atakapokuwa ana spill more beans in regarding of the life of our president ambayo ilikuwa threatened hapo awali. Alafu kitu kingine I want to say thank you to my lovely President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Was yesterday in fact I saw him dispersing trucks full of food and other items to different parts of the country which has been heavily hit by the drought. In fact maisha ni kitu ya muhimu sana, because you can't relate life and gold and silver and bronze and what have you. So ile kazi president wetu amefanya ni mzuri, inafaa tumpongeze sana, but I'm gonna urging Baba that in fact the issue of Kenyans kurely upon misaada manze inastahili come into an end. What we need is to urge Baba, once he takes presidency as from 10th of August, hakikishe kuwa yale mashamba barren yenye amelala, whereby charcoals ndio zinakula chakula pale, whereby hiyo charcoal akipita namna hiyo, kwa sababu ameshiba, akipita mbele yako anaweza kakuangusha chini. Hizo mashamba inastahili ziwekwe zirudishwe into productivity, whereby Baba anaweza amua kuhaya ama anunue tractors, pembecheo ipate kununuliwa, mbegu zinunuliwe, vijana wetu au wenye in fact wamemaliza shule wapate kuingia kwa shamba, wawekwe into wawekwe kwa payslip. In fact waanze kuproduce chakula, then the surplus tunaweza amua kuiuza kwa hizi nchi zingine, so that in fact tupate foreign cash. So that is my urge. Na hiyo itawezeshwa namna gani? Those areas like now pale northeastern, mabwawa dams ziwe build, so that in fact tunaweza amua kupump maji kama tuna pump mafuta from Mombasa to Nairobi, maybe to Malaba and what have you, kupump maji from the nearest rivers or the nearest lakes, ama tujimbe boreholes itakuwa ni jambo la muhimu sana, because in fact hii mambo saa yote tu ya since independence mpaka wakati huu, kwanza kubeg wa Kenya waanze kuchangia in fact mambo ya Wakenya wetu ambao wamekuwa hit by drought. In fact haileti picha mzuri, because Kenya in fact tumebarikiwa sana, we have got human resource ambao ni vijana wetu. So hawa vijana wetu tukiwaweka tuwatumie, in fact Kenya yetu itapiga hatua sana, na hata vijana wetu wale ambao in fact hawajaoa, at least kupitia kwa kale kamshahara kadogo watakuwa wanapata, they will in fact kuwa na pesa kidogo angalau ya kufanya nini, ya kuleta mrembo kwa boma, then kutoka hapo waanze familia. But look now, sasa hivi vijana wamekanyaga miaka 30, kama ni wasichana uzo zao zimeanza kucharuka. Reason being, vijana hawezi wakaenta into marriage without anything, kwa sababu unajua ukienda into marriage inahitaji do ya kukusaidia wewe upate chakula, bibi yako apate chakula, na at the same time blessings za watoto zinahitaji do. So in fact hii mambo yenye Kenya vijana wetu tumewapostpone wawe ni wanaume wasichana miaka 30 hawajaingia into marriage, in fact inastahili iangaliwe, na itaangaliwa wakati hao vijana wetu at least watapata kazi, wapate mihela. Then nikimaliza ningependa kusema namna hii also, baba should ensure that he quickly lowers interest rate. Najua hii mambo ya interest rate, ukitaka kuchukua loan inakuwa ni kazi ngumu, but baba akiingia na ensure kuwa interest rates imerudisha chini, then most Kenyans watakuwa na ile huru ya kuchukua loan kutoka kwa banks, then kutoka hapo waanzishe businesses na wataajiri Wakenya wengi, na maisha yetu in fact itakuwa sawa sawa. Thank you so much. Back to you, Speaker Mr. Bernard.
Thank you very much. Apologies, my internet had a surge, so I was thrown out. But I'm happy I'm back. And thank you, Ancestor, for the contribution. I also want to maybe responding to what you have just said in your conclusion. We have this mentality that the government should lower the prices or should lower the interest rates and all that. What we have right now is free economy whereby demand and supply determine the price. So what the government should do is ensure that they create a good atmosphere, for a good environment for business to thrive. And as long as banks, for example, there was a time I wanted to open a bank account. Then I went to Standard Chartered Bank and I was told the minimum balance is 50,000. Okay, those days when Standard Chartered was Standard Chartered, and then the other, well, they say minimum balance is 300,000. So your salary is 30,000 and they're asking you minimum balance to open an account is 50,000. Then there came Equity that was now collecting anything from anyone and giving you an account. And then that laid a demand on Standard Chartered now to begin to advertise, please come and save with us. Barclays, the same thing. So the moment the market is open and the people are free to do business, there is no government interference, but they playing among this will just make the interest rates and the other things to balance. Let's focus on the right thing. Hii maneno ya serikali ile ilikuanga ya Moi anaamka asubuhi anasema sukari iongezwe sumni. That is not viable now. We are in a free global economy that the costs are caused by demand and supply. And so we should just facilitate that. And I'm sure Baba is good in that. If he can give us freedom to express ourselves freely by expressing our political views and live freely in Kenya, I'm sure he's for free market, free business, but there is a balance. Where is the balance? Anywhere there is surplus, let it be spread across the country. Like if Kinangop, they're having their potatoes and their cabbages, and the cost is drying up. Let there be facilitation. Ili soko ya Mombasa ama ya coast isipatikana ina mboga. Kabla hizi mboga zianze kukauka, hizi ziteremshwe huko mara moja. So there will be no much difference of costs. Kama ni kuongezeka ni 5 shillings, ina drop kwa 3 shillings, like that. When the government facilitates that, things will just work by themselves. The problem is this same government officials are the ones in the business. So hao wameweka mahindi kwa store. Wanna create crisis. When the prices go up, they are the ones to be the one to sell the maize at exorbitant price to make a kill. Anybody in public office should be kept away from trading in the same field. Ikwe policy. Hii story ya wewe ndio daktari, wewe ndio unauza coffin, wewe ndio unaorganize funeral. Kwani? How are we going to trust you to save our life when you're waiting? If you don't get it by treating us, you get it by killing us, and when we are dead, you also facilitate in burying us. So all the money goes into your place. Let us think widely and be able to get leaders who can do what is required. Wale watu mnakaa nyuma ya nini ya curtain, naomba mtoke huko. Yes, Arun.
Ningependa kuuliza Mr. Bernard, hii mambo ya fertilizer. Fertilizer uwanga inakuanga imported ama uwanga inaundwa? Cause nilikuwa naona hizi magari za sewerage wakati nilikuwa Nairobi, zinakuja zinapepa sewerage, then tunaambiwa kuwa inaenda kutengenezwa, fertilizer inaenda kutengenezwa. Is it true ama iko namna gani?
There was a proposition to establish fertilizer processing places. I don't know where it dropped off, but from where I am, unless somebody has latest information, we are still importing fertilizer. Only that the people in charge are letting in bad fertilizer come in. The fertilizer you use this year, and your land will not be able to produce anything next year because you used fertilizer. So we are not having tailored fertilizer that will enhance the productivity of the farm continuously. So most of the farmers are affected because ile fertilizer wanapewa ni substandard, inachoma ground, inaharibu shamba. Those are the complaints I get, especially I come from Western, so there are those complaints. Favor, you have something. Sema.
Yeah, thank you. Let me jump into this because I think I'm passionate about food security, and it is true when we talk about fertilizer, we have two sets of fertilizer. We have the organic and the inorganic. Now, the inorganic is the one Bernard is talking about when we have companies which then have to manufacture them in terms of combining chemicals. So if you can remember, from our little chemistry in high school, when you combine nitrogen and potassium diphosphate, then you have your DAP, that kind of a thing. So then you have the inorganic, when now the one, Haron, you're mentioning, where they would collect dung and from the animal waste. Then you have also from vegetative material, this food kitchen waste, whatever. Then you also have the one you get vegetable plants or plant remains. Now, all these are very viable ideas. And you see, it's just where we go back again, what Julia was mentioning about, having a strong will, being accountable, and just looking at what really you want to do. So like now, just to take you back to during when Ruto, the DP normally says that, when he was Minister for Agriculture, the price of fertilizer dropped to 2,500. Well, he was right. He is not lying on that fact. But let me tell you the background behind it. At that point in time, globally, Food Agriculture Organization, or FOA, had actually looked at it that, African countries are actually agrarian and they need to actually do a lot of agricultural production. So internationally, they actually lobbied funds and then distributed to countries that are actually providing agriculture, and then worked with companies that produce fertilizer, Germany being one of them, and then US, of course, being there. And, again, this is also politics, because international organizations don't give you money for you to use. USAID will give you money. For example, I'll use a good example, when they'll give you mosquito nets, but the same mosquito nets, you are buying it from a factory which is in US because it has made them, and they'll give you the medicine, these anti-malarial tablets for you to use, and it's their factory that is manufactured. So you cannot run away from that fact. Everybody, you cannot be the one growing crops and then you want your neighbor to eat. You'll want to eat first. So that funding grant came to all the African countries. And then, of course, at that point, that's why you find fertilizers were subsidized. But the catch is this. In Kenya, we have this Kenya Farmers Association, KFA. And I'll use Kitale as a good example for that, or rather the North Rift, Kitale, Eldoret, around that area. KFA this government will bring in this fertilizer already at subsidized rate, because they have already been given funding from these development partners. But what will happen, instead of the farmer being the one going to be given by KFA, Favor will come in as a middleman. I'll go and buy all that at 2,500, and then I'll go to open my shop, and then I will sell it at 3,000 or 3,500. Now, because you as a farmer, you can't leave Cherengani to come all the way to Kitale to get it. Me, I will actually go and put a small shop in that near your center in Mailisaba or something. So you'll buy it there at 3,000. So I make a kill of that 300 and I am happy. So that is the problem. Remember, Gidai told us sometime when he was the minister, and we really castigated him when he told us we should eat locusts and lizards. And then everybody was very angry. Why is he telling us? But he was trying to talk about food diversification. So that is the problem we are facing when it comes to agriculture and production. I'll use Malawi as a good country. I think in 2008, I was in Malawi, and Mutharika was having a big problem with the American government, because that is the time this issue of respecting gender, he thinks, but not gender, basically, it was about the lesbianism and gayism and whatever was LGBT was actually advocated, and he refused. So they decided to withdraw their grant. But he knew Malawi was suffering in terms of food sustainability. They had to import maize from Mozambique or import from Kenya. So he decided to put a ban. If you are found roasting maize on the street, you will be arrested and jailed for a whole year. Now, he did that because he wanted to make sure agriculture, Malawi was to become food sufficient. They also eat ugali like us. Now, what happened? He used the government funding to import fertilizer, to import seed, which is actually what these UDI are always talking about. But unfortunately, when they were in power, they have missed the opportunity to do that. Get its fertilizer, then give it directly to the farmers. So the farmer does not need to have money to come and buy the seed. No, give it to the farmer, let them put it on the ground and plant. A farmer cannot eat fertilizer or cannot sell it, because every farmer is given. Then when harvesting season came, again the government went to buy. They didn't use middlemen. They went and bought it directly by themselves, put in their silos, done the drying. The thing farmers complain, that you have to dry your maize. Me, I've harvested 5 bags and I have to carry it all the way to the silo in Kitale or in Eldoret, or all the way in Bungoma or Moisbury. And then I have to queue on the line to dry. I don't have that. The farmer doesn't have that time. So what they do is they bought it by themselves as the government. So the government was paying the money straight to the farmer at that fixed price. So they knocked off the middlemen. That is how they were able to actually marshal all the production. And right now, did you know that actually later, I think 3 or 4 years later, Kenya imported maize from Malawi? That thing shocked me. But you see, because of that strong will. So that is about food production. Then I want to also support what Julia said about education. I remember Moi left us with 7 universities. I don't know if many of us can remember how many universities did Kibaki give us. By the time Kibaki was leaving, he had given charters like sweets to so many institutions around the whatever. Now, what was that going to do? It was still supporting the universal education. Because now you can imagine somebody is born in Kitale. I'll keep using Kitale because it's a good town to use in these examples. Then you have a high school there, because the reason why boarding school is still thriving is because we all are struggling to go to Alliance and Mangu and Lenana and whatever. But if you can bring it down that in each county, like now we have a devolved system, in each county there is a university, there is it's not only one or two or three schools that fit that level, and that they are at each level. So I'm living, for example, in one end of town. I don't need to cross the other end of town that I'm going to school. Just where I am, I can walk to my school and come back. Finland is a good example. Students, and it is actually one of the countries with the best education system. Finland, and then you have Singapore. Finland, for example, the children don't start going to school at age, is it 2 or 3 or 4 years? No, 7 years, 6, 5, then they start going to school. But you find that actually teachers are the highest paid in Finland because they recognize the relevance of teachers. So they have made education in such a way that actually it is a lucrative business. And for you to actually qualify to be, the way we fight to join medical school, that is how people struggle to do very well to join a school to become teachers. So in our country, if that will actually is there by our leaders, we can actually advance that agenda to actually make that our education is accessible, because free primary education is actually a universal agenda and championed by UNESCO and UNICEF. So the way actually Julia mentioned that books and whatever are accessible, it is true. There is a grant given to all developing countries. So the problem here is that our leaders take advantage. We don't know, so that money comes in and they pocket it. And then they will use it for their own, or rather cheaters that actually they are helping us. They have liberalized the market, and then they're the ones importing, they're the ones providing. So we have access market, rice, maize. For example, they talk about animal feed. What is our source of animal feed? Is soya. We get all our soya from US. US plants soya, then send it to Kenya, and then it is what they have, their factories that now process it to make animal feed. Why can't we grow that soya ourselves in Kenya? We have the sunflower, we can grow in Kenya, collect the husk from sunflower. We have wheat, collect the remnants from wheat. Then you prepare enough hay that we can give to the animals in Northeastern to feed. Right now, when we have drought, they don't need to struggle that they are looking for where to get grass and whatever for the animals. In the whole of North Rift, we grew maize, we grew wheat, we grew barley. What happens to the husk? You eat the maize. The husks that remain, you normally leave it in the farm, or at best you burn them. That one is enough to make silage, to make hay and all that. Then you come now to another thing I also wanted to mention. Now, when it comes to actually this narrative that unfortunately UDA are on the hit today from my side, because they have been peddling that the president abandoned the Agenda 4. But I just realized recently he launched the universal healthcare. And I think 2 days ago I was watching actually a documentary about housing. And I was shocked because I didn't know that actually there are so many housing structures that have actually been set up, been actually built by the government, and you find somebody can get that house, pay mortgage at a very the interest rate is actually 5%, which is not even what the banks will give you. Even mortgage facilities, you cannot get one that will actually give you at 5%. And I realized actually, rather than them spending time and trying to talk about the things that have gone well and then show us the problems and how they will solve it, they have been busy castigating us as passion about how the handshake became a problem and now we are in problem. But they do not know actually that they have been, but the more you try to tell a lie, the more you actually make the truth to become more visible. You know, if I go out of my house and I'm always telling my friends, my wife is the problem, my wife, time will come, my friends will ask me, this your wife you're always saying is a problem. Are you sure she is the problem, or are you the problem? And then if she's the problem, why don't you leave her? Or why don't you sit down and solve it? So you find out that they have been peddling that narrative. And now the sad part is that as we interrogate now, they make us to start asking more questions. And then we are realizing that actually there is more truth to what they're trying to say than the lies they're actually trying to peddle. So at the end of the day, there is the will the government needs to have. And then there is that removing the middlemen, because the middleman is actually our biggest problem in agriculture. Coffee will be harvested, but the farmer will be told a fixed price. But there is a middleman who has bought it to go and pack that they are filling a container to export it. That is the person who makes the kill. And that is where many of our politicians want always to remain. Each politician has a tender, has a contract, has a company, has something. Where I'm working, there is a document we normally sign. We call it conflict of interest. For example, if somebody comes and I know you, like now, I know Bernard now, for example, and Bernard has applied in our company, I cannot sit in that panel to interview him. That is simple, and I must declare that, so that now the whole process will be done independent of me. So if Bernard qualifies and is taken, it will not be because he knows favor, but it will be because he himself has qualified. Even if my wife also has a PhD and comes to apply, she will not be taken because she's Favor's wife. She will have to go through the interview. And even if you are moving from one country to another country, the same organization, you will still be taken through interview. Why do they do that? For integrity purposes, accountability purposes, and also for making sure that they are picking the best for that particular position. So if we can actually get the best of the best in our country, we will actually, just remember, Moi brought in the dream team for just, I don't know, not few, it was not even up to 2 years. And they were able to do a lot of revolutionization in terms of our economy for recovery purposes, though it was also trying to impress the IMF, but it worked. So we can pick that path and be able to revolutionize our country, because we are not terrible. We are not badly off. It's just that we have so many pockets and holes that we need to seal. And then once we have sealed all this, you'll just see our economy skyrocketing and jobs will actually appear. Then livelihoods will become very easy. People will have money in their pocket. They will be able to spend. And the more we spend, from the little economics I learned, the more money you have in your hand, the more you spend. If your salary is 100 shillings, you cannot go and eat food of 200. You will always be looking for chapati madondo of 120. But the day they give you 1,000, you will leave that chapati madondo and go and eat now chicken. That's why this famous singer sang about lunchtime. People used to go and eat only the last week of the month after salary. But in the middle of the month, people are just lying on the grass like lizards. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Favor kwa hiyo maoni yako tena nzuri sana.
Asante.
We need to rethink as a country, and that issue of middleman is something that the government should not be struggling with. We just let's revert back to cooperative societies, where every farmer used to harvest their maize and supply to the cooperative society, and the cooperative society would do the nini and then settle the farmers. I think we still have the infrastructure. We just have people who frustrate the infrastructure so that they can take advantage of the system. When I came to Nairobi, was it late, early 90s, even as late as one, the bus, the Kenya bus was effective. You have a bus at 9, you have one at 8, and it will be there punctual, and it will take you, like I remember boarding a bus from Jericho, and it took me to Ngong Road at 1 fee. It passes through the city and takes you all that. Now the people who came in the transport sector, so that kind of system of transport is messing up with their profits. So what do? Let them do away with Kenya bus first, and then now they can come in. And now where is the Kenya bus assets? I was in Isli the other day, and I was shocked that the Kenya bus garage now is what? Is a big shopping mall. Those things are now private properties. There is something sick with this country, and we need it fixed, and fixed very fast. The only way out is to see to it that we have a leadership that values and cherishes Kenya, believes in Kenya, because we have leaders who believe in themselves and how much they can eat within the shortest time possible. Those people should be done away with. Let's get leadership that believes in Kenya and knows that by building Kenya, you are helping every other Kenyan and making life easier for every other Kenyan. So if it's agriculture, let somebody go there and bulldoze, sweep away all that. If it's fertilizer ipelekwe. I come from Navaholo. Navaholo constituency, we used to have a society place where the fertilizer will be brought and all the farmers in that area will go and pick it. You cannot bring the fertilizer in Kakamega and expect somebody to travel from Navaholo to go to Kakamega to pick it. So these people want to defeat justice. It's not that the infrastructure is not there. It's there, but somebody will just do away with it so that he can make a killing. But I'm happy that these things are coming up at this point in time. Let's do what is required for the sake of Kenya recovering and for the sake of the future generations. Hizi games tumecheza ya kutosha.
Sorry, Bernard, let me just jump in a little bit. I think, sorry, staying out sometimes for a long time and then you come back and then you find things not the way they are is also sometimes a disfavor. You know, I wondered why, for example, I just realized the other day that, you know, like in Kenya, any transaction you want to do in the government, you must use M-Pesa. And, you know, I was at loggerheads with my dad trying to ask him, why must I have to pay for passport through M-Pesa? I want to pay for ID, I have to through M-Pesa. And yet we have a banking system, because I think these other sides where we are, you don't use a mobile system to make any payment. It's not that I am castigating the idea of Safaricom, but I know there is Telcom, for example, which I would have thought would have been then been given the upper hand. You know, like my lecturer in college used to tell us that, you know, Kenya Railways thought that a competitor will come and build another railway line and then be able to now compete with them and make them that now another railway line is next on the side, then we are competing. They forgot they were in transport business. But you can remember very well that the railways was actually killed so that it could allow companies like Signon and whatever those truck to be carrying things from Mombasa all the way to Malaba and whatever. And so, for example, internet services, you cannot tell me that just because Posta thought that they were into letters, they didn't know they were in communication. So Posta already has the infrastructure. Up to today, even a lot of the media, we are still using the masts that VOK, not even KBC, VOK set up. So why would we not support the parastatals or government institutions that we know can employ so many people? Posta alone used to, like now through Safaricom, the telecom company, when it went under, many of the employees that were in telecom are the ones who are working in those small little pocket companies that are doing maintenance of the Safaricom home internet and whatever. When you have a problem and you call Safaricom home line, they'll just ask you where your home is and they will send a company. And when they come, these people, you talk with them, they'll be telling you they used to work in telecom, I don't know which year. Then when the telecom went under, then they formed their little companies. And it's not bad to have those small little companies, everybody setting. But look at it, the bigger picture. If we could have still kept these institutions, like the internet services, before everybody opened their own little cyber cafes, Posta should have actually had that cyber cafe, because Posta is in every village. Or I think if you didn't have where to go, they will say PO box nearest chief's camp. It is everywhere. So that would actually grant access. So you can imagine something of that magnitude, but we want to kill it just because we are thinking of how we can benefit by ourselves. And then you realize at the end of the day, KCC also, the same way, we used to supply milk all the way to these the Arab countries. Because actually, if you live in the Middle East, you find out that they import maize, milk, then it is turned into powder to be brought to those sites, and then they have to again add water to hydrate it and then pack it so that they can sell it. So, but KCC used to actually do that supply, but for some reason that was for personal gain, we thought it would be wise to ground it. And at the end of the day, now we are thinking of how to revive it again. But because now other interests come in or competition come in. But if we can actually revisit, just retrace our steps, as you say, go back to that farmer. People are still growing tea, even in Maragoli land. I think I visited somebody, a relative, the other day, those sides, and I saw. And I was wondering, look at this old person still keeping their farm. But they cannot get value from their farm just because the prices are so low, they can't get access to material. So if we focus in agriculture and be faithful in terms of supporting that common man, we empower them, then actually our economy will skyrocket. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We need to revert to Kibaki's slogan, the working nation. There are somebody commenting and saying that one of the problem with parastatals is that the workers are not there to serve. They are just there to earn a salary. The moment there is demand for delivery and demand for the service, everybody will deliver. Just to cite your issue before I bring in another person, there was this debate about our oil in Turkana. Okay, there was a proposition for a pipeline from the drawing of the oil. Let the pipeline take the oil to the refinery in Mombasa directly. Then, or rather, if it's being exported as crude, it should also go through the pipeline. But the people with the wherever tankers said no. Our business.
You are right. That's
that
actually
will
the
close our
politics that is
business.
there.
So that personal interest at the expense of national interest must be killed for us to take off. How do you create your business on the misfortune of Kenyans? Because how much will be saved by that pipeline being created, and the oil will go seamlessly and on time. The processing will be faster. Therefore, it will translate into petrol being cheaper. But you want to transport one tank at a time, so that eventually the cost will remain high, and then you are milking the blood of Kenyans in the name of your business. So let's be realistic. This country will not take off if we are feeding one greedy person. We need to come to a place whereby we appreciate there are other Kenyans, and all these Kenyans are our responsibility. Anytime you deprive one person something to give to another, that deprived person is suffering because of you, and you have created another problem because that person is depended on by other people. So there's a chain of problems you are creating by depriving this one person. If we holistically look at this, we will begin to be responsible in those offices. And so wakati huu lazima tukague, awe MCA, awe MP, awe women rep, au watu wote wanatafuta vyeo wakaguliwe vizuri. Hii maneno ya mtu kuja na leso na chumvi na kuanza kusumbua watu akili akisema yeye ndio suluhisho, afungashiwe vitu zake, aenda ajenge kwanza kwake. Tuone maendeleo yake ya nyumbani kwanza. It's important because this country has been on a part-time mode for too long. Alex,
and that pipeline, the oiling you are talking about in Lodwar, has it started or it's still at discussion?
It's another story for another day. Let's leave that one for now. Alex, you are boiling. What is the matter?
No, I mean umesema jambo mzuri sana. This time hakuna kitu kama 3 piece ama 6 piece. If you come with an agenda and you want to ride on the name of Baba, we will put you aside, and we thank God for Azimio. We have options now. We are not tied to one person. Let us know these people. Let them not just sit. Vile Uhuru alisema, watu wanasimama juu ya magari, unasikia tialala tibim, alafu hawaongei kitu yoyote. Ikifika kwa public participation, kama ni watu MCA, bundi analetea sisi watu hapa, hata mtu hawezi articulate themselves from bottom. Wacha watu wajue hata kuongea kidogo, tujue they can articulate, at least for me, not for anybody, for me, a person who can speak. Let be a person who can hold a conversation, not even a debate, before you can even allow them to be something.
Thank you Alex. Baba anahitaji jeshi zuri ambalo litamsaidia kufanya kazi, sio kila mtu. Na kwa sababu mimi ni mtu wa Biblia, nitatumia mfano wa Gideon. Gideon aliokota watu 10,000 akapelekea Mungu, ambia hawa wapake mafuta tuende vita. Mungu akasema hawa hawafai. Hawafai. So it doesn't voting for somebody because he's supporting Baba when he's a dunderhead or a non-performer. It is even making Baba's performance bad. So that's the very reason why we should be strict on who even is being supported by Baba or he is supporting Baba. For what reason is he supporting? Because we need people who are going to make it easy for Baba to function. Ili Baba kama amri jeshi akiamuru, mambo yanafanyika. Na kila Mkenya anaenda kulala ameshiba, ako salama, ako na uhakika usalama wake, afya yake, na kila kitu kimeshughulikiwa. Na sio Baba ameenda county after county kuangalia. So we want a new government that is performing. We must be strict. We say that the devil is in the details. So wakati Mungu anachagua ili army ya Gideon, akamwambia ukitaka kujua hao watu umeleta ni shida tu, nenda usimama mbele yao, ambia mtu yeyote ambaye anaogopa aende nyumbani. And the majority went home. It was 33,000, sorry. It was 33,000 people who Gideon brought. And their first announcement, anybody who is afraid, go home. 23,000 left. Now, can you imagine if the war had started and then they had one bullet and 23,000 ran away? Will Gideon stand to fight? He couldn't. So God solved the problem before Gideon began the war. And then remaining 10,000, God still says, even this 10,000, they have a problem. Let's take them for another exam. If they pass this one, they go for war. If they fail, they go home. Let go and check on how they take care of their appetite when it comes to their own thing. Take them to the river, see how they drink the water. When they reached the river, 9,700 wakalala flat. It's my turn to eat. They forgot about the war, and God said, are you seeing the kind of problem you are bringing? If they would have gotten to the camp, they would not remember the country, they would not remember the people, they will eat for themselves. So let the 9,700 go home. Only the 300 who are concerned about the people, who are concerned about the nation, these ones are the ones fit to go for war. But with the 300, Gideon was able to win the war. We need those 300 for Baba. Not every person saying talala. It is time we went to scrutinize everybody legally. And I'm speaking that from a scriptural point of view. So if you don't believe in the Bible, too late for you. Thank you very much. Naomba hivi.
Temba hako hapo. Temba, unaamini Biblia?
Alex, kile mnatafutania na Temba.
Where Alex, what's your
Temba
problem?
anajua tu Socrates.
Alex, what's your problem, sir?
It's okay, Temba, before you come in, let's hear Aaron and Njiru. I think they have one.
Yeah. Sure. Thanks. Okay. No problem.
Yeah. Asante Mr. Penad. By the way, hata mimi hii issue ya 6 piece manzee yenye nilisikia Orengo akiongea pale Kisumu nilikasirika sana, cause what Baba needs right now, cause as long as uko under Azimio na umefanya kazi mzuri, haijalishi uko ODM, haijalishi uko DAP. In fact sasa hivi tunaangalia watu wenye tulituma na wamefanya kazi at least kwa yale matarajio yetu 3/4, but hii kuride mgongo ya Baba, then kutoka hapo tunapeleka danda heads kwa parliament ama kama magavana zetu na ma MCA. This thing must stop. Thank you so much, Mr. Pana.
Asante sana. Kenyans are very interesting people. They said, I thought you're talking about Gideon Moi. I find that to be very interesting. Always say, Njiru Maura karibu.
Okay, thank you. I think the discussion is going on well. Huh? So, for me, I just have a slight comment. Mimi naona party leaders already they have a ticket, and it will be very worse for the party leaders to get involved kwa hii vita ya chini. So mimi naona, and this one cuts across even the most popular parties. I think it's the high time we need to learn from previous nominations zile tumefanya. In 2017, Jubilee did a very bad nomination, which is now being used as a reference to everybody. And it is only ignorant people who cannot learn from other people's mistakes. So mimi vile naona watu kama Orengo anasema, now they are now starting to isolate people. Mimi vile naona Azimio should be the priority. Hata ukuja na chama iko na watu wawili na iko Azimio, we should not start to segregate those people, because the moment we start segregating people, other parties will come and get advantage. And that is what will happen. Utakuta kiti ilikuwa iende na watu ya Azimio itakuja iraruke. So I think party politics in Kenya ni kama sasa imepitwa na wakati. So it's about now ideologies and the visions which people have. Na the moment unasukumilia watu kwa chama moja sana, you'll even be shocked hata UDA ikipata traction in a place where they were not supposed to get traction sababu ya hii vita. So party leaders have to be very unbiased. Na watu kama Raila, watu kama akina Ruto, they have to concentrate with their presidential bid. Na waachane nao watu kabisa. Then there is the last thing I wanted to comment about. Unaona in Mount Kenya kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kucomment. You see what is happening in Mount Kenya this time round. Mount Kenya is trying to position itself in a very safe zone. You realize that as early as 1992 wale watu wamekuwa kiumia sana hata kwa mavita after tumefanya uchaguzi ni watu ya Mount Kenya mostly. I'm not saying wengine wajaumia, lakini there is evidence that watu wamekuwa wakipigwa pahali kama Moro, wapi watu wamekuwa wakipigwa. So now Mount Kenya people, they don't want blame. You know what will happen or what can happen. Be assured that if like 80%, like let me say, if Mount Kenya people abandon Ruto, it will be unsafe for them, especially for the people who are in the diaspora. So that's why I'm now saying, the way I'm analyzing this situation, Mount Kenya will be a bit divided, and they will still resonate with Mr. William Ruto for their better coexistence with the people.
Wanjiru, your line of thought is bringing problem already on me.
Sorry?
This country is not a failed state.
I'm not saying we are a failed state, but I'm just saying from the previous elections, you know, Mount Kenya people don't want to be blamed. Na unajua kuna history ya
it's not being blamed. Just a moment. It's not being blamed. Okay.
Yeah.
It's either we are standing for a one united Kenya. Okay, where we are all Kenyans and anybody can ascend to that seat. Other than we accept that we are enslaved by some people who are more powerful than we are, and so they must always have their way or they will compromise our safety. That to me, is not the way to go. Okay, we could say there is the fear is there. It could be there, and then do we allow that fear to translate into an imprisonment or a cage? That one will be now our personal choice. Somebody can threaten you, but the threat only translates into slavery when you succumb to the same. Now, if the people are going to vote in a certain way, because if they vote a certain way is when they are safe. If they don't, they are not safe. Then the government that is coming in is incompetent. It's not able to keep their citizens safe because they have somebody they need to please or support in order to be safe. Hapo mimi sitakubaliana na wewe.
Okay. Let me finish my comment.
Yes.
You know, and that is the assurance which the government needs to give people, because I can assure you the reason why unaona hawa akina watu ya Nakuru na hawa akina Kimani, the rest, all those people, the reason why they are inclined to UDA, it is not because they are supporters of UDA. Those guys are inclining to UDA as part of sycophancy and as part of to become like, yani, they are trying to defend their community in their own way. So what I'm trying to say, if the government can be able to assure people, regardless of your political orientation, because kama ile kitu iko, whether Baba gets 50% of Kenya votes or not.
Since I'm signing out, nitawacha wiki yako hiyo.
Hata niulize Njiru swali kabla hujaenda.
To reassure anybody anything. Okay? The
Bernard,
government
nataka
should do what
niulize
it's
Njiru
supposed to
swali
do,
kabla
and that is
hujaenda.
take care of every Kenyan wherever they are. And since we have freedom of living anywhere, working anywhere, according to the constitution, that is the stand of the government. The government doesn't need to call a press conference and assure anybody of anything. As long as we exist as a government, it's our responsibility to safeguard everybody wherever they are. Those people who want to play in the political arena of trying to say we are voting this way because if we don't vote this way, our people are threatened that way, those are the wrong leaders. We don't need them. Have we had different governments? Yes. Moi has ruled this country for 24 years. Okay? Kibaki was here. The voting a certain way to safeguard people should not be accepted. Not at this point in time, please. Let the people who don't understand what government is and what government should do talk that. But if we advocate for that, we are playing right into the trap they want us to get into. And the moment we get in that trap, we will never get out. So
I agree
right
with you,
now,
but
we
that's
have
the
an
problem.
opportunity to free ourselves. Let's remain free.
I agree with you, Bwana Bernard, but that is the problem. Majority of people in Mount Kenya, it's all about their safety and the votes. And that is what needs to be cleared. Otherwise, they can vote very well.
Alex?
Ya, unajua bwana Njiru, historia ni nzuri sana na hii historia saa ingine hata kama ni ngumu, ni mbaya, we have to confront it ndo to move forward. And I've always opined here that in the future, whether we like it or not, the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Committee must be set up for us to deal with some of the issues. Kama ya 2017, we might be having a handshake, but we are not in a coalition. We will always remember what happened. And the reason I'm saying that, even if you want to take that, you know you are saying something that sometimes we fear saying, but you have already said it, that Mount Kenya should not be blamed. But remember, wakati kitu ililetwa tyranny of numbers, it was not tyranny of ideas. It was not tyranny of philosophies. It was tyranny of numbers. So when we go back again and we sit down and we have honest conversation, we have to remember why we are here. It's because we never had ideologies. We never had things that brought us together in terms of progressiveness. It was tyranny of numbers. So what are numbers? Tribal inclination. That's why we must take our share of blame, and you take your share of blame, but we say we have learned from there, let us move forward. But we cannot ignore history. Otherwise, we will never be able to forget it in a manner that is supposed and move together as a country. Mount Kenya, not all people did that. Voting 3 times for a government you knew very well was incompetent, but some did. But because the ideology was tyranny of numbers, we must take the blame for that. But it doesn't mean that we are stuck there. We are moving forward because we have seen the effects of that.
Thank you, Alex. And that's why I believe the conversation is on. And after Sagana 3, we'll know what is cooking. But the advocacy of somebody being a threat to somebody's peace in order for him to be elected, that should be a reason for the person to be rejected by everyone. Because anybody who cannot carry every other Kenyan along is unfit to be left the responsibility of taking care of the rest of Kenyans. So everybody wants to get a political seat. Let them develop a political stamina, build a political stamina, so that we will find a reason to put them in office. Not that we have to vote them. If we don't, we are going to suffer the consequences. Never, not in this time and age, not ever. So let everybody sit pretty. And voting in a competent government takes care of everything. Voting in an incompetent government risks everything. So which one do you want? Do you want to have a government that safeguards you, or you want to meet somebody's ego in order to be enslaved for the rest of your life. Tukubali kwamba lazima tuwajibike. 2022 ni election ya kihistoria ambayo tunatengeneza historia upya. Tutakuwa na rais mpya, tutakuwa na uongozi mpya. Alafu nikimalizia hiyo story ya 6 piece or 3 piece, whichever the case, let it not be that way. There is something Njiru said, that the principles should be neutral. That is the surest way of losing everything. Then instead of them being neutral, they need to be strict. To be what? Strict. Strict in the sense that then like what ODM was suggesting, they are going to vet the candidates. They are going to take a poll within that wherever that constituency. They see who is the strongest on the ground, what is his integrity, wherever performance. Will he deliver the seat? And when he delivers the seat, will he deliver the service in parliament and elsewhere? So this is not the time for the principals to pull back and let the people decide. This is the time for them to provide leadership by ensuring that the people they are putting on the ticket are credible, so that eventually garbage in, garbage out. You can't allow the process to be taken care of by someone else. They will bring you everybody, kina Waititu, kina Songo and all that. Then you find yourself in a precarious situation. You are the leader, yes, but the people you are leading are all running you down. There's the problem we have right now with UDA and their staff. They are the saboteurs of the government. They sabotage the government, then they go to preach how Uhuru has failed. They sabotage in the committee, then they go and say Jubilee is not working. Those are the people who need to be weeded out, so that when we get into power, the job is to serve Kenyans, not to safeguard people, please some people, have some sacred cows here and there. If there is a way for Baba to get rid of all sacred cows, the better. We need this government to begin their work on first day. By their 100th day, we need to see transformation. Sio story ati committee ya fulani imeenda kuongea kwa sababu MP fulani aongee na MP nini. Hiyo watu wachie sisi mapasta tutashughulikia. Tunataka government ambayo itafanya kazi. Asanteni sana. Bwana Themba, I hope your call is over.
Let me comment, please. Let me comment, Bwana Bernard Aritro.
Sawa, thank you.
Okay, you know what I was saying, and it is something which is very heavy, and it is an opportunity which Azimio can get. It's a gap people can bridge, and it has a lot of votes. The way Raila needs to come out, Raila has to come out very clear and as a strong person that he will offer people security. I want to give an example. Let's assume in August 9, UDA has lost. And it happens that in Washington Gishu or in places like Moro, Baba got 40% of the votes. Analyze that one. Tell me the spontaneous reaction.
There is no spontaneous reaction. This thing has been drawn and the people in charge are aware. Anybody planning anything or imagining anything is too late. If, whatever happened 2007 can never happen again in this country. That time, the government did not anticipate such. But as at now, anybody thinking in that line, amechelewa. That is why there is multiplied security measures. Matiang'i anafanya overtime kushughulikia watu kama hao. So mtu yeyote ana volunteer kufanya hiyo maneno, committee tuta increase, kama space haijatosha tuta increase. Na maneno ya twende Hague not vague is no longer going to be there. Watu tunachomea hapa, and I'm talking as a pastor. Hapa. So nobody is going to participate in that. Na kuna kipengele chochote katika katiba kinachosema fulani lazima akuwe rais. Hicho kipengele sijakisoma. Sababu ya kwenda kwa uchaguzi ni kujaribu kuona kama unaweza kushinda. So kama unaenda ukisema lazima ushinde na usiposhinda utaenda kusababisha crisis, hiyo sasa ndio ngoma itapanda, na saa hii hiyo ngoma itapanda vizuri sana. Wale watu ambao wanajipanga kwamba wameshindwa kwa ballot, sasa wanataka kwenda kusababisha kuharibu maisha ya wengine, not at this point in time. No, that one I can speak with assurance. Everybody to go and vote freely. Whoever is going to balance which 40%, 30% and all that is their problem. If your votes are not enough to make you president, go and try in 2007. I mean to 2027, 2027, 2032, uchaguzi tutafanya mpaka Yesu arudi. So mtu asituletee hapa baba amejaribu mara ngapi? This is the 5th time. You want us to die because you are doing it for the first time? You hatuwezi kabisa. So mtu ajipange. Kama huwezi pata enough numbers, go and you will not be allowed to cook because this time wapishi wote tuko nao.
Okay. Bernard, but remember we are also having problems in Laikipia and Baringo, and the security has not solved that issue. After election, it's a more bigger problem than that.
Hapana, wacha hiyo maneno bwana Njiru. Bwana Njiru, hiyo mambo yote
Bernard, mtu kwa comment amesema wewe ni spokesman wa Matiang'i.
Hamna shida. Mimi nabii.
If I jump in a little bit,
I may have some inside information, but what I'm saying is we will not find ourselves where we found ourselves in 2007. Never again. We may have had some signs like that, but not to that magnitude.
But Njiru is trying to make a point. Anaenda kutoka mbali. Njiru has a point that hajaweka. Njiru was starting from behind. Wacha tu Njiru. He is building a point ambaye hajamaliza.
Okay, let's do this. Mr. Pemba.
Yes, sir.
I leave you with Mr. Njiru. Help him prosecute his point.
No problem.
Lakini yule mtu hajaongea kabisa anaitwa Princess Ziana.
Princess huyu hata aongei.
She's back.
Ni kama nakujanga hapa kuokota information.
Wewe wacha. Nitaongea. Wewe wacha. Temba.
You can say.
Wewe.
Princess, nimekusoma sana. Wewe hapa uongei ni kama na
asante kwa kusema hiyo, na akiongea kuna kama nyingi sana.
Ulinichokoza. Alex, wewe naye unadhania timu Gema akisifiwa tembo analitia maji. Ulisifiwa siku moja ukalitia tembo maji.
Hapana, unaongea unaweka kama nyingi.
Na kuona unasifiwa unatia tembo maji.
Haya basi wacheni tumalizane na Bernard kabla alikuwa anakusalimia tu, si eti alikuwa anakuambia uongee.
Okay, asante Princess Ziana, na nashukuru kukuona leo. Naomba tuzidi. Alafu ningependa tu kukumbusha kila mmoja kwamba Operation Jaza Lori itakuwa executed this week on Thursday. We intend to go to Marsabit and make delivery. The plans are underway. We hope that we'll be able to do that. We are just encouraging you to go with us. Go with us in the sense that you are able to send us or support us to go. The amount we raised was, where's the banner? I'm trying to get the banner overlay. Just a minute. I hope Temba hujaitoa. Is it wewe Temba wewe?
Mimi sijaitoa iko hapo.
Sorry. It's right here. Thank you. So we that is the amount we got, and we are trying to prepare on Thursday to roll down to the place. We are believing that we'll get the infrastructure to be able to stream the ceremony even as we do the handover. We are working with the people on the ground so that when we get there, we'll get everything set. I want to appreciate everybody that participated in this worthwhile program. I will encourage you to help us get there by supporting us or going along with us. Thank you very much. Let's keep the conversation going. This is our country, and let us give it the required attention, especially at this point when we must decide who occupies the highest office for what purpose. Thank you very much. Themba, take it.
Haya, Njiro.
Thank you very much Bwana Themba, karibu. Hata kama ulifika. And Bernard, wacha tuonane kesho vizuri. Now, there is a point I'm trying to execute here. This is what is happening. And I want to speak as somebody who has information and talking, and I talk with very many people because I also come from Mount Kenya region. Nakuru, Eldoret, and some other places there. People, majority of the people who might be supporting UDA, it is for status quo. I don't want to expound that. This is what is happening. Currently in Kenya, we are having some problems. Laikipia, we have problem. Baringo, we have problem, and so many other places. And there is a conclusion that the government has not extremely handled well on security. Na then mnakumbuka hata ile wakati watu wamekuwa wakipotea Nairobi, kumekuwa na so much kidnapping. So na then sasa history ya Yala ikatokezea. So you can see all that combination. And now we have an election. Then 2007 kuna wale watu walikuwa displaced, and then some of them they have begun new life hapo, hata wajamaliza like 10 years when they started their new life there. Now we are now having an election which is also very porous in their locality again, and their sustenance and their survival depends on how they vote in 2022. So what does that mean? What I mean is that there is a tendency of people making decisions to vote because of their safety more than the person they want. And that's what I'm saying. The Kenyan security and the other organs have to be very serious, and they have to assure Kenyans they can be able to live where they live even after any outcome of the election. But right now, we are not sure if a certain person loses, if there will be no mass exodus. People are not assured of that. So there is a lot of work which needs to be done, and that's the reason why you even see in Mount Kenya, people, or maybe in places where like people of Mount Kenya who are in diaspora are many, they are thinking more of voter apathy than voting, because wako na wasiwasi, even in places like Mpeketoni. And that thing needs to be cleared, and people need to be, and the government need to bring it very clear. And Azimio can take it as a gap, and they can be able to bring order in that, but watu wako na uoga. And it is something which we need to take it serious here. And that is what has made even the amount of votes which Baba is supposed to get in Mount Kenya very, very difficult for him to get. Kuna uoga, and people are ready to vote for anyone as long as their safety comes first. That's what I wanted to say. Very serious. Let's think about that. So tusione tu story tu ya kura peke yake. People think on watu wanaona kwanza nitarudi kwangu kwanza kabla ya kupiga kura. To me, my home is more important than the vote. So that's something which people need to look about it. Yeah, that's what I wanted to add in that discussion.
Okay, that's a good comment, especially when you talk about the aspect of security and voter apathy. So there has been that, of course, our elections have been defined with violence in some places, and I guess that is what has led us to you know, every after certain election we hear of you know, people having been you know, uprooted from where they're supposed to stay. Now, in view of what you're saying, I want to hear from you. How is the Azimio strategy of working with the parties that are strong in certain areas going to affect? Because you're saying there are people in Central who may fear voting Baba. Why would they necessarily fear voting Baba when probably the party that will be coming there would not necessarily be ODM, probably Jubilee or even PNU, or some of them would be independent. Why would they fear voting Baba? Who is going to uproot them, and for what reason? Because neither Baba nor Ruto is representing one of their own, just like it happened during when Kibaki was on the ballot, and there's someone else was in the ballot then, you know, and I think who was it? Uhuru was in the ballot. Nobody was uprooted then. You know, the Kibaki was voted overwhelmingly, and Uhuru also got votes there, and nobody was uprooted. So what is this that would make people want to uproot someone for voting a person from a tribe that is not their own? That is one that I would want to, because for me, on that particular one, I think the place that would face maybe people being uprooted for one reason or another would be probably Rift Valley, because that was where even the uprooting was more during the post-election violence. There's a lot more of uprooting in Rift Valley and some places maybe in Central, you know, and there was no uprooting mostly in even Kisumu and those other areas. They didn't do anything, none of that. So I would want to hear from you, because sometimes we do also want to make it look like it is such a big thing, yet it's we need maybe to go back to look at when uprooting occurred in every election that has happened. Uprooting has occurred majorly in Rift Valley. You see, now these other places uprooting has not occurred. Now this is what is happening. Azimio has adopted an approach of, let us pick parties that are strong in certain areas. The only places that they're going to have competition is where there's no strong party or none, is, you know, where there's fair competition. So that means what? There's no any place that will be overwhelmingly any party, any one party, apart from maybe Nyanza and those other ODM areas. But generally, the country is going to be you know, like you know, coalition parties. So you find even if Baba takes the presidency in Central, the governor is from PNU or is from Jubilee or is from that. So there's no that sense of, if Baba takes it, then we have lost it completely. So what is this that you are thinking is going to be so much pushing people out of, you see, the idea of now wanting to uproot people? Like even Rift Valley, if you go to Rift Valley, they may choose to vote for President Baba or whoever, but the parties down there will decide, okay, Mashinani, Chama cha Mashinani will take Bomet. So they haven't lost. You guys get the presidency, we have gotten the governor and these other places. I think this time round, in my view, you may say, if it was a time back where probably we have only one party, I don't think it's going to be that bad. But maybe you can comment on that.
Okay, this is what happens. You know, I like commenting on a point of reference and checking on how history is. You know, after the post-election violence in the year 2007, there was a lot of population pressure in Central. So many people left. We call them diaspora. The people who live in there, the people who don't live in Central, we call them diaspora. There was a lot of migration from those places back to Central. So there was a lot of population increase, and some of the people, they didn't even have plots or places where they could settle. So watu walitoka Nakuru, Eldoret na wapi, na then they came to Central kukondisha huko. So there was a lot of population pressure. So this is how Central is responding, and I would like somebody to analyze this one critically. Whatever you see in the Central, so what wa Central walisema, we don't want this problem to happen again. So what Central is doing, I'm talking about Central in particular. Central, what the response which you are seeing on Central people, they are trying to defend their people who are in the diaspora. So what I'm saying is this: if Central Kenya can be assured that the people who are in Nakuru people were in Eldoret, people were in Mpeketoni, and people were in places like Moro and the rest, that after election, those people will be safeguarded, no one will chase them. I can tell you, even the central vote, people will get. But the central vote...
But Njiru,
yes.
Njiru, your assumption is also forgetting that the people who left Rift Valley were not only people from Central. There were people from Kisii, and
That
you
is
had
what I wanted to tell him.
and you know, imagining that the only people who are chased and who live around Kenya everywhere is only people from Central. That, in my view, first of all, is not a factual statement. By itself, but only saying that the only people who live in other places is only Central people. There are people even from Nyanza who live in Coast, who are uprooted.
I
there
agree.
Are people, hold on,
Okay.
Njiro.
Okay.
There are people also from Kisii, and I think the other time Matiang'i alluded to that, you know. So should we also tell the people from Kisii that because your people will not be chased, you need to vote for a certain person? I think, and we also need to appreciate the difference between 2007 and right now. Okay.
I think you're not understanding me. There was something.
Wait, Njiru, okay. Hold on.
Okay.
You see, you have gotten your point. You are trying to say that the Central people need to be assured of security. Not only Central people, Kenyans. That's what I'm trying to say. We are agreeing that Kenyans need to be assured of security during election and after, but not only during election, before, during, and after. However, right now you haven't given me a convincing reason as to why Central people would be more scared of insecurity elsewhere than other people, than other Kenyans, than other people from Kisii, say. Like the other day when Mandago called a meeting in Uasin Gishu, Mandago was the only governor who was supported by both, NASA and Jubilee. You know why? Because his constituency has across, it's like it has everybody across the country.
It's a true cosmopolitan.
Yes, so when you try to suggest that now we only need to concentrate on the only people who stay in these other places are people from Central, in my view, that's probably in a way a little simplistic by nature, and in my view, I think I consider that more of what do you call it, scaremongering, you know. That if you don't assure us our people are the ones who own those farms, if you don't assure us our people are the ones who stay in Mpeketoni, that is not true. The facts on the ground are different. Finally, so that I allow you to comment, is that the terrain right now is very different. It's not like it was in 2007. It's not winner takes it all, and that's why even in Central, people will vote even independent people. You don't even have to vote the person you have been brought for. There are independent candidates who will win elections. The governor for Laikipia is an independent candidate, and he has been able to function very well. And the last time I checked, Laikipia was the one that has been able to utilize their money better than all the other counties. So with those choices, what we need to tell people, and maybe what we need to, is not telling them that, you're not telling them to be scared, that, oh, you are scared, you're going to be uprooted. No. It's tell them you need to exercise your right. And you have a right to vote for the person you have to vote. The more you repeat the idea that you have to exercise your right wherever you are, not telling them, selling them fear. There's no way, even if the president woke up today and told you that nobody will chase you, if you are fearing, you will fear. Unless you have 100 policemen staying where you're staying. And even when they stay, still when there's something that's going to happen, it will happen. All right. So someone was saying that security is something that is so amorphous. You are as secure as you want to imagine, you know. So there's nothing that even Matiang'i can wake up today and tell people that you people, nothing will happen. This is what is going. No, there's nothing that can happen. If people have fear, they will fear. If fear is in you, fear is in you. It's about us understanding what are the constitutional provisions right now that are different from the time you're talking about. We know that our elections, every time, people have used violence to displace people so that they can have more voters than other times. But the constitution has changed. We have counties. These counties allow people to have governors who are from their own. And the only part that people need to understand that development that will reach you is not the presidency. Development that is going to affect you directly is the county. So have you chosen the right county, governor? That is where we need to push people more. Don't think about the presidents. The president will do national government, county. How many counties right now? The other day, Ngilu was launching Kikotech, an industry that is within Kitui County, while other governors have nothing to show for 5 years. So where do you tell them? You need to tell people that forget about thinking so much about the president. Who is your governor? Make as much emphasis on the governor than you make on the president. Yes, then I allow Alex also to comment.
Okay, I didn't say that people from Central, they are the only people who live elsewhere. But I commented based on history, and I also commented that we have close to the same population which is in Central is also outside. Mark that. And the reason why I talked about this, and I didn't talk about Kisses and other people, it is because the people in the Central, remember, they are still the same people who seem kind of, they have not made a decision. They are like sitting on the fence. At least most of the Kisii people who I know, they have made their decision, and the majority of them, they are in Azimio. But for Central people, they have not decided. They have not made that strong decision. And that decision is, it will be catapulted by the assurity that they will get safety after voting. And it is something which I brought it here. If there is somebody who is in Azimio and is hearing this, he can push it forward on that level. People are fearing their safety, and it is real. It is not me. It is majority of people. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. You are just a messenger. You have brought the message. You will not attack the messenger. Yes, Alex.
Najua mi nikiona mkubwa wangu hapa Olo namwachia anaongea kwa sababu yeye ataongea kidogo arudi kwa comments kwa sababu tunataka comments ziendelee. Wacha Olo aongea arudi comments.
Olo, kuna jamaa anaitwa Alex anaona ni kama mmemalizana shots kule chini, sasa ukuje uzipige hapa. Haya Olo, hebu ongea ndio tusikize pesa yake. Naona leo ameamua kuja kwa
Alex, sasa mkubwa wako ni nani? Mkubwa wako ni Temba na wewe ni mkubwa wangu. Si unajua sisi ni watu wa mashinani huko kwa comments.
I know, sasa unajua Temba ndio mkubwa wetu hapa, atupee nafasi tumwambie vile ground iko.
Okay, thank you very much. But hata nataka tu ni comment nirudi. Sasa
wewe Pen Nyagaka, nyamaza. Umekuja leo unashinda umeongea. Si ungoje watu waongea alafu nitakupatia nafasi.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to contribute on what Njiru is saying because I feel like I have a different view. I'm trying to think along with him. Like, it's I can say that when you walitoka Rift Valley wakahamia Central, for those people they are safe because huko hivyo hakuna violence, but when walibaki huko ama when walitoka kwa shamba and then wakarudi huko Central and then wakarudi huko Rift Valley just where they were pushed away, I think it is different. Lazima wakuwe na hiyo trema na fear. So I think that one will bring up some problems. And then the way there have been a lot of violence like in Laikipia, hata tulikuwa hapa tukidiscuss hizo issues za cattle rustling nini. I think what Njiru is saying must be taken into consideration. So far the government has not shown any effort that things have improved. It is only that they have not been tested. But what I'm wondering is that if they can't deal with the bandits, how will they deal with with something like what happened in 2007? Because you see, the government, they can just talk, but when they push, when the actual thing starts, we don't know if they will be able to do it. Because in clashes like that, you can't just go around shooting people like you are shooting uh, people in a war. They must have a tactical way to deal with those things. And I don't know whether they have trained on it and they know it. I don't know how many policemen are in those areas which are hotspots. You see, they are doing these things and they are not even informing the public. So the government must come out and assure the public that they are able to do these things. But if they don't do that, then there will be voter apathy. Those people, they will not vote. They'll just stay away from the polling station. And then you can't tell me that IEBC will reach those hotspots where there will be, where where there are bandits. So I don't know. I'm also just trying to think like Njiru. I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to sell fear or anything, but I'm just trying to be realistic. Yeah.
And I want to concur with you. And the reason Temba is not there, the reason I will say so, the whole issue started, the fear issue started when Linturi said the Madoadoa thing. And immediately what you will see in Eldoret, what happened, the elders and the businessmen and different caucuses, both from Kisii and Kikuyu businessmen in Eldoret, they came and some of them gave conflicting statement in regard to that statement. But overall, what they said was watu ambao muko nje kule ambao muko, for example, I'll speak specifically for the Kisii leadership, what it said in Eldoret. The people who are in Kisii, you are comfortable, amuelewi kuwa this is our home. So musiendelee kuongea vitu ambazo will agitate the peace of us who have made this place our home. And you could see truly that such kind of sentiments sent tremors to them. But what I didn't see, what you're bringing out is their voting will be affected if the government does not assure them that there are effects in place to assure them that everything will be right. Because if I was to be in their position, and that is what I have taken, to wear the shoes of them, when I'm going to vote, even if I'm going to vote for Baba, and I realize that the other side wins, which position will I be now that we have shown openly that we were supporting this side? And that is why it's dangerous for our security to be politicized. And the last 4 years, I think UDA has tried to politicize as much as they could the security and saying that it's ineffective. But when it was working on their favor, then they could say it's effective. And they forget that the current security laws that we have that put the IG to be ineffective and not to put things in place came from them. Remember, a lot of responsibilities were taken from the IG. So what we are demanding from now the security is basically not what they could have done like before the security laws were put, Mr. Law. So we live in a new era whereby all decisions will be made by almost some few people on what they are going to do. So the protocol on to tell us and ABC discussions and so on and so forth, and the way Kimayo was a little bit stronger, Mutukama before the Abonyo was stronger, and previous police commissioners, that power was taken away from them. So the current security situations to Konazo is not like the ones that we had before. But Njiru, I'll tell you one thing. Njiru, before 2007, the way the security structure again is totally different. And now if you try to bring any problem like 2007, we have a police that has been militarized. What the police has today is not like those 404 vehicles that you used to see, 504, and the old Land Rovers. It has been militarized. And you remember tear gas Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, how, you know, they came blazing on us. And it took an effort that was consistent, and they were a little bit kind to us. But if they were to unleash their full force, I'm telling you, even their blowing of water peke yake, hatungeweza to continue what we were doing. And it's because we got the police permits and to picket. And that's why they were a little bit kinder, and they tempered it with kindness to us. But if anything like that was to happen today, the police is fully militarized. It's not the police force that we used to have. And I'm telling you that hawatajua ni mama, hawatajua ni mtoto, hawatajua ni mzee. They will go full swing, and I'm telling you, we will end up losing lives if people will joke. And I know these people know very well that they cannot do that. And we don't want to go there.
Alex.
Yeah.
Njiru and people like him are falling into the cards that have been at work for a long time in the UDA cards. And the part of their card has been to continuously drum up the repeat of 2007 in the mind of apparent Kikuyu leaders or Kikuyus who might want to vote for the other side. The person who is pushing that narrative so strongly is one Gachagua. He's the one who is pushing this propaganda. And this, you can take it from me, Njiru. It is already known where it is coming from, and even what you're bringing across is something that has been used. They have several things that they want to use. They tried their work that they have been trying to do. They tried like saying, oh, bottom up has not worked. They tried saying that, oh, Ruto has already climbed Mount Kenya. It is not working. So now they are trying to push the fear card. They tried saying that, oh, Ruto has already... What is it, Spen? So they are trying to push the fear card, you know? And you see, like what Njiru is saying here, is trying to tell them that, tell the people that, if you guys, like the people now, what is happening in the other side, they're telling the people in the Mount Kenya, I mean, in the Rift Valley, that, call those people and tell them that you guys, if you don't vote for this guy, we are going to be chased from here. You can never be too big for the government, whoever you are. The reason the environment around 2007 and the environment in 2022 is so different. Nobody should even imagine it's the same. You can never be too strong than the government. Now, in 2007, several things were happening. One, there was, first of all, the perception that these people have actually won overwhelmingly. That is number one. Number two, it was not only the Rift Valley, it was across the country where people had said that in yetu. So in other places, while there was that kind of withdrawal, these places, there was psychological support for the cause. And of course, now that particular environment created what happened. But this time is so different. The person that is running, clearly you can see from now, if he wins, or if something, we don't know how he's going to win, because kitumbua kimeingia mchanga. Number two, there are coalition parties right now. Coalition parties, that means that what? That even if, and we have county and national government, people have seen clearly that if you have a good county government, if you have a good county governor, you can achieve a lot. You can achieve a lot from your county. So resource distribution is pegged, and even resource gaining and your county moving forward is not pegged so much on the national government, is pegged on the governor that you're having down here. These are things that Kenyans know. Unlike the last time in 2007, where if you don't get the presidency, you lose, that's it.
But Themba, you
Let
know,
me finish. Let me finish.
okay.
So we know, and it is already out there that there are people who are going to try to sell fear, and Gachagua is pushing that as a last resort so that you can use that, and Njiru is actually pushing that narrative that you see now. People in Central are saying we need to be assured that our people in Rift Valley are safe so that we vote whichever side we want. That is hogwash. That is trying to push a narrative. And that is what is going to, you're trying to make people think now you're selling fear. And so because we fear to vote, now there's a voter, we'd rather look like we haven't voted. So even if you don't vote, and the other person that you don't vote for wins, what is the difference? The difference is the same. Vote for the person that you want to see in power. We don't care who. No Kenyan should be made to imagine that because of fear, then you want to vote for a certain person. And nobody, let me tell you something, nobody has monopoly over violence. That is something people need to know. You can never have monopoly over violence. You might think that you are the most violent person, and the people you are thinking might even overwhelm you terribly. You don't have monopoly over violence. Look at what happened to the US when they went to Somalia, just the other in Africa. When they went to Iraq, what happened to the US? You can't have monopoly over violence. So imagining that you can wake up and say that we are the ones who are going to be violent, what some senator was saying in some media, that we are not like those people who throw stones and run away. By the time you come out of that statement, you will have lost and others will have lost too. So the difference will be the same. Nobody has monopoly over violence. So selling violence or selling fear to people can never suffice in a competitive electoral period. And right now we have different ball game altogether. I think like Alex alluded to, it's completely different. The constitution is completely different. So those selling fear, especially I know it's a UDA card that they're trying to push so that those people who are in those areas are able to vote in a certain way. The government is on top of things. It's on top of things. So if you think that is what is going to sell, it's up to you. We can't say. But for us here in this Mutembe, we are saying, do not fear to vote for the person you want to vote for. Choose the leaders that you want. And as we keep urging people, we say, kindly, choose an MP, an MCA, and a governor who is development conscious. If you choose those ones well, you will not even be caring who is the president. Yes, Alex, what did you want to say?
Thembas, thank you for trying to convince us, but we are still trying also to look
I'm not convincing you. You don't need to be convinced. Okay. What's your problem?
Okay. Thanks for
you can agree or not disagree with my statement. You don't have to be convinced.
Oh, okay. Thanks for trying to convince me then. No, but what I was saying is, Themba, two incidents that make me a little bit worried about the region is this. In the middle of a meeting, Buzeki is ransacked. The leaders are there. They beat him up and nothing happens. And they even warn him. And we saw that openly. When Azimio goes to Eldoret, they spoke very well. 2 days later, they ban Nyumba Tarus and other leaders who are in Azimio meeting, and nothing is done. So these scare tactics they are using are becoming, for me, the way I view it, are somehow becoming effective because people are asking, kama Buzeki anaweza chapwa mbele, that slap was too huge bana. Alichapwa mbele yetu, na nothing really happened. Buzeki went, took a P3, nothing has happened. And Taru's house was burnt down, a politician who spoke during Azimio. And we are not only saying that it's just rhetoric. They are showing signs that they are capable of going beyond even rhetoric. Uh, what can you say about that? Don't you think that one is already selling now? The fact it's not just talk alone, it's actions.
A good question, and there's a question that I also want to pose. I hope that we are having a discussion, so it's not just Themba. I hope.
Naweza kujibu hiyo swali?
Ngoja kidogo Jakindu. Njiru is also saying Kenyans have been assured of security from 1990 and still die, bro. That's what I'm saying. You see, saying that you need to be assured of security is rhetorical. I told you security is something that is so amorphous. Nobody can stand today and tell you, shika security. It can't, An environment can be set, even if you say, yeah, we want them to be assured. So what you are simply saying, because you cannot be assured of security, then therefore you fear you can go and vote for the other person so that your people do not suffer. I think that is defeatist in my view, but we'll hear from other people. Yes, Jakindube ongea, then tusikie David Olo.
David Olo ama mimi?
Sasa wewe.
Tumesema ongea Jakindube, David Olo. Sasa mimi sijui nani.
Jakindube, umesikia vile nimesema?
Asante sana. Asante na nashukuru. Hamjambo?
Tumesema unajibu tu swali alafu utakuwa na time ya kuongea baadaye.
Okay.
Ametusalimia. Nini mbaya tusalimia? Asante sana mzee.
Tunasalimika, huyu ni mzee wa nguvu, tumesalimika.
Umevaa Azimio leo.
Nilikuwa nataka kujibu swali ya kwamba nilikuwa nataka kumwambia Alex, acha uoga. Ukiwa Kenya ni nyumbani. Wacha uoga. Nitazungumza zaidi juu ya hiyo kama mkinipatia nafasi.
And again, Alex, if you are to consider only those Buzeki and Tarus and all that, and use those as a way of saying that now we need to be scared.
Ole Themba. Nilikuwa nataka kumwambia nani, Tarus alikanusha kwamba nyumba yake haikuchomwa. Nakumbuka nilimuona akihojiwa.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, okay.
Alisema nyumba yake haikuchomwa. Alisema hiyo ni maneno ya uvumi.
That was propaganda.
Yes. But it spread. Then these people know how to spread their propaganda and they have the intention, and that's why tunasema
hiyo ndio kazi ya Gachagua.
Ndio maana Njiru ako na hiyo point yake aje, that spread that fear has been spread. Now we need to deal with it.
Yeah, that's why I say we are not hitting the messenger, we are hitting the message. Njiru wako sawa kwa sababu aliongea na watu pia wakauziwa. Lakini sasa sisi we have to submit that fear should not be part of what is being sold. And nimewambia it's part of what they are putting on the cards. Yes, David Olo.
Mi nataka kusema hivi tena. Unajua mi naongea tu reality, because we can assume that everything is okay, but reality lazima, the reality will hit us. Like you know me and you and Alex, we are very informed people. Sisi tunaweza shikilia tuseme sheria nasema hivi na hivi, na pia I'm sure where we are very very safe. We are not like these people we are talking about. So, and some of these people, they are people who have not gone to school. They don't know anything about Sharia. These are people who are just living. They just want to live. Some of them don't even want to have anything to do with politics. And wherever they are, it is very remote. Hata polisi government wanasema kuna polisi huko, but maybe hata kuna polisi huko. You see, the government, they can just say anything to please the public. So what I'm wondering is that how will we help? is it true that it is like you guys are saying that everything is okay? Because I can imagine the things that have been going around, security issues, like okay, hata hiyo nyumba yenye unasema ya Tarus, okay, ya Tarus haikuchomwa, but there was an aspirant whom his house was burnt. In fact, even Bernard showed him here on the TV, because I don't know, sijui alikuwa ODM, sijui alikuwa wapi.
ODM, yeah.
Yeah. So
Langas.
you see, such kind of things, you see, we must put a question mark to those things. And then you see, compare police dealing with NASA supporters is different from police dealing with people with arrows, bandits who have arrows. Some of them, you know, right now we don't even know what they are armed with. Maybe it is not even arrows again. So I'm trying to think of those things. So I don't know. You see, I'm just trying to imagine if I'm maybe a child or a woman living in those places, or a young man with a family in those places. How do you survive actually? Because you know, people listen to fear more than they listen to positivity. No, fear weighs more heavier to people than choosing the positive side. So those are the things that I'm just thinking about. Otherwise, I really want to agree with both of you. But since those guys are also Kenyans like us, I'm just trying to empathize with them. That is what I can say. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Themba is gone, and I think Haron was speaking next.
Yeah. Thank you so much Mr. Alex kwa kunipa nafasi ndiposa na mimi niguzie kuhusu hiyo maneno ya mnaliud kuhusu mambo ya fear. In fact ningependa kusema namna hii Wakenya wenzangu uoga kuwa in fact kutakuwa na mchafuko before during elections or after elections. In fact hiyo nawaomba kabisa. Yeah, Maggie, kindly mute. Yeah, thank you so much. So hiyo uoga weka mbali sana. Reason being, jana mwenye alifuatilia nimeona Martha Koome alisema kuwa in fact all people ambao wale viongozi ambao wamehusika na mambo ya hate speech inastahili in 4 months from now kesi zao ziwe dealt with. So mambo yetu ni ile kuwa in fact kama the likes of Gachagua, kama jina lake NCIC itakuwa imefanya nini, itakuwa imeliwasilisha kwa vyombo, kwa asasi za jamii, then inastahili manze sheria ifanya nini, ichukue mkondo wake. By the way, hata mimi ninaangalia Gachagua vile anaongea, is a great inciter kabisa, na uwanga ana insight mavijana, kuzuanga anaongea maneno yenye anataka mioyo ya vijana ipate kuyeyuka, so that wakati wataambiwa nao act, they will act, kwa sababu already walikuwa wametayarishwa. Gachagua is a politician ambaye in fact sasa hivi kama mimi ningekuwa watu wa Madhira, iwe anasimama kiti chochote wasimpatie, cause angalia, by the way, maongezi yake si mazuri. Na jambo lingine, Matiang'i juzi kwa ile election preparedness, in fact aliomba bilioni kadhaa, na akasema, na nikasikia zinakuwa outline, kuna zingine za risasi, kuna zingine za tear gas, kuna zingine za logistics, alafu tena ameweka over 135,000 security ambao watafanya nini, watatumwa kwenda zile hotspots, ama watakuwa wanaangalia mambo ya elections. So wa Kenya, mimi nawaambia kuwa kila kitu iko sawa. Wewe, if you want to vote to any leader wakati wa uchaguzi ikifika, I'm very sure the government under President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is ready to offer you security wherever you are. Kwa hivyo tuondoe uoga. I'm very sure before elections Matiang'i na asasi za kijamii, they will come out na wa outline vile watafanya nini, vile wata distribute maaskari cause hapo mahali Njiru amesema kama ni pale Eldoret, hizo hotspots gava inazijua, they are going to deploy maaskari pale ambao watafanya nini, wataleta confidence kwa watu. Thank you so much. Back to Mr. Themba.
Nataka kuambia Njiru, when it was almost Trump last, even in the US, even a big country like the US, Trump's people were using that as a way of scaring people from voting. Alex can attest. And Alex, who confirm ama unataka sasa nikuite hapo?
No, that is true. That is true. You're right. That was my next point, but you have said it. Sure. That is what I wanted to say. But
yeah, so
Alex, unadanganya. It was not your point.
Njiru bwana, mimi najaribu kukusaidia hapa na unacheka.
Point yako, we don't shoot the messenger. We shoot the message. So your point imefika, and I'm sure it's good you may highlight, and it is something that I mean they have had. This platform is had by many people. If there's anything that can be done, they should be able to do it, and they need a concerted effort from all the players, political players, security organs, and even the concerned persons, to know that the security of individuals before, during, and after election is assured. So I think what you're saying is important, that message should continuously be repeated, so that people are able to.
So quickly in regard to what you said, when we are dealing with the security issues, when we are dealing with aspirants, especially presidential, it's totally different, because Trump was treated the same way until when the election was done. When Trump tried to mess up, now the security dealt with him decisively. So these people, they may be having a walkover right now, but wait until the election is done and they start messing up. It will be done what Trump was done to Trump. Secondly, the people who blindly went to the Senate and to the House, today they are in, and Trump is not helping them. It should be an example for people to understand that you cannot joke with the security. The leaders will lie to you, but when it comes, they have a protection that is given to them because of the Constitution, maybe because they held some privileged position. But wewe ambayo utayapo huko mbele, you are not going to be helped by anybody, not even a lawyer. Some lawyers have refused to represent even these people in a free country like in America. So you can imagine, in a country like that, anybody who tries to mess up, immediately elections are over and wametangaza ni nani, we don't care. What we need is our lives to continue. And this country showed an example. So Njiru, there is no fear. I know they have spread enough fear, but they should know that there are mechanism, and those mechanism shows. Unajua wakati hapa tulikuwa tunaambiwa vitu nyingi, tulifika mahali tukaogopa, but when the highest organ of security said this is what must be, Trump connived. He went to Florida, he left people being what, wakikamatwa. So usikue na hiyo uoga bana. Njiru, umesikia?
Yeah, it's something we need to continuously repeat. There's a government in place, and whatever Njiru is saying, it's not something that has not happened elsewhere, like Alex is saying. Once a government has been put in place, the things that you'll attempt to do, you'll take personal responsibility for them. So do not allow any politician to use you anyhow. So like Alex is saying here, people are taking personal responsibility. Even there's, I think, a journalist who was fired. You know, she regretted for you know, she was part of that. You know, the imagination was actually what you're seeing right now, where they had even thought that Trump, even there are some of them who to date, they don't, I see somebody carrying flags here saying that Trump is still the president. They still have that. They never believed it. But you see, those who tried those you know, whatever nonsense, right now they are paying for it. Now in Kenya, you are going to take personal responsibility for whatever thing you are going to do, and that is something that needs to be put. Do not listen to Gachagua. Gachagua will come make noise, go back down there. He has 200 million that was in his account that he can't explain where it came from, and today he's telling you that let's go and say, you know, lower food prices. The same person who was supplying to the county government when the brother was the governor, the same person who was supplying. Now, what someone talked about conflict of interest, you know, he has 200 million. I don't know how many companies they are supplying to. The same MPs who have companies, the same person, Ndindi Nyoro is the highest shareholder in KPLC. He is one of those highest shareholders in KPLC. So they are actually benefiting from you, the high taxes that you see. The same deputy president who actually supported the tax brackets that increased the food prices. Go back 2017, 3 months to an election, people are complaining about ugali and unga being high. We forgot. The same people are coming back later. 2017, 3 months to an election, there was that people complaining about ugali and unga going up. Now, after election, they increased the tax. And ODM said that this is not right. It is Ruto and his team who came up protesting and even saying that, okay, fine, this is going to be good. We are going to build roads with these things. He's the one who was even giving those things and saying that, okay, fine, roads are going to be built with this money. So right now, a few years later, a few months to an election, they're coming to tell you how you should go and hashtag or lower food prices. You see how they take you for being foolish? That's why I'm saying, if you are going to do anything that a politician will tell you to do to protect them and protect themselves or hurt someone else, you will take personal responsibility. You will take personal responsibility thereafter. So you need to think twice. Go vote and go home. Go vote, go home. Whoever becomes the president, be ready for it. Focus on your governor. Tell your governor to deliver for you. If the governor cannot deliver, we have a reason why Kitui County has an industry, Kikotech. While another county, Homa Bay County, all we hear about is probably they have been fighting. Migori County, the governor together with his family are in court for stealing. You see, one governor is giving you production, is giving you development, another one is stealing from you. Right now we hear Ken Lusaka who was selling some non-carcinogenic wheelbarrows at 1,200 non-carcinogenic wheelbarrows. Now wants to come back. And it is the deputy president who supported him to be the Speaker of the National Assembly. So now he's stolen enough, he's now going to be your governor again. You see how stupid they take us to be? And that's why we are here to empower you to decide well. There are some leaders you shouldn't see anywhere close to leadership. Anybody who has been mentioned.
Timber, it was 100,000, not even 1,000, 100,000.
100,000 non-carcinogenic wheelbarrow.
Yeah.
You see? And the guy has now come, he's now rebranding himself to go back to come and become your governor. We must be so foolish. Are Kenyans that foolish? I don't think you are. Anybody who has been mentioned in any corruption case before, whether they have been found guilty or not, don't give them any vote. Back to, yes, Alex.
Amina,
I see you.
Amina.
Yes, Alex.
Mi nasema nasalimia Princess, namuona anasikiza vizuri sana.
Yeah, that's what we want to say, and we have to. The reason why we exist as Mutembe TV is so that we can empower people. You need to take decisions into your hands. We don't need to ataki kuchezewa karata. Imagine the deputy president is hanging around with Gachagua, who cannot explain the source of 200 million in his account, and that is his chief campaigner, and he's trying to tell you that, you know what, you need to give me this person to work with. That is how they think we
So
are foolish.
Temba, I want to remind Njiru Kua, when you look at how the Republican Party was running its election, people like Liz Cheney, people like Mitch McConnell were supporting Trump blindly. And what has happened today, where we are sitting today, when Mitt McConnell was Mitt Romney was telling them that no, this guy is running the Republican Party in a wrong way, they disagreed with him. Today, they are saying the same thing that Mitt Romney was saying, because Liz Cheney has been expelled from Republican Party. Mitch McConnell wants to be censored also as a majority leader. Why? Because they have seen that an extremist will never be satisfied. They continue to go to be further, is bringing further the Republican Party to a point that he wants to have that Samsonic theory. He wants to fall with it completely and die with it. So that is what Ruto wants to do. What Ruto will do is that he will go down and down and down. By the time the Kachaguas, by Chungwas, the Wahome will realize the target was not just getting into power, but is to alienate other people totally and completely. It will be too late. And that is why you people must wake up and see other examples, like the Republican Party thought Trump being a president, a guy who was an extremist, was a good thing. Today, they're regretting it. That's the worst mistake they ever made, to accept Trump to become a president through the Republican Party. And I think that is what the people of Central have done. Some people who are in UDA, they think leadership, getting into power, it's the end of its means, but they don't know that Machiavelli law will work. When you go to power, you kill first those you take power with. You don't leave them. And the first casualties will be the Dindi Nyoro, the Gachagua, the Wahome, and they will be nowhere. So it's an example for you to know that this fear will come to an end. Fear will never thrive. Fear has an end. Thank you.
Fear has an end.
Mr. Tembe, point of correction.
Yes.
Mr. Alex, Republican has got its minority leader is called Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell is not a majority leader; he's a minority Republican leader. Thank you so much.
I'm saying by that time the election was, he was the majority leader.
Yes, and what you are
Alex,
trying to say?
correct.
What you are trying to say right now, and we want to tell those people who can listen to the voice that we are bringing out there. The people surrounding the deputy president are not good for you. The people he's putting out there to be with him are not good for you. Gachagua is not someone you can put out there to be for you. You cannot, and if you can imagine, you cannot imagine someone like Rashid Echesa, arms deals in the president's office, deputy president's office. First of all, you can imagine someone going to sign arms deals in the deputy president's office. And that is the person surrounding the deputy president. Those are the people campaigning for him. This is someone who does not care an inch about you, especially the people of Central Kenya. He doesn't. He's never. If he did, when he had his 50% of the government, he would have thought even of giving you. He took all of it. He gave people from where he comes from. We should be very careful. And if there's any fear that we need to fear, is not fear for someone who can take away your soul, but someone who can kill you while you are still alive, killing your economy, stealing from you completely, and making your life hard. Right now, we are hashtagging lower food prices. Even if it was lowered up to 20 shillings and you cannot afford it, how will that help you? Because the same people who are out there are the ones who stole from you and made the economy so bad that we don't have money even to buy. So even if it's lowered to 100, it will still be high. It was high in 2013. It was high in 2017. It was high in 2018. Even when maize flour was 56, it was high. It was not high because it was high. It was high because we could not afford it, and we can't afford it because of the people who have stolen from us. Who was the energy minister? Keter. The taxes have gone high. Ruto defended the taxes. Go back. 2018, go back. Ruto defended the tax increase. And when people tried, ODM came up and said that food prices are going high. They said, no, you need to consider that we are going to build roads and we are going to build railways. They are the ones who say that. How come right now they're trying to tell you lower food prices and we are busy hashtagging lower food prices? Who is supposed to do that? You can't tell me who is suffering like you to lower food prices. Where?
Temba, you're preaching to the deaf. I'm telling you.
They are listening. This thing is heard everywhere and they're listening and they can hear it loud and clear. And if Wayara could hear, someone else is listening. Because Wayara was hearing and Wayara was listening to me, someone is listening to us. And they know they're going to tell someone. And someone will tell someone. And someone will tell another that our problem is not high food prices. Our problem is corruption. Our problem is the people who have brought down our economy through corruption. I want to stop there for now and allow Jakindu Bey to come in and speak to us. Jakindu Bey.
Asante sana, asante sana. Asante sana kwa kunipatia nafasi. Mimi naanza kwa kusema kwamba Bwana Njiru, mimi na hii kitu nimekuwa nikihubiri. Wacha kujibagua. Wacha kujibagua kwamba sisi watu wa Central, sisi wana Kenya, sisi wote ni wana Kenya. Na Wakenya wanaishi sehemu zote za hii nchi. Wakenya wote wanaishi sehemu zote za nchi. Kwa hiyo tuseme tu kwamba hiyo jambo ambalo umesema inaonyesha kwamba ni vizuri kwa Kenya wote tuchague Azimio. Tukichagua Azimio, hii upuzi wote hautakuweko tena. Hii upuzi ambayo mnasema ati sijui sasa ukiwa Rift Valley lazima upigie mtu ambaye wanamtaka. Sio hivyo. Tunataka sisi wa Kenya tuwe free, tusiwe na tuweze kusema lolote tunataka kufuatana na katiba yetu, na vile vile tuweze kuishi popote bila kutishwa, na tupige kura wakati wote kwa mtu yoyote bila kutishwa, kwa sababu inaonekana wale ambao wanaishi sehemu za Rift Valley wanatishwa. Hiyo ndiyo maana nilisema na bado naanza kusema kwamba morally, hata mkiangalia tu morally, mtu anaitwa Vice President Ruto hafai kuwa kugombania upresident. Hafai kwa sababu unaona hata wale watu ambao wanamzingira. Hiyo sasa saa zingine najaribu kujiuliza, watu wa Central Province ni watu wamesoma sana, watu wana wasomi wengi tu. Mbona wanakubali kuongozwa na watu ambao hawana sifa? Huyu mtu hana sifa, huyu mtu hana sifa nzuri, anawaconvince namna gani? Mtu ana sifa gani ya kuweza kuwaconvince watu wa Central Province? Ana sifa gani? Sifa yake ni nini? Hana. Na hata wale wanamzunguka ni watu wengine wao ni Central Province wamewareject. Mtu kama baba yao, sijui anaitwa baba yao, yule alikuwa governor wa Kiambu. Angalia, mnachagua governor wa Kiambu baba yao, na kuna wasomi wengi tu Central, lakini wanamchagua baba yao, mtu ambaye completely disaster. Nairobi mna Sonko, mtu ambaye anasema, anawaambia alitoroka jela. Jamani, saa zingine mimi najiuliza, sisi wa Kenya kuna nini tumerogwa? Kwa sababu tunawapeleka watoto shuleni, lakini ikifika saa ya kuwapatia uongozi ama nini, tunachagua mtu mwingine ajabu. So hiyo mambo ya kusema kwamba kuna vitisho, mimi nasema this time, nafikiri hata hao watu ambao, nafikiri mimi, kwa maoni yangu, nafikiri ile Hague bado iko hewani. Sidhani kama mtu ataleta fujo kama ile
kidogo. Madam Selina, mute your mic please. Thank you. Endelea baba.
Sidhani kama mtu ataleta fujo kama ile wakati ule mwingine, kwa sababu usifikirie hawasikilizi, hawajui, wanajua kwamba Hague iko tu inangojea vitu, ipo bado haijaenda popote, na hatukufuta hiyo, hatukutoka kwa huo mkataba, bado tuko katika huo mkataba. Lakini kitu ambacho najaribu kuwaambia Wakenya wote ambao wanasikia, wale ambao wako popote walitulipo, tuchague Azimio. Azimio ndio dawa ya hii upuzi wote. Ndio tumalize hii upuzi ya kusema sijui ninaishi wapi, nataka niishi popote Kenya bila kuuliza mtu. Kenya ni nchi yetu, natakiwa tukae popote tunapotaka, tumpigie kura mtu yoyote yule tunataka. Saa hizi Wakenya wanatakiwa wampigie mtu yoyote yule wanamtaka, sio kushurutishwa ama kutishwa. Na vile vile nasema Wakenya, tutoe uoga, kwa sababu tukikaa na uoga hatutafanya chochote. Lazima hiyo uoga tutoe, ndio tutoe hiyo mambo ya kutishwa, kwa sababu hiyo ni jambo ambalo sisi wenyewe tutajitolea wenyewe, kwa sababu hata serikali, hata polisi, hata army haiwezi kusurutisha watu kama wamekataa. Mwaona juzi tu mfano mzuri tu, America, Europe, wote walienda Afghanistan kuwasurutisha kufanya vitu ambao wataki na nguvu. Wameweza? Wameshindwa. Kwa hiyo sometimes hauwezi kusurutisha watu ni lazima uelezee, na ndio maana ile kitu inasema mazungumzo ndio politics. Kwanza mazungumzo, lazima uwe na nchi ambayo watu wanazungumza, kuna political stability. Kama kuna political stability, hatutakuwa na hata hizi vitisho hazitakuwepo. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la muhimu. Kwanza tutoe hiyo uoga kati yetu, tusianze kuwa na hiyo uoga, kwa sababu unaona hata hizi maneno za porojo ambapo walisema ile nyumba ya nani ilichomwa, mwenyewe alikuja akasema nyumba yake haikuchomwa. Hiyo ilikuwa ni porojo mtu. Kwa hiyo nawaomba sisi wote wa Kenya, tutoeni vitisho, tutoeni uoga, tusiwe uoga, tupige kura bila kutishwa na mtu yoyote. Na mimi nawaomba tupigieni kura Azimio. Azimio itaondoa hizi fujo zote, hazitakuweko tena. Asanteni.
Asante sana Jakindu Bey. Maggie. Maggie, are you there? Hi, Maggie, are you Wayara?
I'm here.
Yeah, let me.
And why are you not talking, Maggie? Ngoja kidogo.
No.
Hello.
When you were calling, I was.
You can hear me, yeah?
Wait, Wayara. Just mute a little bit. Maggie has decided to show up.
I should.
Okay.
Maggie, are you ready to talk?
Habari za Wakenya?
Mzuri, endelea.
Habari za Wakenya?
Tuko salama. Mkenya mwenzetu tuko salama.
Yeah, haya. Sasa ile nimesikia ni waajabu kabisa, lakini ni nani alikuwa anaogopa yule uoga? Hata mimi sasa nimeshikwa na uoga. Kama a whole president anataka iko watu wanaweka njama kumassassinate. What is going on in our country? And leadership ya presidency, must it be from only two tribes? They don't want mchanganyiko maalum. I don't understand. You know, it has reached a point where I really do not understand what is going on in our country. So hiyo uoga, musiseme ati watu wasiwe na uoga. Unajua Alex ana compare Kenya na Amerika. Kenya imebeba watu illiterate. Tuko very illiterate. That is why buying us is very easy. Ninapewa 200 shillings, not even dollars. Ninaweza kupewa 200 shillings alafu niende nifanye nini? Nilete ufurugano. Niende nichape ndugu yangu Jakindu Bay ama Wayara Princess because nimepewa 200 shillings. Mbona Jakindu Bay anasema Ruto ni mbaya? Na niende tu nianze tu vita because of only 200 shillings ambayo haiwezi hata kununua unga. Unaona? We are primitive. Sasa hiyo primitivity yetu ndio sijui tunaweza how can we teach our people not to be primitive, not to be illiterate the way we are? Because we are looking at very small things. Hata ndio inatuharibia kabisa wakati every elections. Saa hizi huyu mtu wa kutangatanga, acha nimuite hivyo, ako na uongo mingi kabisa, na unapata kuna Wakenya wengine wanampigia saluti, hata those governors na nini, and they know quite well that this person surely he is cheating us. There is no place he is taking us with this because he's been in this power for 9 years. He's not done anything. But does it mean that if we give him power, are we safe on his hands? They don't see it like that. What they see is that the little money they've been given, the whatever lies you are going to say, we are just going to say yes, because you have given me the money. Hao ni watu wa tumbo yao. And I'm praying, I wish Kenya will be one day in a state where we are going to make decisions. Huyu mtu hata kama ananipatia hii chakula leo, lakini this he cannot do. This he cannot do. Here he can do this. I don't know when we are going to reach that point. And in America, as Alex was saying, America, they have that. And that is why Democrats had to win openly as people are seeing, because nani alikuja na kimbelembele hizo huyo mtu anaitwa Trump alikuja na hizo makimbelembele. Baadaye watu wa America wakaona pana, this person is really not for us. And indeed, they did what they would do. Nobody told them. Nobody even went around for civil education or what. But they decided, no, this person is totally a wrong person for us. This is not the right person we want to forge ahead with us. So that kind of people we still don't have, because hata mtu akikutemea mate alafu baadaye akuja akudanganye na shilingi 200, chukua hii uende, bado unampigia debe. Are we really at our senses? I don't know what we can do to our people to just stop themselves from being not used. Being used is just a common domain in Kenya, and the politicians knows that these people tutawapatia. In fact, there is an MP in my area sometimes back who was only giving leso na 50 bob, and that was enough, and he could win. So hiyo hata mkisema sijui muna compare na America, bado tuko mbali sana na America because we are illiterate. We don't know what we want. We don't know our rights. We don't have rights. We only have rights of nani anatoa. Unaona? Kijaluo wanasema ng'ane jagonji gonyoa. Kosa ukiwa wewe ni mtu wa kugonyewa, it becomes so sad. And that is why I'm very sad about our country.
Jaluo.
I'm Jaluo. Nimgama penjo kamana. I'm Jaluo. Now we become a little bit, I don't know what to explain about ourselves. We are in a bad situation. We are in a pathetic environment, actually. You know, even your neighbor can make an environment be very pathetic because you really want him to understand what to do, but he's not ready to take that understanding you have. So it becomes so difficult. But anyway, this time, to speak the truth, because this time hakuna rigging. Huwa wenye wanarigi, kama Mkikuyu yuko hapa nitamwambia, huwa wenye wanarigi wanakuanga Wakikuyu. But this time, Guinea and Marwa, watu wa Azimio, wacheni wale wapige debe na wapewe nini, but I think Kenyans, very few wako na hiyo literacy. Kila mtu in Kenya are very illiterate, iwe governor, iwe nani, iwe even those lawyers, because some are arguing like they never went to law school. Anyway, for now, ayo machache maybe can help somebody somewhere. Thank you. I'm still on the podium.
Thank you, Maggie. I wish to tell you something, though. According to some statistics released some time back, Kenya's literacy level 2018 is 81.5%. So we are very literate. So it is not about illiteracy. It is about other parameters that affect our decision making as far as leadership is concerned, not necessarily literacy or illiteracy. It's other parameters. And the one that is outstanding is poverty level. So generally we are economically disempowered, and they say he who feeds you controls you. The person that feeds you controls you. And that particular political tool was used a lot by Moi and in his time. You would wait when it is around political season, election time. You would come with unga, and ungas would be distributed to people's homes, and people would go voting, like food. So the person that feeds you controls you. And in your village, if you go and you're the one who is feeding everybody, you'll always be called the chairman, or even if you are as young as Alex, you start sitting with elders, because you have the money, you are feeding people.
I'm sitting here with elders. I'm sitting with the
Yeah, so that generally is something that happens. If you rely on people to feed you, they control your decision making, and that is what has happened. Politicians have disempowered the populace, And however much we get educated, we don't have jobs, so we don't have a source of income. So what happens? These people have the money, they have stolen from you, and so they have to give it to you. So that means that they are able to control you somehow. And that is where we need to leadership that is going to unchain us from that chain, so that you're given an opportunity to work. And so politics does not become a point of bargain, who gives more than the other. So I disagree with Maggie as far as literacy is concerned. We are very literate. Since the free primary education came into being, that was brought by Kibaki, Kenyans are very literate, but other parameters determine the decisions we make as far as leadership is concerned. And that is what they're using right now. Right now, every politician is putting war chest ready to go and distribute the money. I want to give Wayara, but before I give Wayara, I know in like 12 minutes, those of you who are joining us from Facebook, you'll be thrown out because we'll have been here for 8 hours and Facebook takes up to 8 hours. We thank you so much for joining us and being with us up to this time. Thank you for participating in this debate. Thank you for sharing your ideas on Facebook. This is a place for you. It's a place for everyone who has an idea to share. Kindly come again later today, Kenyan time, 9 p.m. Come and share with us and learn. As things happen, we bring them here and we discuss them. So thank you so much. Kindly remember to subscribe to Motembei TV as you are living, and also share so that many people can gain from what you have gained and also learn from each other. Thank you so much, Kenyans. Remember, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru. That is our running call every time. Thank you. Wayara, karibu.
Thank you, Themba, Alex, Jakindupe, Maggie. Is Selena there? Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask you a question.
Selena is there.
Okay, great to see you there. Oh, even Princess is there too, I suppose.
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. I wanted to start by. I think Maura was conveying sentiments of a certain group of people. Like in every country, we have three types of voters. In every country, there are three types of voters. You have the interchangeable ones, the low information voters, and then you have the essentials and you have the influencers. So in every country, you'll find the low information voter, like even in America itself, US. And I'm seeing most of them, as a matter of fact, whatever is happening in America just reminds me of what is happening in Kenya in terms of the support that UDA seems to be getting. That's exactly the kind of support Trump loyalists are. The low information voters. To this day, there are so many people in the United States of America, low information voters who happen to be Republicans, who still believe that Trump won the election, and who actually going around there saying that Trump is still their president. So low information voters are everywhere. You find them everywhere. In Kenya, they are there. In the USA, they are there. In Nigeria, there are even more than you can even imagine. I live in Nigeria for 3 years before I just came back 2 years ago back to this place. So I know what really happens. When you have a population which is low information, they don't know much, but they go with what the circumstances and what people tell them. So that seems to be, it becomes the prevailing, more or less like a condition in which all these people operate from. And so we really cannot really blame them simply because they've not been conscientized, and majority of them are from, low education also plays a big role. So that's a part of it. Now, when it comes to Ruto, particularly the type of politics that Ruto is playing, I would describe him as a narcissistic. He has a narcissistic personality disorder, and that's what I think he is. You know, a person who has got this high sense of self-importance, but in doing that, is simply masking, the low self-esteem that exists in him. And I'm sure if somebody, who really knows Ruto, will be able to attest to us that something must have happened to him when he was growing up. That's where he acquired all these traits that he has today. He must have probably grown very, very poor. So by growing poor and seeing what was happening around him, he must have vowed that he will really, really become wealthy and rich no matter what. That sometimes actually influences people, and it ends up affecting an individual. Or you even see the thing that he has done or that he keeps on doing. There has to be a correlation. There's a relation between what happened to him when he was young, growing up, and what is happening today. It's just a matter of just masking this low self-esteem, insecurity that he has. That's why he has to go and do all these things. And if you look at the characteristic of somebody who is suffering from the NPD, which is a narcissistic personality disorder, you find that Ruto actually displays all those kind of symptoms, all of them, all you find them with Ruto, the symptoms that a person who is suffering from that, Ruto has them. But then that's another story for another day. I mean, if somebody want to pursue that, we can actually discuss it. But when it comes to whatever that is happening in Central Province, like the way Njiru was talking about it, I think Njiru had a point. Njiru was conveying a message of what these people feel, and because they are a part of the low information voters, as I have already described. That is the only thing that stand, for them. That will give them more or less like a sense of security. Like, okay, if they vote for this particular person, what is going to happen to them? Should things turn around and they become victimized again? Some of them are still suffering they have been traumatized from what happened in 2007. But like what Themba said that the constitution has changed, and which is actually true, because 2007, when the elections were held, it was under a different constitution. It was only for presidency. The mighty all for all, where whoever controls the state house is who governs, and is the one who controls whatever goes anywhere. So that's why everybody put all their effort to be able to get that particular post. But since 2010, this thing has been distributed in such a way that the executive is not simply rest on the presidency. It's been diversified. It has actually been devolved. You have governors who have also got their own executive, powers, senators, and those kind of things. So that more or less like takes away much of that punch, that focal point where the presidency becomes the only focal point that matters. So it plays a role in more or less like mitigating and diffusing that aspect of it, But at the same time, if you look at it, I remember Raila Odinga discussed this. He actually addressed it the other day. Somebody was asking, when they started talking about Madoado and things like that, he mentioned it. He said, it will not happen again. What happened in 2007 will not happen. Why? Because they are putting forces in place to be able to address these particular issues. Because I think Mwaura's concern was that the government should come out with an assurance to these particular people that their security is going to be safeguarded, so they can be able to come out there and vote or express their wishes, whichever side they want to vote for. But like what Raila said, Baba said, that this will not happen. Why will he be saying something like that? It's because themselves, they're also aware of this potential issue arising in future. Should anybody take matters into their own hands because they're displeased with the election result and they resort to violence, the government has got means and ways of addressing it, And it's like also like what Temba said, yes, they're not the only people who have got the instruments of war. They're not. So they cannot be going around there intimidating people or forcing people to vote for them. If you don't do that, then there are going to be repercussions. People cannot be living under intimidation and being blackmailed all the time. This is what they did, and we cannot allow it to happen. Maura also mentioned about Mpekoteni, which I think was off the mark, because whatever happened in 2007 to the community from Central Province, remember Lamu was all ODM, or the Mijikendas and the Digos, they're all there, you'll find them there. So, and they were supporting ODM, and it's only the Kikuyus who are isolated. Now, this particular time around, this is not going to happen because they happen to be in the same coalition. Azimio La Umoja. You have the coastal people are in Azimio. The Kikuyu nation that are also in Lamu are also in Azimio. So that particular fear should not even arise because it won't happen. Which other areas that he had any concern of? Except Rift Valley. But the Rift Valley thing, Rift Valley is a cosmopolitan region which is made of so many tribes, so many people, from different places. You have the Kisis, you have the Luyas, you have the Kambas. So this is something that can be mitigated by the government. So I think this notion of UDA or Kenya Kwanza propagating this narrative about and creating fear amongst people who are in Rift Valley, who own plots or land or reside there, that if in case they were to vote for a different party rather than the dominant party that exists in that particular region, that they'll be ethnically cleansed. I think it should be addressed. They should be told in no certain terms that thing will never happen. We are in a modern world, a modern society. All those things that were used in 2007 will not happen. This is a new Kenya, and we want to start Kenya on a fresh note. This is why this particular election is very, very important. We are resetting everything. Everything has to be put on a reset. Whatever happened in the past will not be allowed. So if Ruto wants to take people back, we will not allow him. In no certain terms, he should be told we will not allow him. We want to start a new Kenya, a Kenya that becomes competitive with the rest of the world. How do we do that when somebody keeps on putting a gun on our head and starts saying, well, if you don't do this thing, then we'll send you back into Stone Age. We won't allow it. If you think that he has a monopoly of violence, then he's got something else coming. We won't allow that. So I wanted to ask Selina, if Selina is there, if Selina knows a little bit about Ruto's background. Did he grow, do you know about his family, his father, how he was brought up? And because this one will inform me so much about his character. You see, remember one thing, even the Bible, what does the Bible tell us? Jesus Christ said, a bad seed can never produce a good fruit, a bad seed. And this election is about character and conduct. See, so when I see people who support Ruto, and you're seeing about these people are learned people. How can a learned person really sit down there and absorb the lies? You know, this particular person was involved in more or less like destroying the economy of Kenya 1992. That is a character flaw of this particular individual. This man has been involved in so many things. The other year he appeared before court. Before court with Kwale, you know, being accused of embezzling $97 million, shillings, sorry, 97 million shillings. He appeared in court looking as scared as a chicken that had been rained on, you know. And that is one thing. Muteshi, what happened to Muteshi? He grabbed the guy's land. I mean, there are so many things, you know, and yet somebody sits down there and starts saying that this man has got a policy. How can a fish that is rotting from the head doesn't become sustainable? You can't allow a fish which is rotting, you can see it's rotting from the head, and you're thinking that the tail is still going to be okay. No, in a short period of time, even the tail will be rotting. So this election is about character and conduct. It's not about anything else, character and conduct, because the other parts can be proposed by economists. They can be talking about proposals, bottom ups, whatnot. He can say whatever that he wants, but it's about character of the individual who wants to be elected, character and conduct. And Ruto fails in all categories as an individual. So how does a learned person who sits down there and proposes this particular person as a president to be, or a presidential material? How do you cleanse him from his past? It's very shameful. Yesterday I had an argument. Let me just say, I'm sorry, I'm taking so much time. Yesterday I had an argument with somebody. He's a Chinese guy and another guy from the States who was sitting down. And this is, Temba, you'll excuse me, let me just finish this one. This man comes to me and starts telling me, so he's a Chinese guy, he's a Chinese businessman and an American guy. So he tells me, excuse me, so me right now, as I am, I cannot be a leader in your country? I said, why? Because I'm not circumcised. You know, the Chinese guy also said, I'm not circumcised. So I cannot be a leader in your country? I said, where did you read that? He said, no, but I've been following your thing. This guy called Gachagua, saying that he cannot be led by an uncircumcised person. So I said to myself, wow.
The Chinese know Gachagua?
What?
Say a Chinese knows Gachagua?
No. He knows Gachagua. No, he doesn't know Gachagua. He read it on the newspaper. He's been following Kenya's news, whatever that's happening in Kenya, because he's a friend of mine, and so he's been following what happens about Kenyan thing. So he tells me, so if Obama was in Kenya, Obama would not have been elected because he's not circumcised. So he told me, okay, so Sir Winston Churchill, who was the greatest prime minister, who was never circumcised, could not be elected a leader in your country. You know, so this guy is throwing all these things to me, and I'm saying to myself, wow. He said, do you know that 90% of Asian people don't get circumcised? 90%. And 90% of white people, even in Europe, do. So he said, your country must be quite a country where circumcision becomes the only qualifier, you know, for someone to be accepted as a leader. So I was just shaking my head. I said, no, it does not. That's not true. It's just a small little people who are confused, who think that is a very important thing, you know. So I'm finishing. Temba, thank you. But I want Madame Selina to answer me a question here. Madame Selina, do you know how?
Wayara, you are oozing wisdom. That's why we are just listening. So
wow.
now start summarizing.
Wow. Anyway,
Mama Selina, ulisikia swali?
Nimesikia.
Mbegu mbaya inatoa tunataka kutua mbegu.
Anyway, nataka kusema hivi.
Mbegu.
Familia
Sorry.
ya deputy president ni familia kama kila familia, wale walijitahidi, wale walireisiwa. Unajua kuna watu walisaliwa na bahati na mali, na kuna watu wasasi yao walistruggle kupata ile kidogo. Kulingana na mimi, najua hata manduku sasa ya deputy wengine wako kama kila mtu. So it was brought up, siasa ina corrupt mtu. Deputy president alisaliwa na akakuwa kijana Mkristo, background yake ya nyumbani uko chini. But watu wakienda shule, watu kama vile Kikalenjin samani walikuwa natuma vijana, kabla hujaoa, ukitaka kuoa lazima uende utafute ng'ombe. So sisi tunaamini ya kwamba jamii yetu ni kwamba wanaume lazima waende watafute mali. So sometime hata kama walikuwa naenda
Lakini ni Mkristo kweli huyo? Ni Mkristo kweli?
Yes, nasema corrupt, mali ina corrupt watu, lakini ukiniuliza ulitaka maisha ya chini vile alianza. Ni mtu alitoka na familia yenye kila mtu angeona ni kama, yani kuna jamii wa matajiri na kuna watu ya level ya hapa. So yeye familia yake ni kama ya kila mtu, ulitaka kujua hiyo. But watu wakisoma na wakienda Nairobi, na ndiye nimekwambia jamii yetu wanaume wanaenda kutafuta, but sasa vile watu wanatafuta uwezi jua.
Selina, now that unajibu hiyo swali, what business were the parents involved in?
Yes.
Ya kawaida ya mahindi ile ya eka moja, eka mbili na ng'ombe ile mbili.
Why don't we find that anyway?
Where?
It's not documented anywhere.
Anatoka Kamakut, alikuwa naishi Kamakut karibu na Kwacheshi. That is where the family are.
No, that is not documented anyway.
But familia yake, unajua sisi kwa Wakalenjin tunakuwa na family wenye wanatoa leaders. Kuna kuwa na family kama familia yake ya Sato. Vile tunajua inatoka, tulisema history ya familia ya Ruto imeenda mpaka kwa kina Alex. Ilitoka Kisii, ikakuja Kipsigis, ikakuja Nandi. Kuna jamii, kuna watu is among those people, familia kwa Kalenjin, kuna watu wa kanisa, kuna watu wanaitwa wasee, kuna families wako na leadership.
Selina, our question is, where can we find this information?
I don't think it's written anywhere.
Haijaandikwa mahali kwa sababu sasa hata unajua sasa unless uende hiyo kanisa alikuwa mwanakwaya.
Now do you think Selina, for someone like him who loves to take advantage of such a story, that would not have been written anyway?
Remember, that's why I say he's suffering from NTD.
Mahali Tibuti alikuja kuingilia mambo ya siasa ni wakati alimaliza university, wakati wa YK92. And YK92 that time KANU ilikuwa desperate, ikitaka young tax. So watu wenye walikuwa werevu in that time, ukisikia Tibuti anasema alikuwa ameandikwa na Chirongo. Chirongo was the richest man than Tibuti. So alikuwa mtu ya mkono ya Chirongo. Anasemanga hiyo, anasema Chirongo anashangaa alimuruka aje. So sometime okay, let's say like this, Ruto anaweza kuwa mtu mbaya sana, but again Ruto is very clever. Anajua kuna watu wanajua unajua kuna watu wanajua kutengeneza uongo mpaka ikuwe ukweli, na kuna watu wanamfuata. Kama yeye akisimama sasa kabisa ya ukweli, kuna watu wako na two colors. Na kwa nini watu wanajua alikuwa YK92 na unapata ako na wafuasi? So sometimes we blame the person, lakini hatuwezi blame wale watu wanamfuata. They know the truth. Hii mtu alianza chini, is a billionaire today like everybody else. Yes, anasema tulitoa wapi hiyo pesa, lakini ukitaka kufuata wanasema nini? Hii wanasema usipochora unachorewa, ama wanasema nini? So
Usipopangwa utapangwa.
Selina, swali yetu Selina,
tu moja tu, kama hii watu wapupi wanatoka China, they know how to do computer, wanakuja mpaka wanaipa pesa ya watu hapa Amerika, na ni watu wafupi wadogo, na unakuta wamekuwa kwa technology mpaka, you know, that is what I can say.
Selina, you know the reason why we are asking this question?
Yes.
It's not because Ruto is just another person, because this is someone who wants to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. Angekuwa tu mtu mwingine, atungekuwa tunauliza haya maswali. So vagueness in someone who wants to be the commander in chief of a republic, we are not supposed to be finding vagueness. Unaona kama sasa even you unasema Ruto ndio ni mtu nini, there's no documentation to show us that okay fine, Ruto, we have never seen any documentary showing us that this was the first house where ngoja kidogo, there's no documentation anywhere showing us that this is where, because I'm believing kama sasa nasema kwamba he's going to fight for people ambao wako sijui bottom. That story would have sold. The first story is to show us where the parents grew up. I mean, where he was, how he grew up. The documentary to show us his first job, how he made his first million, how he has become a billionaire. You can be a billionaire. Anybody can be a billionaire. Hata ule alishikwa kwa ndege akitoka sijui wapi na pesa sijui kutoka Burundi. They are billionaires. Even drug lords are billionaires.
Hiyo pesa ilitoka Rwanda. Leo nimeona article ya kwamba hizo pesa Kakame analalamika.
So exactly.
Kuna kitu kidogo tu.
So what I'm saying is this, Selina, kwa sababu ngoja kidogo, you know, we don't just need to ngoja Selina ngoja. We don't just need to celebrate people because they are billionaires. All right? You don't just decide that so and so because so and so is a billionaire, so we celebrate he has become a billionaire. People could have suffered because, you know, people could have suffered in the process of that person becoming a billionaire. So we need to understand, kama huyu tunamchagua kama president, ametengeza pesa yake aje?
That's a big question.
So that you can become an inspiration to the society. You don't just tell me. Ngoja kidogo Selina. Ngoja Selina. Learn to listen kidogo. Selina.
And remember,
sema usisahau kwa sababu najua labda unaweza sahau. Haya, sema Selina.
It was my turn. No. I'm the one who was talking. I just invited Selina.
Tuma link Themba.
Wayara, you had asked Selina a question. I don't know if you are even. Haya, sema. No, sema Selina, endelea.
Ile ninajua kwa KANU, nilikuwa mtu ya KANU. Na si ile KANU ya nje, ile KANU, ingawa mimi nilikuwa mdogo sikufaulu, lakini nilikuwa KANU.
KANU ya ndani.
KANU ya ndani, yes. Ile ya ndani. Hii mambo ilianza wakati ya Moi, ikafika Chesire, mtu alikuwa anaitwa Rupen Chesire.
Ruto alimpiga ngumi.
State House.
Yeah.
Na huyo Chesire, baba ya Chesire alilea Moi. Moi hakukuwa na mahali. Moi alilelewa na familia ya Sibora Kitony na Jesire.
So, Selina, let me just interject a little. What I wanted to say, Alex, what I wanted to say so that you guys can help me. I'm looking at this person. I'm saying to myself, huyu mtu sasa wanasema he does not drink, he does not smoke. So I'm saying myself, okay, his father must have been drunk, like he must have been drinking when he was little. This is a hypothesis. I'm just hypothesizing here. His father must have been drunk. His father must have been a smoker, okay, which is he must have vowed he will never do. Must have been very, very poor, and he vowed he will become the richest man ever existed on this earth, regardless of what, under whatever it is. Baba yake kwenda kawa alikuwa, kwa sababu it's alleged that huyu mtu anampiga bibi yake. That's an allegation, I'm sorry to say.
Baba yake Ruto ametoka kwa familia ya polygamy. So mama yake, so baba yake alikuwa na wamama wawili.
Na mama yake alibaki Nandi. Baba yake alikuwa Baringo. He never grew up with the father.
No.
Okay.
But it was the opposite.
No. Mama ya Ruto ni Munandi. The first wife, mama mwingine ni Kipsigis. Baba ya Ruto.
Now, can you guys tell Ruto to give us his biography, because we don't have it.
Ndiye ile kitu nilikuwa nataka kuambia mkanikata, nikasema hivi. Mali ya Ruto imetoka kwa familia karibu mbili. Okay? Kwanza ni familia ya Moi. Ya pili ni familia ya Kenyatta. Kwa sababu wakati Uhuru aliingia siasa, hakuna mtu alimchua. Unaweza shangaa, I'm telling you, and even snow. I was among the people.
But wasn't he the one who was involved in the ethnic cleansing during 1992?
Who?
Ruto.
Ndiye nasema tumeuliza pesa amepata wapi pesa. Ni ukweli. Nikasema
tunauliza baba yake, mama yake, ukoo yake. Hiyo ndio iko shida.
Tunataka tuelewe. Mama yake, baba yake
ndio tunataka kujua.
Sasa kwa baba msasi na familia, hata baba yake kuna wakati alienda kwa Moi kumwambia, tafadhali, huyu kijana ni wako, wewe ndio umemfanya akue vile ako, usilaani watoto yangu, wengine wako innocent. Na akamwambia Moi, kama anisikii mimi na atakusikia wewe kama Moi mwenye umemulea.
Oh, you see?
Nimetoka. So sometime nataka kusema hivi.
Ndio maana hapendi historia. Hapendi kujua historia.
Lakini pesa ya Ruto ndiye Moi akosane na Ruto mpaka leo. Pesa yake mingi kwa sababu Moi alitaka Uhuru akuwe kiongozi. Na wakati kina Raila kila mtu alikataa, Ruto alikuja na usmart. Sasa alipata pesa ya kutosha kwa Moi. Alipata pesa ya kutosha kwa Mama Ngina, ndiye amsupport kijana yake. Na kumbe pesa ya kwanza ni kufanya Uhuru kuwa chairman ya KANU. Pata ameanguka. So hii story mingi watu wanasema, kama kuna familia wanasikia kukufa, watu mbili ni kwa Moi na Mama Ngina. Mama Ngina amelipa Ruto mara mbili ndiye aweze kushikilia kijana yake. And that money is so painful, na hiyo ndio wenyewe wanajua. Hiyo pesa ya kwanza, hiyo ya papilioni, kama alilipwa, unajua, alikuwa huko, akasema I will deliver, but he did. So pesa yake mingi imetoka kwa jamii mbili. Apart sasa, ile aliingia serikali, akakuwa na insurance ya Amaco, ikakuwa ina deliver kila kitu ya serikali inapita hapo. Hapat nasikia kuna hiyo miti ya posti, sijui mawe, sijui nini ya kuweka stima. ikakuwa ni yake Kenya mzima. So
Haya,
kuna vitu
tuachie hapo,
kuna
tuachie hapo
vitu watu wanakuwa smart. Unajua hiyo si kuipa. Kama alipatiwa,
Selina, wewe you should be the last person to say that, kwa sababu already hiyo ni conflict of interest.
Kwa nini?
Alikuwa minister na yeye pia ni still businessman.
You are a businessman supplying to the government that you are.
To the government that
Sasa nyinyi ndio hiyo tabia ndio imefilisisha Kenya, na sasa mnaanza kusponsor at lower food prices.
Sasa wacha nikwambie.
Sasa
alisema umumechakua mlevi na yeye ndiye ataongoza inji, mwingine akikunywa pombe State House na yeye mwanaume anatengeneza pesa. Yes. Yeah, alisema hivyo. Yeye ni president, mwingine anakunywa tu.
Hiyo naye alisema Selina.
Hiyo alisema ukweli.
Alex, wanaacha kusema eti alisema ukweli.
It is true.
No, si ati ukweli. Tunasema Ruto,
na akasema yeye ndiye anaongoza.
Ruto alikuwa kwa kamera akiongea hayo maneno kuwa yule ambaye mnadhani ni rais ni ulevi unaendelea. Mimi ndio rais wa nchi.
Alikuwa akisema Kalenjin.
Na wale wote ambao walimzunguka urais walinyamaza.
Na wakafilisisha Kenya, na saizi wanakuja kwanza kutuambia ati lower food prices.
Kenya si ndio unaona vile wanamfuata. Ile pesa yote alichukua ndiye
Nasema walifilisisha Kenya kwa sababu waliiba wakaweka. Sasa hiyo pesa ndiye alikuwa anapeana kila mahali anaenda. Alafu sasa leo sasa wanasema
ndio tulisema serikali. Unajua hata mimi kusema ukweli, Raila tunapenda huyo msee, lakini ikifika mahali ingine Kenya ndio washika adabu. I wish Raila angesema nimechoka, nyinyi fanyeni tuone vile watu watafanya. Kama si hiyo baba huyo Raila huyo, kuna watu hata kukanyaka kutoka hiyo Nairobi na kwenda hivi wawezi toka. Huu mzee I wish angeamuka na kulala na kusema enough is enough. Peleka Kenya mahali mnataka, tuone after 3 years kama mtakuwa. Hii kujifanya na kuongea Raila mwenda simu nini, amesave watu wengi sana wenye hata walikuwa hawezi pita hapo Kisumu ama Mombasa, ama walikuwa na surroundiniana mahali.
Haya, haya Selina, asante sana. Sasa tuanze kuchukua, tunafunga show, so tumeacha hapa ndio hao watu wa ventilate. We are closing the show. That's why I don't want to send the link. Ngoja kidogo.
Tuma link.
Hold on Selina.
Tuko watu huko chini.
Hold on Selina. There's a reason. Ngoja kidogo Wayara. Just a second, I make a statement. Hold on Wayara. I make a statement. You guys mute a little bit. Okay. There's a reason as to why nimeacha hawa ambao tuko hapa watu kama 7 hivi, so that we start finalizing. That's why I don't want to bring more people on stage. So mtatuvumilia leo, kesho mkuje mapema ndio mweze kutoa nini zenyu mapema. So kwa sasa ni hawa tu ambao wako hapa tutakuwa nao, tumalizie tukifunga. Actually tungekuwa tumefunga, ni vile niliona wacha tuache kwanza watu wa exhaust wa ventilate, na nimeona Wayara pia ameventilate kabisa. Wacha tusikize tu hao wako studio tukifunga because we want to close. Thank you so much. So Wayara na Selina mnyamaze kidogo. Kuna mtu anaitwa Pen Nyagaka, habari? Haya, ukikusalimia mara moja na ukose kuongea tunakutupa nje. Haya, wacha tujaribu kwanza give our final remarks, and I'll start with Maggie. Maggie, nitakupatia dakika 3.
Temba Princess has not spoken.
Huyo asemi chochote, yeye huwa anaongea tu mwisho, na kujanga hapa kuokota maneno, sijui anapeleka wapi.
Wachana Temba ananionea, lakini nitazungumza baadaye.
Temba watu huko nyuma.
Maggie. Alex,
iko watu walikuwa huko nyuma for 2 hours wameomba link. I mean, si ungewatumia tu hata waingie tu wasalimie watu.
Wanaweza kusalimia kwa comment section. Pia hiyo ni way of kusalimiana. Wanasemanga barua ni nusu ya kuona. Magi, hebu dakika zako 3.
Alex, unafanyanga campaign. Unataka kuchaguliwa kiti gani tujue?
Anataka kuwa senator Kisii County lakini hawezi kuwa huyu.
Anatetea wenye wako ndani, anatetea wenye wako nje, anataka
Huyu nataka tukae naye opposition. Sisi ndio tunaweza ku hold the government nini. Hawezi kaa kwa system. Huyu hawezi.
Mama Selina amesema sisi tutoke miaka 3 watu walie.
Magi,
wapige makoti.
Magi, mbona unanyamaza?
Alex, siku hiyo Wakenya wataenda tafuta baba, hata kama amuki ataenda kubeba yeye na wheelbarrow. Sasa wamweke aweke State House, ndio
Selina,
ukweli ni ukweli.
Selina, nitakupatia dakika, ngoja kidogo. Selina, ngoja. Ngoja.
Pondo kuchukua Raila akiwa na 90 years, aseme tu Kenya kuwa na amani. Hiyo tu, mcheze tu na kurukaruka na kusema baba. Mutaenda Pondo mkuu nyinyi yote Kenya mkiinama. Mwambie baba tu sema kitu moja tu ndiye tuishi. Wacha vile mnamchezea sasa na kuita sijui ngetai sijui. Nyinyi ndiye ngetai, si baba. Nyinyi wenye wanaropoka ndio watajua usuri ya kutairi kichwa na kutairi hizo vitu ingine haina maana.
Hayo, umemaliza dakika zako 3, sitakupatia zingine.
Sikia Selina.
Wayara. Wewe umeongea, wacha tuanze na Alex. Alex, dakika zako 3 za mwisho. Usifungue debate tena Alex, tafadhali. Funga debate.
Show ya leo ilikuwa mzuri. I mean, in fact leo watu walikuwa na watch ni wengi sana. And I think we have had a very good debate and I like that. And mzee Wayara amekuja ametupea wisdom bana. Unajua mimi naangalianga mzee nasema huyu jamaa anakaa. Leo watu wamesema unakaa Mugabe, mwingine anasema unakaa Nigeria. Lakini leo umetuambia ulikaa Nigeria 3 years. Unaona hata accent tumeisikia. But your wisdom is good. Your input was very good. We like that. I think you spoke sense and I heard you very well. Na nani aliongea vizuri hata kama tunasema ni uoga. Njiru was trying to talk about the people in the diaspora. The diaspora Kikuyus who feel that something is a mess and because of that there might be voter empathy. That is what he was alluding. And I think
diaspora Kenya ama diaspora America.
No, diaspora Kenya. Wenye walitolewa kule Rift Valley wakakuja Central na bado hawajarudi na wale pia walirudi but wako na uoga. That is what he said. Na akasema kuwa kuna uoga ndani yao na wanaweza kuwa wasiende kuvote, which was a valid point, but we wanted to assure him that I don't think any Kenyans of any sound mind is willing that we go back to where we were in 2007. And I hope aendelee kuambia kila mtu ambaye anakutana naye ambaye ni diaspora wale ambaye amesema kuwa that is okay. Kenya will never go back there. Before Kibaki went out, he put structures that what happened in 2007 will never happen again. And it's not a joke. And I know for sure that examples are there that 2007 will never happen. Anybody who tries to go that route, I think we will come together, all of us. We will not know where we are coming from. That day, no tribe, no religion, no nothing. We will come as Kenyans and tell them that we cannot allow that. We have a collective problem. We need a collective solution. And the solution is
these people? Who is these people you tell them? Is Kenyans or people from Uganda? Who are these people?
Mama Selina, sasa hata umemaliza 3 minutes yangu, wacha nimalize.
I want to know these people. I want to know these
Umeuliza
people. Where are they
which
coming
people,
from?
ukamaliza 3 minutes yangu, acha nikuachie umalize.
Mara diaspora,
Alex
mara these
anafunga
people we have
debate.
to tell them. Hii watu
Alex,
ni
funga
watu gani?
debate.
Hii ni wanyama gani?
Selina, siwache Alex afunge, anamalizia. Wacha afanye 3 minutes
Anachokosanga
zake.
watu, wacha nimchokose leo.
Mama,
Aniambie hii
mimi
watu ni watu
siwezi.
gani?
Kwanza mimi napenda vile unaongea. Leo unajua uliongea kitu kingine kwa show mpaka nikashtuka. Leo ulitushtua kwa show. Iko kitu ulisema lakini nitakwambia huko nyuma.
No, lakini yeah, what she said was
Alex, umemaliza?
Mama Selina alimaliza time yangu.
So umemaliza?
Alimaliza, sio mimi.
Nimekuongezea dakika moja.
Mimi sitaongea, patia Alex sema baba, sita.
Hapana, mimi nimemaliza yangu. Nashukuru, the show was great and you guys are great and so many people are watching.
Chenye nilisema, kama nilisema
Selina.
Mimi mama naomba msamaha kama nilienda mbaya.
Ulisema maneno ya suruali.
Kwa sababu hiyo msana kudanga anacheza.
Sasa nyinyi nitawakata nyinyi wawili mnyamaze. Haya, Wayara, dakika zako 3. Ngoja kidogo Wayara. Magi, umerudi?
Niko gangari.
Magi, unajua mimi nikikuita mara mbili na huo umelala, mimi nakutoa na kuweka huko nyuma. Haya.
Okay.
Unafaa ukiitwa unainuka chap.
Okay. Saa zingine inapata kama ugali inachomeka.
Unaita, unaweka, unafanya pap. Umesikia vile wamama wanasema kwa
Nasikia Selina.
Anainua.
Wacha nikwambie.
Sio pap, ni wa.
Aweka wa. Hebu mtusikize hiyo nyimbo. Alex. Anainua.
Alex.
I knew him, Mama Selina.
Alex.
I knew him.
Anachukua kujua sisi ni Azimio.
Anachota, anaweka. Si eti anainua. Wewe Mama Selina wewe.
Wow.
Hii ni siasa. Uhuru alisema hii ni wakati wa siasa na tunapiga siasa.
Okay.
Mama wanasema hivyo kwa mkutano, anaweka, anainua.
Ule ni Wanjala. Wanjala is a good politician.
Jamazeni sasa. Magi, toa dakika zako 3 za mwisho.
Okay.
Sana isipokuwa ni Alex, lakini watu wengine
ile kitu nimependelea
wamekula chumvi.
Na nimependa nani wamekula chumvi Selina?
Mimi nasema hii watu iko hapa saa hii si wadogo, ni wale wamekula chumvi kidogo, isipokuwa Alex peke yake, lakini ameruhusiwa kuona hiyo sherehe ya makuka na mashosho.
Alisema saa zile Pemba alikuwa ananijibu akasema yeye ameamua asiako na pesa ndio anakaa na washoso kama sisi. So that is to me na ako na pesa. Unajua mtu ako na pesa lazima apime matako yake na ya wazee.
Unasema sitting department. Usemi matako. Usiharibu. Unasema sitting department.
Amesema matako.
Lazima upime matako yako na ya wazee. Yaani unaona pale mzee anakaa ndio wewe unaweza kukaa.
Wengi tunamaliza show.
Kwa hivyo ashapima matako yake akaona matako yake inafanana na ya wazee. Sasa wacha tu akae na wazee na atasikia maajabu kwa wazee. Okay, nimefurahia sana by the way. Hii
I hope hiyo
hii
mjukuu
campaign
tunaona
mko
si
naye
mtoto ya kwanza. Hiyo mjukuu tunaona
ah,
ukibeba kama ni mtoto ya kwanza. Pole, umesikia maneno mingi.
no, kama ni mtoto wa
Temba,
kwanza Alex,
maliza
wacha
show
nikwambie.
tafadhali.
Sasa wacha nifundishe Alex.
Wewe Begi,
Nyamaza Temba.
wewe
Mama
Begi,
akiongea,
nitakumute.
mama akiongea,
Alex, you're in
mama
trouble.
akiongea unanyamaza. Sikiza, mama akiongea unanyamaza. We are only three ladies here. What's wrong with you, Temba? Hey, what's wrong with you?
Alex, you are in trouble, I tell you today.
Begi, tulikuwa tunamaliza show.
Temba, wacha mama waongee tafadhali. Mimi nasikiza hapa. I'm getting my sitting allowances.
Yes. Selina amekuambia kama ni mtoto wa kwanza hakuna shida. Huyo mtoto wa kwanza hana shida. Unaona? Kwa Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Obura ndiye alikuwa wa kwanza. Lakini Raila alikuwa wa pili na alikuwa mbele. Alikuwa nakaa na pima matako yake na Odinga all the time. So unaona pale yuko. Sasa yeye anawika hata kuliko Oburu. Kwa hivyo kama huyo ni mtoto wa kwanza, wacha akae hapo na hiyo siasa anasikia unapiga, yeye ndiye atakuwa president one day. Hiyo ni haki. Yes. Okay. I love you people so much. The campaign you have, actually, you are being heard in New York. You are being heard everywhere in the entire universe. So, Mutembe, it's totally doing something very good for Kenya. For Kenya, by the way. Because unapata mtu kama Selina angekuwa anasema, Ruto ni mtu wangu. No. Selina angekuwa anasema mtu Ruto.
Amesema for Kenya, hajasema for Kenya jamani Selina.
Hey. Haya, wacha niseme na Kiswahili ya Kenya. Ya Kenya.
Mwanaume amechapwa mpaka amekuwa baridi. Oh my God, my dear. Usaidie hiyo bwana jamani. Ebu wa mama tusaidiane tuende tutoe Watangula. Peke yake tu kwa hiyo group. Ako so sad. Hata hajui watu wanafanya nini.
Okay,
wacha nisaidie tu tumutoe hiyo group aki wa mama tafadhali. Tuende tufunike na nguo tumpeleke.
Haya, we Selina. Haya, tosha. Sasa mimi nitawamute. Haya, Wayara, dakika zako 3 za mwisho. Hapa tutacheka mpaka asubuhi.
Selina, leo umechacha kweli kweli nakwambia. Okay. All right. Well, the thing is, Selina, let me say something.
Mama anaongea na mnakata, sawa.
Okay,
mama anaongea na mnakata.
I think
jioni wanafurahi. Watangula tumbo yake imeenda kwa tumbo hata haitoki. Simu
Wayara, ongea dakika 3 za mwisho.
Selina, okay, my observation, this is just my observation, is a narrative is being introduced, particularly within the Kikuyu diaspora in Rift Valley, and it's just fear. So the fear is supposed to resonate, with those who are in Central, in Mount Kenya itself, so that this particular narrative of, okay, if you guys vote for Azimio, then you know what is going to happen to your people in Central, in Rift Valley. And I think this narrative has been going on for a while. It's not the first time it's being floated. So I think either we vote with our own conviction, because we cannot be slave to fear. Because by allowing this narrative to be perpetuated by these narrow-minded people who cannot see far, then we become prisoners of fear, and we shouldn't allow that. People should go out there and vote with conviction. As a matter of fact, if they vote the other way, they'll be emancipating themselves from those particular chains. They'll remove those particular chains from them. You know, they will prove to the whole world that fear will not cow them down. So that should be number one thing, you know, to consider. That this is the only opportunity they have got, the first opportunity they will ever have, where they will be able to overcome fear with a particular voice, a resounding voice of saying no to fear. And how do you say that? By going and voting for their own interests. And their own interest is not actually with this particular guy, because this guy has put them in prison, more or less like has boxed them in prison. So they need to emancipate themselves, to release them from that particular bondage. So let's wait and see what is going to happen from this Sagana 3 meeting. You know, what Uhuru is going to say. Because I think still Uhuru has got a lot of influence. You know, people are really talking. People don't understand politics. And that's what actually sometimes it bothers me. We are talking about the same person who took Ruto to Central Province and sold him to his own people to a point where he became acceptable. This man was the most hated person in the, I think at one time he was probably hated in the entire country, you know? But Central was overboard in terms of hate. But Uhuru took him to Central Province and sold him and told their people, I can work with this particular guy. What do you think will stop Uhuru to go out there and wound all those particular knots that he had actually put in place, selling this particular individual? No, nothing will stop him. Because particularly with this particular narrative about which everybody at least now seems to be buying, that, I mean, Miranda said it at one time. Tuyo even mentioned about it at one particular time, that there was a quote unquote a plot to put this particular guy in that particular brown box at one time. So I'm sure people just don't want to pursue that. But now that this particular leader has already been open, it's going to be a point of discussion. And knowing the people in the Central Province, this becomes an issue for them. It's a hot potato for them, you know? So let's wait and see what happened to Sagana thing and how the president is going to be able to change the narrative. Because right now, the only place in question as far as following Azimio is Mount Kenya, because the other places actually have been put in places. You're talking about Northeastern, it's already fallen in line. Talk about Western. I think Western is Western is almost falling in line. Nyanza has fallen in line. Nairobi, I don't think there's any doubt about that. Eastern is just about getting Kalonzo on board. But even if he does not play ball, it won't matter. I mean, I know everybody wants Kalonzo to come on board, and they're begging him. But even if he refuses to come on board, there's still going to be a sizable voter turnout from the east, and whatever that Azimio is going to lose because Kalonzo is not playing ball, it will be more or less like neutralized by what is coming from the Mount Kenya. That particular vote, which has never voted for Azimio or for Raila Odinga all these years, so it will be compensated from that particular side. Northeastern has never voted for Raila Odinga overwhelmingly, but this time they will, because we are talking about Jubilee being there and the ODM influence is also there. Nairobi we know, Western we know, Nyanza we know. So tell me, how is Ruto really going to pass? How is he going to be elected? Because all the Baba talked about something coming. Tsunami is coming, and you see it's gathering. It's already gathering as we are seeing it, and it has not even been launched yet. It has not been actually ushered, into motion. It's just being gathered. I think by the 28th, we should be able to see the formation. Next month will be a different story. When everybody is now pulling in the same direction, the movement is moving forward, we will see where things stand by next week, by next month, beginning of next month, where Azimio has reached. But the way it's being propelled right now, with all the fronts, churning out and firing like in the pistons are on. We talk about 6 groupings, 6 formations of Azimio campaigning in one particular single day. I don't think anybody can stop them. So I'll leave it there, and let's hope we continue this particular story tomorrow, God willing. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much, Wayara. Alex, umelala? Wacha kulala kwa kazi.
No, sijalala, nini kwa comment section.
Magi, si umalize point yako tafadhali, kwa sababu nilikuzima kidogo, alafu nilete ziana ndio tuweze kumaliza.
Aya. Oh, I really agree with what Mr. Wayara has said. So many, some small group of Kenyans, not even Rift Valley, the way people are thinking that they are going to vote for Ruto. Ni ile kitu iko ni watu wamechoka. Watu wamechoka kivipi? Hiyo maneno ya uongo all the time, sijui ma laptop, watoto wana nini, na watu wanatabika. People are really suffering in Kenya. Kusuffer means sio ati uwezi kuweka chakula kwa meza. Kusuffer means mtoto wameenda shule na unakaa na yeye hata hakuna kazi. Because of bad governance we have been having all along our lives. Na hii bad governance inakuja kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu our leaders we are electing ni tumbo tu. Kenyatta alipochaguliwa in 2013, in fact he didn't do much. After he didn't do much, he came to realize that with this my deputy, siwezi kumchuja saizi, lakini I can't do anything and I'm going to leave a wrong legacy. And that is why I think handshake had to come in. And with the handshake coming in, he just chose somebody who is really sober, who is really for the country, who wants to make sure that Kenya is at a place he's been dreaming of. And this has been Raila's dream all along his life, I think. How can we compete ourselves with these developed countries? Because our country is such a rich country, by the way. We have so many potential things which cannot even be identified, but we can identify them by ourselves. I one time went to South Nyanza and saw some crater lakes called Simbi Nyaima. Those are tourist attractions. There are so many things in our country, the wildlife, whatever, but they are like fading away because of bad governance. So this governance, everybody now are saying no to those who are just talking too much. Ukipewa kazi, you are in the other side. What you can do all along your life is calling people names. You don't even have respect to the elders. You just see everything. You are just negative to anything somebody can bring. But you as a person, there is nothing you can bring on the table apart from bringing things like iko place ingine hapa ya kunyakua. I heard about this Weston Hotel and I felt so bad with our deputy president. But anyway, things like that has happened, but now at least we have somewhere we think we are going to hold on to, which is called Azimio. let's try and actually put it to God. Mungu ndio huwa anasikiza maombi ya watu wake, na at this time I think he's really listening to the cry of Kenyans, because in Kenya okay, when you uliteta ati nilisema watu ni illiterate, sio watu wote. Watu kama Themba si illiterate, watu kama Wayara, Alex, Selina, Princess, they are not illiterate, but huko chini wenye wananunuliwa ndio ni literate, ajui anapewa pesa hii pesa ya kwa sababu gani. So those are illiterate people, but there are so many who are coming from that illiteracy to be literate. Mungu iko na sisi, and I know come August this year we are going to be singing a different tune apart from what we are singing now, and Mungu akitujalia hata sisi we are going to be somewhere, because whoever we have on board as our project, not Ohuru's project, our project, Kenyan's project, who is Raila Odinga. He is a development conscious person. Amefanya mingi na bado atafanya mingi. May God bless us and God bless Kenya.
Yeah, thank you. What an awesome way to finish. Ziana, kazi kwako.
We Alex, wacha kucheka kwanza. Asante sana bwana Themba.
Ulisema hata Simba ni mkali bado anapewa mimba.
Kwenda Alex, wachana na hiyo maneno. Sasa nikianza kuzungumza kuhusu hii maneno ya alikuwa anaitwa Mwaura. Hii vita
Njeri,
kuangalia hii vita ilianza ya 2007 peke yake. Vita ilianza kule nyuma, na nyakati hiyo vita ilipokuwa imeanza hawakukuwa wanaiangalia na haikuwekwa waziwazi kwa kila mtu kuiona. Yani niseme watu wa kutoka Central walikuwa wakipigwa hata kitambo. Ni vita ambayo ilianza kitambo, lakini ilikuja kufufuliwa 2007 kwa sababu mtu alimwanya ya kuonyesha hodari wake, kana kwamba yeye ndio akona msemo, na hapo ndio alikuwa anataka kujionyesha ya kwamba yeye ni yani anaweza kujikakamua kuja kuwa rais wakati ujao, au awe autoe ile kingpin kwa mkono ya Moi. Hapo ndio alikuwa anataka kutoa kingpin kwa mkono ya Moi. Watu walikuwa hawaoni, lakini ni hapo ndipo alitoa hiyo kwa mkono ya Moi. Ikajulikana kwamba anaweza. Na kwa sababu hataki kuandika historia yake, ni kwa sababu zile hela alizozipata hakuzipata kwa njia ile inayofaa. Alizipata kwa njia ambayo ni kinyume. Na ndipo sasa tunasema ufisadi tukimaliza katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Nchi yetu ya Kenya itakuwa ni nchi moja nzuri sana. Manake tuna vitu vingi ambavyo watu wanatamani. Watu wengi wanatamani kuishi kwenye nchi ya Kenya, ila hali ni hiyo ufisadi ndio inafanya watu wengi wasije wakaishi katika nchi ya Kenya. Na tukiangalia vile makamu wa rais anapiga siasa zake, ni siasa za uoga, kutia watu uoga. Anatia watu uoga. Na sana sana anatia watu wa Mlima Kenya uoga zaidi, kwa sababu hapo ndio anaona nikishawatia uoga hawatakuja hata kupiga kura. Wengi wao, kusema ukweli, wengi wa watu wa kutoka Mlima Kenya hawatapiga kura. sio ati wataenda kupiga kura, hawatapiga kura. Na Ichung'wah ndio anawatia zaidi, kwa sababu Ichung'wah ukimuona akizungumza, anazungumza kwa sababu anazungumza na uchungu, kwa sababu anajua kuana kwamba watu wao asipomsupport, lakini anafanya kitu ingine haifai, kwa sababu amsupport ama asimsupport zote ni sawa, kwa sababu akimsupport aingie, ndiposa hata yeye mwenyewe Ichung'wah hataishi hapo Nakuru anapoishi, anafikiria anaishi hapo ni Rift Valley. Kwa hivyo anafikiria ya kwamba ataishi hapo. Kwa hivyo mi naomba DP awache kuuzia watu wa Mlima Kenya uoga, na ninaomba watu wa Mlima Kenya wasiwe na uoga. Tukiangalia 2007 tulikuwa tujakuwa na hii katiba ya sasa hivi, na tukiangalia kura ya 2017 Kenya iligawa katikati. It was low. Watu walikuwa wakisema kuanzia sasa watu waruke Rift Valley, ikue vile mtu anaweza kuja akaingia na aingie Mlima Kenya. Alafu huku kwingine ukitoka Mombasa ukielekea mpaka huko Nyanza, ukielekea huko iwe ni Kenya igawe mara mbili. Ilibidi mtu kusema Kenya kila mtu agawie upande wake, aende na yake, kila mtu awe na upande yake. Ila hali sikujua huyo mtu alikuwa akisema kila mtu akigawiwa upande wake itakuwa namna gani, ila hali baada angali anaishi Kenya. Sasa sisi tuomba tuache kuuziwa uoga katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Naomba makamu wa rais afanye siasa zake. Hata 2027 ni siku, ukirekebisha tabia. Tunamuomba arekebishe tabia. Nilimsikia Wayara anasema kwamba ni vile kulelewa, masomo, mahali alisoma, labda mahali alienda shule ama mahali alilelewa. Inasemekana mtoto mleavyo ndivyo akuavyo. Kwa hivyo tunatashwishi ya kwamba hata kama tunaambiwa alilelewa kwa familia nzuri, labda kulikuwa na jambo ambalo linamfanya anakuwa hivyo. Lakini tunaomba, na mimi naona nchi ya Kenya haitakuwa hivyo, kwa sababu haitakuwa na vita ya 2007 kwa sababu hatukuwa na katiba. Sasa hivi tuko na katiba. Hata ukiangalia 2017 kulikuwa na cheche, lakini kwa vile katiba, Raila mwenyewe akaangalia, akarudi, ndiposa akasema wacha ni weono, Kenya ni kubwa kushinda mimi mwenyewe. Hivi DPP sidhani kama hana uwezo kabisa katakata ya kugawanyisha wa Kenya. Ndiposa anatapatapa, kwa sababu namuona mara makamu wa rais anataka kutoa upande wa magharibi, mara ako Mlima Kenya. Sasa alikuwa amedhania ya kwamba ameshaweka pamoja Mlima Kenya, lakini anaona unatereza. Hiyo ndio sababu inamfanya anafanya nini? Anarudi anaanza kuunda tena, mara unasikia UDA sasa hivi ni kama ni wawili, nadhania kama kuna wabunge nayo ni wawili tu, kwa sababu sasa wako na Okoa Kenya, Kenya Kwanza. Sasa hiyo Kenya Kwanza ndio apigania kabisa, lakini kule Western ishachotwa. Kwa hivyo makamu wa rais hana la kufanya, na nawaambia wa Kenya kutoka Mlima Kenya, msiwe na hofu, kwa sababu Kenya ni sisi ni yetu sisi sote. Tusidhanie 2007 sio watu wa Mlima Kenya ndio waliumia pekee, kwa sababu tunasahau Naivasha. Wengi wetu tunaongea tu kuhusu Eldoret, lakini tunasahau kana kwamba Naivasha kulikuwa na watu walikuwa wanaishi pale. Kwa hivyo Themba nataka ndoa, na nashukuru sana nyinyi wa Kenya wenzangu. Ninaomba kwamba tukienda kwenye uchaguzi tuanze na MCA, ukifuatilia na MP, ukifuatilia na senator, na ufuatilie na ukichagua hao watu wawe ni wajakazi wako, kwa sababu wewe ndio unawalipa. Wewe mwenyewe Mkenya, wewe ndio unawalipa pesa zako kutoka mfukoni. Ni kama mtu ameandika mchakazi kwenye nyumba yake, utaangalia ni wapi hajafanya vizuri. Kama hajaosha vyombo vizuri, lazima muelezee. Kwa hivyo sisi wa Kenya tuwachague watu wachapakazi, wajakazi, sio wale wanaenda kupora mali. Na tuchaguane kwa amani, umoja na upendo na undugu. Santeni wa Kenya. Kwako Themba.
Okay, asante sana Ziana, asante Selina, asante Alex, asante Wayara na Maggie. Allow me to read one of my great writers that I like reading. Anaitwa Max Weber. Max Weber is a sociologist, and this is what he says. So I'll just read this, and then I think I'll be like much of a summary. Politics is a strong and slow boring of hardboards. It takes both passions and perspective. Certainly, all historical experience confirms the truth that man will not have attained the possible unless time and again he had reached out for the impossible. But to do that, a man must be a leader, and not only a leader, but a hero as well, in a very sober sense of the word. And even those who are neither leaders nor heroes must arm themselves with that steadfastness of heart, which can brave even the crumbling of all hopes. This is necessary right now, or else man will not be able to attain even that which is possible today. The part that I want us to see is that the steadfastness of the heart, which can brave even the crumbling of all hopes. They say this is necessary right now, or else man will not be able to attain even that which is possible today. If we are not steadfast, if we don't speak up, if we don't speak out, even that which is possible today will not be attained, according to Max Weber. Some of you can read him. He's written a lot. I like the Protestant ethics and the spirit of capitalism that he wrote about. He has written a little essays on sociology, and if you read him, you'll understand the capitalism and some of the things that we talk about today. But what I like about that is steadfastness. What is possible today if you're not steadfast of the heart, if you don't speak up, if you're not always talking, if you're not always calling it out as it is you, Alex, Sego, Selina, Ziana, Wayara, and Maggie. When we meet here and we call out, we say it as it is. What is possible today will be attained. And someone writes and says that we have borrowed today. We have our children have lent it to us. We owe it to them to pass to them a better future. Ours has already been spoiled, so we don't have to spoil today for those who have lent it to us. We owe them talking. We owe them calling out. We owe them. No, anybody standing out there not calling out leaders thinking they are the ones who are going to benefit. Even if Raila comes tomorrow, it is not this generation that are going to benefit. They'll just be planting a tree. Other people will be enjoying the shade. So it is us to make sure that that tree has been planted well today. So we need that steadfastness. I therefore want to urge us, Mutembei TV is a place where we come in to discuss, to interrogate, to compare and contrast ideas, and much more inform our listeners, so that come 9th of August, we are making informed decisions. That is our aim and our goal every day we meet here. Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you for coming. Thank you for all the panelists, very able panelists. They try and express what they know in the best way they know how. And I believe that the listener is able to get something. You only need 4 things to come here: gadget, working gadget, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. That's all you need. When you come in, we start in at 8, sometimes at 9 Kenyan time, and we go in till 8. The forum can only take 10 people. If you find it full, don't worry. Just wait on the background. As soon as someone drops on, you'll be brought in. Anytime something is happening in Kenya, we are here to discuss it. I want to repeat again, it's not time for you to hashtag on someone's wall. You are hashtagging to someone who is also struggling like you, lower food prices. They can't do nothing about it. You know where all that happens. You need to go and storm the walls of your leaders, not the walls of your friends. Your friends can do nothing about lowering food prices. You can put all the hashtags you want on my wall. What will I do? I can do nothing. Take it straight to your leader. Take it straight to the 180 MPs that you have been brought to every other day. Take it straight to the person who is earning for doing nothing for 4 years. Go to his wall. Tell him lower food prices. They need to listen. That is where you need to take it. You don't help much. It will trend 2 days. They will have forgotten. How has it helped you? How has it helped me? We don't want it to be a trend. Lowering food prices is not a trend. There's an action that needs to be done, not just trend. People are earning because you have made it trend. Someone is going to be paid for you making him trend. So you see how foolish we can be. Now you're going to tell Alex, let's make this thing trend. Someone is going to earn because you have made him trend. But have you gone to the person who is supposed to lower that? No, your MP is being just fronted for you that you have 180 MPs. Let's, for a minute, just wake up from the slumber. Vote wisely, vote Azimio. That's all I can say. Gitash Day, thank you so much. Maxwell Olwal, thank you. Zadok Oyole, Rafael Musioka. Hey Alex, wewe ndio mtu wa nguvu. You are in all places. Unaenda grassroots na unarudi tena national. Hey. Masio Menge, we are sorry about that, man. We were closing. Umeona hapa hata tungekuleta hapa tungeenda mpaka asubuhi. These people are enough by themselves. Ukiona Alex, Selina, Princess Yana, Magi na Wayara hapa, ujue studio iko full. Alex mwenyewe is 5 people atago. Selina is 10. So there are people when I see in the studio, I just say wacha sasa tuendelee na hawa. So kesho pia ni siku. Harun, asante. Wayara pia leo ameooze wisdom. Wayara was always on the comments. So there was a time niliona Fidel Wayara akisema I want to be in this show. Leo ameooze wisdom, like, you know, we need such people. I hope you are getting informed. That is my plea and my hope. Don't just be excited. Get what they are saying. These people are telling us a lot. And this one, you might not get it anywhere apart from Mutembei TV. You won't get it anywhere. Hata kwa ile channel ya Alex. Huwezi pata hiyo huko. Hata ile channel ya Ziana. Najua channel Ziana pia kuna channel hiyo. This one you can only, hata Ziana, she talks better here than anywhere else. Even Alex talks better here. If you want to listen to Alex, whose wisdom, come here, Mutembei channel. Yeah. George Akure. Patriot umeamua kunigonga kwa group ati nisiongee sana. Wewe ulienda ukalala, saa hizi ndo naamka.
Lakini leo yuko wapi huyo Patriot?
Yeah?
Leo Patriot yuko wapi?
He was sleeping, he just woke up. Anyway, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and all those who are joining. We still have 137 people on YouTube. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Alex, why are you running away? Kwa sababu tutasema wimbo wa taifa. Yes, Maggie.
I'm saying thank you very much, and be blessed. What you're doing is so wonderful, beautiful. I don't know how to express it anyway. This is great for
Thank you.
the entire Kenyans and even those who have been thinking of what can we do to make our country a better place. Now you are doing it. Don't think that nobody's hearing. Everybody are getting and catching all those you are saying, and actually so many people are being turned towards Azimio because of this program. That is what I came to realize. Yeah, because you are speaking sense, you are even putting, you are airing all those, you differentiate what has been done and what has not been done, the Watangatanga, whatever they have done, nobody can air, but you differentiate. So we are in a better place with the Mutembeo. Yes. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for this hard work. Yes.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you. Really appreciate. And you also help us a lot. Thank you so much for coming on. Yes, Wayara. What is it?
Let me just say something, on behalf of myself. You are one heck of a guy who made me actually come into this. We're listening to you from background for a long time. And I was really totally impressed, with your understanding of things, looking at things outside the box, and be able to articulate things that very few people can be able to do, on any issue. So, I thank you. I thank you very much for drawing me into all that.
And thank you so much, Wayara. In fact, we are really getting informed, and we are really changed even by your contributions. I think this is the conversation we must continuously have as Kenyans, and we say that we must keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, we want to keep talking. So let's keep sharing, and come here anytime. Let's meet again today, masaa kama ya kawaida. Na kama kawaida, kabla tujama... Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Sio hii itaendelea hata baada ya uchaguzi. Wayara, hii haitaisha sasa hivi. Itaendelea hata baada ya uchaguzi. Njoo uchambue yule ambaye uliyemchagua kama anafanya kazi kisawa na vile ulivyokuwa unataka.
Definitely. Tutaendelea hata baada ya 9 kwa sababu we are here to do that. Good morning, Ben on Twitter. Really appreciate. Now, kabla tujamaliza huwa tunafanya jambo moja. For those who have never been here with us, tumalize. Najua Wayara amekuwa nasi hapa tunapomalizia. Maggie pia amekuwa, sote tumekuwa hapa tukimalizia.
I can say the national anthem, hakuna ubaya.
Haya, Wayara, leo siku yako basi. Haya, twende.
Wataka niseme? Okay, basi inaenda hivi. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Oh, lovely. Asante sana. Tafadhali tukae kwa undugu. Hata tukikosana katika mawazo haimaanisha kwamba sisi ndugu. Tuitane ndugu yangu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Tuonane tena majaliwa. Magi unasalimiwa na mwanadada anaitwa Pamela Rombo, anasema Magi Nyaruaya kare uhero Kenya gipolitics. Awinji kabisa. Yasaye biro mi wawangeni en manalamo.
Temba, I wanted to ask you that your channel is what? What is the name?
Let me put it right there.
Themba Ondiegi.
Themba Ondiegi TV.
Ondiegi.
Themba Ondiegi TV. Themba Ondiegi TV, you can go right there, and it's a journey between a father and a daughter. We are doing just communicating, sharing life skills. You can learn 1 or 2 things. For those who have grandchildren, for those who have other daughters, you can just share.
Usemi vile tumekusukuma mpaka ngapi tafadhali?
Karibu nafika 500, si mnifikisha hata 1000 jamani.
Tutasongeza huko.
Nisongesheni ifike 1000, at least niache kukaa hapo kwa 500 mara mingi sana bwana. Tafadhali. Asanteni sana. Tuonane tena kesho baadaye. God bless you.
Mungu akujalie pia. Yeah.
Wayara.